Naruto, gasping for air, turned to face the motionless form of Uchiha Sasuke, his longtime rival and best friend. The same individual who attempted to betray Konohagakure, too. Early on in the battle, it was evident that Sasuke was superior to him in every way. Except for one. His Kage Bunshin was invaluable, and when combined with his amazing Rasengan, he won, Databeo. As he struggled to stand up, the blonde noticed his sensei coming. With excitement, he waved. Kakashi-sensei, over here. The whole scene was already being taken in by Kakashi, who had noticed his pupil much earlier. The recent battle had caused moderate damage to the Valley of the End. He stopped in front of Naruto, glanced at the unconscious Uchiha, and then turned to face Naruto. His eyes formed a U-shape upside down. After giving the blonde a head pat, he approached Sasuke and lifted him off the ground, saying, well, I'm pleasantly surprised that you managed to stop him from doing anything more than what he just did. Before the genin could say anything more, Kakashi raised his hand and stopped the rambunctious child. What about the others, Kakashi-sensei? Shikamaru, Choji-in. Relax Naruto. They are all fine, all taken care of. They should be back home right about now. Kakashi started to make his first steps to start off the return journey. Are you ready to go? Look at my clothes. The Jinchuriki pouted as he peered down at his attire. It's ruined beyond repair. Without a doubt, that Tem will purchase new ones for me. Kakashi gave him a once-over and grinned, but Naruto couldn't see it. It's an improvement, you should keep it. He turned back to face his origin. Naruto sulked at his sensei, saying, Kakashi-sensei, orange is perfectly acceptable. Right now, I'll tell you everything about how I kicked Sasuke's ass. It all began with... Naruto began narrating the entire tale, ignoring Kakashi's deep sigh. Naruto was eager to inform Sakura-chan of his accomplishment even though, by the time they reached the gate, his eyelids were slowly trembling in an effort to keep them open. But as soon as they arrived, it became evident that the villagers had learned of something happening with the Uchiha, and they started to worry about the last, loyal, Uchiha's health when the Kakashi rushed in carrying a battered and bruised Sasuke. The fact that the Kyuubi brat barged in immediately after, appearing nearly as bruised but lacking any previous cuts or wounds, didn't help the situation at all. It didn't take long for the Konoha citizen to realize that Naruto was to blame for whatever had happened to Uchiha Sasuke. You brat, you went too far this time. One spat at the blonde. You'll fucking pay for what you did, yelled an elderly man. The abrupt insults shocked Naruto, but he quickly collected himself and attempted to brush it off. Raising his head, he accelerated and pursued his sensei. Naruto finally had a chance to gather himself after Sasuke was admitted to the hospital and he was briefed. He decided to take the shortest route home after consuming 3 meager bowls of ramen at Ichiraku's in an attempt to avoid the irate crowd that seemed to be targeting him. Naruto was on the verge of losing it when he arrived home. The walls were covered in profanity, and the windows were broken. Although it had already occurred, he had hoped that those times would soon come to an end once he was made genin. It never stops. Muttering and cursing the bastards who had destroyed his house, he made a few Kage Bunshins and began tidying it up. I'll show 'em. Once I'm Hokage they will have to look up to me and respect me. He raised his head. The young blonde was aware that there were still people who cared about him in spite of all the people who detested him. Iruka-sensei and Kakashi-sensei, his former teammates. His face lit up with a smile. Even Ero-sennin and Tsunade Ba-chan, with their peculiar inclinations. Why are all the older shinobi so crazy weird now that I think about it? I will not be like Ba-chan with her foolish gambling or Kakashi-sensei with his perverted books. No way, Datbeo. He intended to continue training in order to strengthen himself and to defend those closest to him. He decided to check on everyone's health after cleaning up and getting a few hours of sleep before making his way to the hospital. This time, he avoided any attempts by the villagers by staying on the rooftops. After darting across the rooftops in an orange blur, the blonde genin reached the hospital rather quickly. He entered, went to the front desk, and waited for the person in front of him to finish before taking his turn. A voice whispered in his ear, "You really should pay more attention to your surroundings, brat." Startled, to put it mildly, the blonde responded by leaping into the air. This is what he saw when he turned around angrily. Ero-sennin. Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to drool on some women? In retaliation, the Sannin struck the blonde's head with his fist. He yelled in the blonde's ear, "I'm here to look at that seal my old teammate put on Sasuke." And stop calling me Ero Sennin. Before pulling him toward the Uchiha's room. The blonde worriedly inquired, how are the others doing? Kakashi didn't really say what was going on with them. They'll be alright, considering who you guys went up against. Tsunade took care of them personally. Hearing that his friends would be alright made Naruto smile with relief. They better. The two Anbu standing in front of Sasuke's room caught Naruto's attention right away. With a great deal of mistrust, he questioned, why are they here? Jiraiya sighed in response, because he tried to betray the village, why else do you think? Come on, let's go inside. The guards merely nodded to the Sannin, barely acknowledging the two new arrivals. After entering, Naruto hurried to the bed and saw Sakura dozing off in the chair next to it. In an attempt to wake her, he gave her a gentle shake. Sakura-chan, wake up. She stirred gently and opened her eyes gradually. She stretched and yawned. She didn't sneer at him until her eyes were completely focused. What did you do, Naruto? She pointed a finger at him and half yelled. Look at him, he's a mess. How could you do this to him? Jiraiya retreated, unwilling to be the target of the fury that uncannily brought to mind Tsunade. Backing up, Naruto's eyes were wide with surprise. What does it even matter if he's banged up? He's back. Orochimaru didn't get his hands on him, that's what matters. There's a chance he may never be able to properly mold chakra again. Because of your barbaric actions, he may have permanent damage to his nerves in his hand. She yelled as she marched towards him, her fist already raised. Jiraiya burst in. Before the pink-haired monster could hurt the blonde, he hurriedly ushered Naruto outside and shut the door. Let's give her time to calm down, kid. She's almost exactly like Tsunade when she's on a warpath. Jiraiya turned to the blonde after they had left the hospital. Listen, I have to start looking for Orochimaru's base, why don't you lay low for a while? I know that a couple of the old hags are out for blood. Catch a good night's rest and in a couple of days this will all blow over. He gave the blonde a shoulder slap. Naruto complained about something. Can't I just come with you? After saying, sorry, kid, but I ain't taking you on a mission that takes you anywhere near that snake. I'll be back in a couple of days. The fabled Sannin vanished into a cloud of smoke. On his way to Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto strolled down the street. His mind returned to his encounter with Sasuke. There was no denying that he had prevailed, but it didn't feel that way with Sakura freaking out like she had. And what if what she had said was accurate? What if I completely messed up his hand and he has to quit? He turned right and went to the Hokage monument, intending to sit there for a while, because suddenly even ramen didn't sound appetizing. He tried, as usual, to ignore the insults and derisive glances. He was mentally reliving the entire experience. Fortunately, the team assembled to save Sasuke was safe. According to what Jiraiya had told him, they were extremely fortunate in light of everything that had transpired. Unaware that the Yondaime was actually his father, he took a seat atop the Yondaime's head. This view will never grow old to me. He smiled and lay down on his back. Perhaps everything would be fine. He went to see Choji the following day, who had only woken up this morning. When he got there, he saw that there were other people who also wanted to see the Akamichi. Neji nodded courteously to the blonde and said, good to see you're alright, Naruto. Neji, you're alright. Neji smiled infrequently, his whole shoulder heavily bandaged and taped to his chest. It seemed fate smiled down on me. Naruto grimaced. Don't tell me you're starting with that whole fate crap again, are you? One eyebrow was raised by the Hyuga. That was a joke. Shikamaru interrupted the blonde before she could reply, saying, troublesome. You really have to work on your social skills, Neji. Since Naruto had already heard about Kiba's condition and gradual but steady recovery, he couldn't help but smile when he turned around and saw the recently promoted Chunin standing in the door opening. It looks like everyone is alright then. Glancing over at Choji's bed, Shikamaru said, all things considering. We went up against Orochimaru's elite, and we survived. In between breathless gasps, Choji managed to say, and not only that, we got Sasuke back as well. Everyone looked at the Akamichi and said, Choji, relax. Shikamaru hurried to his best friend's side and said, there will be time enough to catch up. Without Lee we wouldn't have. If he hadn't helped me with that bone guy, I doubt we would have caught up with Sasuke. Neji replied, we were lucky not only with Lee, but with our allies from Suna as well. With his fists clenched, Shikamaru muttered, if it weren't for this, I wouldn't be standing here now. It doesn't matter in the end. Choji said, appearing to notice and attempting to sit up. All that matters is that we all made it through the mission and survived. Kakashi entered at that precise moment, carrying his perverted book as usual. You're right, Choji. You completed the mission successfully by cooperating as a team. You faced the elite of the Jonin. You should all feel extremely proud. Naruto laughed as pride grew. We were awesome. We should all be Chunin. Kakashi closed his book abruptly. Naruto, let's go see if Sasuke's awake. Waving at the retrieval squad, Naruto swiftly trailed behind his sensei. You know, Kakashi said nonchalantly as he looked down at the blonde. This will surely be put in your file as a commendation and will help you along towards the rank of Chunin. The eyes of Naruto widened like saucers. Really? That is super cool. I'll be Chunin before Sasuke or Sakura. I can't wait to show em off. Naruto, I didn't say it was a guarantee promotion. All I said was that it would help you along. Naruto was already lost in his fantasy and didn't pay attention. The stationed Anbu was still standing watch in front of the Uchiha's room when they turned a corner. The Anbu turned to face them as soon as they got close. He nodded to the Jonin with silver hair and said, Kakashi-senpai. Is that you, Atutsuko? He turned to the blonde and said, that's been a while. Go ahead, I'll see you inside in a little while. Hey Sasuke, he said slowly as he approached the bed after realizing that Sakura wasn't present this time. He hesitated when he saw that his injured teammate was awake. The blonde froze when Sasuke looked up. Naruto was taken aback by the Uchiha's unadulterated hatred. What have you done, you? As Sasuke leapt out of his bed, Naruto was forced to retreat a few steps instead of moving forward. Sasuke, you were trying to betray us, I'm not giving up on you that easily. With his own rage building to a boiling point, Naruto raised his voice. Angrily, Sasuke roared, You ruined everything, I despise you, how am I going to get strong enough to murder Itachi now? I'll murder you. His good fist was swung at Naruto, who was in disbelief at what his best friend had said. Sasuke looked up, fuming with rage, as the fist was about to slam into his face but was stopped by a gloved hand without fingers. It was Kakashi, who had once again come to the rescue. Sasuke, what do you think you're doing? Kakashi asked sternly, his gaze snapping from the blonde to the black-haired Sharingan user. After releasing his arm from Kakashi's hold, Sasuke turned around and slowly made his way back to his bed. Why do you even care? Just leave me alone. Atutsuko left the room and went back to his guard duty after Kakashi nodded to the Anbu, who had hurried in at the same time as Kakashi. What the hell has happened to our team? Why do the two of you always end up fighting when I turn away for even a single second? He started by turning to Naruto, who had a dejected expression on his face and was staring down at his hands. We're meant to work together. Where are Sasuke and Naruto, who are capable of competing against Haku, with the kind of teamwork I haven't seen in a long time? If you don't quickly change your mindset, we'll be doing this my way, and you'll regret not listening to me the first time. If the guards tell me that this kind of thing occurs again, there will be serious repercussions for both of you. Naruto turned to Sasuke, unsure of what to say, and wanted to say that he hadn't done anything, but Kakashi had already gone out the window. Sakura entered when the door opened again. Sasuke-kun. She saw the tense situation between the two right away and asked, Are you Awa? What have you done this time, Naruto Baka? He brushed past Sakura and walked to the door with slouched shoulders, saying, Nothing, I'll just leave. How about you avoid it? You were never wanted by us. Sakura sneered at him and slammed the door after him, saying, You were always trouble. All of Naruto's hopes for a peaceful conclusion had been dashed, and he walked down the hallway knowing that Team 7 would never be able to remain together. After leaving the hospital, he wandered the village aimlessly for hours, the words of Sakura and Sasuke reverberating in his mind, I'll kill you. When he finally arrived at his apartment, it was trashed once more and had derogatory remarks written on the walls. How did this all happen? He asked, turning around and continuing his walk through the village as tears filled his eyes. He heard his sensei's voice inside a restaurant he passed, which was not entirely unlike Ichiraku's. I know Asuma, but I'm wondering if it wouldn't be better to switch up the team and put another genin in place of Naruto. In this manner, Sasuke could concentrate on his training in the event that he is pardoned for his crime. They will undoubtedly fight again if Naruto remains on this team, and the outcome could be far worse this time. That is, if you don't consider exchanging him for one of mine. When a second voice said, I really wouldn't know how to handle the kid, especially if what you told me about his little incident is true. Naruto recognized him right away as Asuma. What I'm hearing is unbelievable. How could you even think of something like that about Naruto? You can't just replace him like a piece of clothing, he has good intentions. A woman's voice raised in shock. Even Kakashi-sensei. Naruto gasped as he leaned against the wall. Kakashi exhaled. Naruto's intentions are good, and he certainly made me proud during the retrieval mission, but the little things he does do right, doesn't outweigh all the bad. In one day I've lost Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi-sensei. Is it something I did wrong? I brought him back and I get treated like this? Naruto blurted out as the female voice said, "Duh," once more, but he had heard enough. He wiped the tears from his face and ran to the Hokage monument. A Chunin interrupted Naruto's thought, saying, "Uzumaki-san, your presence is ordered by the Hokage." The Chunin vanished before Naruto could ask why. Naruto turned abruptly and made his way to the Hokage tower, the one person he knew would not desert him. He entered the Hokage's office with his arms folded behind his head, trying to conceal his melancholy with a smile. "What's up, Ba-chan?" Tsunade clasped her hands together and supported her head as she said, "Close the door please, Naruto." Naruto shut the door behind him and turned back to the small group of people standing next to Tsunade, whom he dimly recalled as the late Sandame's advisors. "What's going on? Naruto," she started, attempting to control her emotions, "because of your recent loss of control of the Kyuubi's chakra. You are a potential liability." She sighed, her face easily displaying sadness and guilt. "We had hoped you would be able to control yourself under Jiraiya's guidance, but it appears we were mistaken. Your chakra pathways will be permanently blocked by a seal that will be applied tomorrow. You won't be a shinobi anymore. I apologize, Naruto." Naruto staggered back, hardly understanding what was happening. Kyuubi's chakra remained under my control. Throughout the entire fight, I had complete control over it. He was shocked by what was happening. Homura then joined in, saying, "Genin, Sasuke Uchiha begs to differ. He witnessed your entire body, including your tail, engulfed in red chakra. You should count yourself fortunate because we would have taken a more severe approach if it weren't for the Hokage. You were losing control of the Kyuubi's chakra, and we can't let such a risk remain unchecked and free in our village. All I have left is being a shinobi. Please don't take that away from me." I maintained my composure. Standing to Tsunade's right, Kaharu Udatane interrupted, saying, "The decision is final. You will report to the Hokage tomorrow, at 2 in the afternoon." With her head still resting on her intertwined fingers, Tsunade gazed into his eyes. "There's nothing I can do, Naruto. They overruled me. I am so sorry." From left to right, Naruto's gaze shifted. He swayed from left to right as he turned slowly toward the door. "I can't believe this is happening to me." Concerned for the boy, she thought of his family. Tsunade got up from her chair and said, "Naruto, are you all right?" He dropped to one knee as the blonde began to breathe heavily. "They cannot harm me in this way. After all that I've done for them. After all of what they have done to me." With the exception of Tsunade, who was crouching next to him, none of the room's attendants showed any concern as they stared at the boy in shock. "Naruto, you need to slow your breathing, you're hyperventilating." She was pushed away by Naruto. Leave me alone," he exclaimed as he got to his feet and stumbled while attempting to gather his thoughts. The following. The blonde needed some time to regain control over his breathing. He reached his battered apartment. Only one emotion was still flowing through his veins at this point. Hatred. Hatred for everyone in the village, pure and simple. Ranging from the humble peasants to the Hokage herself. He said to himself in a gentle yet stern tone, "So, they think I'm a liability, huh? They want to never see me again. Well, that can easily be arranged." He ripped his headband off his head and set it down on the table. He grabbed a kunai and quickly slashed through the leaf symbol. The kunai was rammed into the desk by him. He began packing his belongings, stuffing into his backpack anything that wasn't damaged. After taking one final look around his apartment, he picked up a piece of power and began writing something down. After finishing, he gazed at it with a sense of satisfaction that was heightened by his rage. "Leave me alone, and I'll leave you alone. Your liability is gone forever. I'll let the Kyuubi run amok in this village if you don't. I always keep my word, and this is a promise. You will all rot in hell, I hope. Uzumaki Naruto." He left the apartment right away, shocked to find no Anbu watching over him. He avoided using the rooftops and moved stealthily and slowly through the alleys. When he finally reached the main gate, he saw two Chunin playing with a deck of cards. He hanged them into two beautiful girls after creating a cage buncheon. He placed the two clones just out of the guard's line of sight and began interacting with the few individuals who were still out on the streets. The guards quickly became aware of the girls and began attempting to strike up a conversation by waving. Only a few flirtatious gestures and a wave were returned by the clones. Instead of focusing on him, the blonde needed to be the center of attention for the girls. He quickly hid behind a bush when he reached the tree line after stealthily sneaking past the gatehouse and racing into the forest. He looked around to see if anyone had caught him slinking out. Nobody seems to have noticed me. Okay, let's get some distance. I must entice them to go in a different direction. In an attempt to attract as little attention as possible before increasing his speed, the blonde turned west and began slowly. He needed to get far away quickly before focusing on Nami no Kuni, his actual destination. Surprisingly, no retrieval squads or hunter nin had looked into Nami no Kuni in the months since Naruto's sudden departure from Konoha. Maybe they weren't even looking for him, and why should they? Maybe the false trail he had set up had helped. He was seen by Konoha as the demon they were trying to exterminate. In return, Naruto showed no concern for them. If they discovered him, he would stop at nothing to avoid Konoha's grasp, even if it meant murdering his old friends. When he most needed his friends, they had all deserted him. He had been deceived by Tsunade. The sneer that crept onto his face was too strong for him to control. Those jerks. They were ready to dive into the flames to save Sasuke, but they vanished as soon as I needed assistance. He was strolling through Nami no Kuni village, smiling rather than sneering. The folks here were helpful and kind. They were aware of his identity, and the village welcomed him with open arms after he disclosed his situation. It was odd, given everything that had transpired, that he felt at home. He bought a dark blue long-sleeved shirt and matching pants as soon as he got there, throwing away his orange jumpsuit. His pouch, which contained shuriken and kunai, was strapped to his right leg. Additionally, he purchased a shoulder strap for himself that extended from his right shoulder to his lower left waist. He had also filled this with kunai. The second item on his list was changing his clothes. Meeting with Tazuna and his family was the first. He didn't even need to ask for assistance before they took him in. They promised to let him stay as long as he wanted and gave him their spare room. But he couldn't take it easy. Training had been neglected during the first week of his arrival, but the blonde had picked it up right away with a fairly rigorous training regimen that Kakashi would be proud of. At least that's what he thought before recalling what his sensei had said in that restaurant. With a strict schedule, he pushed himself to the limit every day. Every Monday began with a rigorous taijutsu training session, with his cage buncheon serving as his opponents. The Genin Nuke Nin would assign different tasks for each day of the week. He was able to control his chakras better on Tuesdays. When he was still on Team 7, it had gradually gotten better, but Kakashi frequently had them skip or interrupt it because of missions or other tasks. Naruto was aware that he needed to quickly improve his chakra control. He spent his Wednesdays honing his sword skills, which were, to put it simply, awful. Fortunately, Kiai, an elderly retired samurai, had been assisting him with this aspect of his training. On Thursdays, he would help Tsunami around the house, go grocery shopping, or clean the house in order to pay back the debt he owed Tazuna's family. At first, she had fiercely refused his assistance, but he persisted, and they were always completed rather quickly with the aid of his clones. He would assist Tazuna in his work, which now consisted of building new houses and other related tasks, if that were the case. This included erecting a wall to provide the villagers with a sense of security and to keep out any potential threats. Additionally, he would practice genjutsu on Fridays, which was as terrible as a cup of expired ramen. We spent the weekend lounging and sparring with Inari, who was becoming increasingly interested in the life of a shinobi. On Wednesday, he even accompanied him to watch him train while chatting with Kiai and requesting advice. Since he knew dinner was probably already on the table, he hurried along after noticing the sun was setting. When he saw his new house, he grinned and ran the final few meters, that is, until he crashed into Inari. "Watch where you're going." Glancing up, Inari pushed the blonde away from him. "No, be mindful of your surroundings." Picking himself up, Naruto pulled the child toward the door by his arm. "I did. You then made the decision to leap ahead of me." "No, I didn't." "You did." "I didn't." "Did so." Ignoring the glances that Tazuna and Tsunami were giving them, they went into the living room and sat down at the table, still arguing. You're fortunate that I slowed down with my amazing powers, otherwise, you would have suffered severe injuries. Ignoring the voice inside his head that said, liar 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 liar. Naruto boasted. Even you don't think that. Actually, I would have defeated you by now if I knew how to use chakra. The child screamed in agony as Naruto gave him a thud on the back of his head. Yeah, why didn't you avoid this, then? You are a huge idiot because I have no idea how to use chakra. You're so conceited, Naruto yelled in response. You are, too. Tazune chose to butt in at this point, saying, all right, enough. Before it gets cold, let's eat. The boy's antics made Tsuname smile, and she was relieved that Inari had finally moved past the terrible events that had happened just a few months prior. Pointing her chopsticks at the blonde, the dark-haired woman began, I was thinking, after dinner. After Naruto has had a shower, could we go have a classic movie night? It's not that bad, Naruto said, sticking his nose under his arms and sniffing. Yeah, brat, it is, Tazuna said, grunting as he chewed his food slowly. You're showering. In response, the blonde shrugged and began viciously attacking his noodles, oblivious to Tazune's glances or Tsunami's laughter. Tuesday, 3 weeks later. Naruto grunted as he nearly lost control, but he was able to keep himself upright as he climbed up and down the tree, relying solely on his feet and, of course, chakra to keep him attached to the wood. Although he had accomplished the task his former sensei had assigned the team, he had by no means mastered it. The blonde was halfway up when a sudden explosion distracted him. He attempted to grab one of the branches but was unsuccessful and fell, landing painfully on his back. What the F? He scrambled to his feet and ran toward the smoke that was rising quickly in the air as he abruptly jerked up and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a big crowd of people running to safety as he arrived on the main street that led to the exit, so he jumped to the roof to get away from the crowd of people running to safety. He was about to jump from rooftop to rooftop in the direction of the smoke when he saw a small girl by herself, at risk of being trampled by the crowd, so he jumped down and ran across, grabbing her and making a crazy jump into a nearby alley. Are you okay? I don't know where my mom is, the girl said, wiping the dirt from her face and sniffling. With the girl in his arms, Naruto ran to the young couple he saw standing at the alleyway's entrance while dodging the crowd. Hey you'll have to watch her while I see what's happening. The boy was about to say something when he recognized the blonde's attire and nodded, saying, of course Uzumaki-san. Setting the girl down, Naruto wiped the tears from her eyes and said, don't worry, we'll find your mom. These two will watch you, all right. Find my mom, promise it to me, she said, nodding once and looking at the couple before returning her dark brown eyes to the Uzumaki. Datbeo, I swear I'll find her, he yelled, then leapt out of the alley and onto the roof, racing across the rooftops in the direction of the explosion's source. He made one last leap from the last rooftop and landed in front of the gate, which was still under construction and not even close to being finished. He saw two strangers standing there right away. One was kicking a pebble that was in front of his feet with a blade in his hand, while the other was holding an elderly man by the throat. Naruto squinted as he surveyed the scene. There were bodies all over the place, most of them the guards the village had hired, but they weren't shinobi. They could hold their own against bandits, but they never stood a chance against shinobi. One of them had red hair, and the other was a dark-haired man in his late 20s. He crossed his arms and glared at the two, taking in their features and noting that they were wearing dark robes that reached just below their eyes. The robes' sleeves were short, exposing their arms from the elbow down. Naruto yelled, bastards, after noticing the captive's obvious anguish on his face. Release him. After exchanging glances, the two turned to smile at the blonde, and the one holding the older man used a chakra-enhanced squeeze to snap the man's neck, instantly killing him. You'll pay for that, Naruto roared in rage, red chakra seeping from his body and engulfing him. After concluding, the person on the right unzipped his robe and threw it to the ground, revealing a green outfit underneath that gave him greater mobility. The second person swiftly followed suit, tossing his sunglasses on top of his robe. That's demonic chakra, you must be a Jinchuriki. After losing patience, Naruto ran to the two and quickly crossed the distance. He swung his fist but missed spectacularly, which the two strangers immediately took advantage of. All right, Rigio, one yelled. Naruto moaned and collapsed to the ground as Rigio slammed his leg into the blonde's stomach, slamming him squarely into the other's fist. However, he quickly retaliated by sweeping the legs away from Ryuga. As soon as the dark-haired assailant attempted to step in, Naruto saw it coming, grabbed the approaching hand, and threw the stranger on top of Ryuga, who leapt to his feet and exclaimed, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." In a cloud of smoke, several dozen clones materialized, all covered in red chakra. "Charge!" the original yelled. Ryuga grunted and punched the final clone in the face as they threw their fists at the two attackers, who had recovered their composure and were fighting the group of clones. The clones vanished one by one in puffs of smoke. "Hadai, I've never seen this method before. It is irrelevant," Hadai responded quickly, his eyes darting around as he waited for the last of the smoke to clear. "They're dispatched off easily. Grab this." As he swung his fist in Hadai's direction from the right, Naruto yelled. Another fake. The dark-haired opponent blocked the attack and retaliated with his own fist. His partner responded by swinging his blade, but all he saw was smoke. Rasengan. After bursting through the white smoke, the real Naruto slammed his blue sphere into Ryuga, who screamed in agony and tried in vain to block the attack before being blasted into the newly built house to the left of the gate. Naruto turned to the other man, who was only staring at the wrecked building, and said, "One left." He charged Hadai and threw a barrage of punches, which his opponent was able to block with some ease. Naruto's opponent roared back, kicking him in the chest, sending the blonde reeling back. "I need to change things up. He's caught on to my fighting style," Hadai said, leaping back and slinging two kunai from his shoulder strap, one in each hand, as the former Konoha nin charged forward again and continued to trade blows with his opponent, with each fist he swung being met with retaliation. "You'll pay for killing Ryuga." Hadai retaliated by reaching for two short blades and charging forward, his blades colliding with Naruto's kunai. "Who the hell are you guys?" Naruto grunted before wildly slashing with his kunai, which his opponent deflected. He struck Hida's blade with his kunai once more. "Who we are is irrelevant." Hadai repelled Naruto's attack by slapping his leg against the blonde's, which caused him to stagger back. After falling on his back, Naruto quickly backflipped onto his feet, threw his kunai, and made a hand signal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Once again, a huge cloud of smoke appeared, and a large group of clones charged across the marketplace and forward. The creator, assisted by a clone, formed a Rasengan by pouring chakra into his hand. "This time, no," Hadai yelled before hurling his blades at the approaching swarm of clones. Two puffs showed that they had at least struck their targets. He raised his hands, and a glistening mirror materialized before him. Before the mirror broke into pieces, Naruto lowered himself into a defensive stance and waited for his opponent to strike. "Yeah!" Before he stabbed the blonde in the back, a voice screamed in his ears. Both the clones that were attacking Hadai and Naruto's Rasengan vanished as he collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. "I warned you that if you killed my partner, you would pay." With a moan of agony, Naruto crept over to his opponent's feet and clutched desperately for the blade that was still lodged in his back. After much struggle, he was able to extract it and let it drop to the ground. "Your world will burn, everyone will die, not that you'll be there to witness it," Hadai said, squatting down and grabbing the child by his spiky blonde hair. "You truly have no knowledge of Jinchurikis, do you?" With a grin on his face, Naruto was able to speak between gritted teeth. In response, Hadai slammed the blonde's face into the ground and then raised it again, his face covered in tiny cuts. "Is it really that important?" Naruto's sly smile gave way to laughter. "Obviously, Tem, we've made progress in healing." In one quick motion, he thrust the kunai into the left side of the young boy's throat after it slid out of his sleeve and into his hand. A loud gurgling sound came from the dark-haired opponent's throat as blood began to flow from his mouth and down his chin, causing him to stagger back as his hand gripped the kunai. The red aura that had surrounded his body gradually vanished as the former genin slowly stood up, panting heavily. The wound on his back had already nearly healed. Hadai dropped to his knees, then attempted to get back up while reaching out to the winner. Eventually, he collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. Naruto turned around to make sure the other man was dead. He turned to face the damaged building, and what he saw caused his hands to clench into fists and his blood to boil. A man with black hair and distinctive lines beneath his red glowing eyes stood in front of him, wearing a black outfit adorned with red clouds. Fear gripped Naruto's throat, causing him to swallow uneasily, putting aside his anger. "Itachi Uchiha," he said. Itachi simply stood there, emotionless, and said, you have improved since our last encounter. He moved forward slowly, dragging Ryuga's body with him. With a growl, Naruto dropped into an aggressive stance. He quickly grabbed a kunai from the shoulder strap and threw it at the Akatsuki agent, but it went right through him. Genjutsu. However, the instant you met my gaze. However, don't be alarmed, I'm just here to talk, Itachi said, dropping the genjutsu. Talk? What is there to discuss? You're Akatsuki. You're here to get me. Naruto's eyes darted around, aware that a large, blue man had been with him the last time Itachi had located him. That's where you're wrong, I'm alone, the rest doesn't know, Itachi said as he moved forward again and stopped a few meters from the blonde, allowing the body to drop to the ground with a thud. Naruto folded his arms. All right, what's so important that you have to tell me, a mere genin? Itachi just gazed at him. An unidentified group will visit the elemental countries in a few years. He gestured to the body beside him and said, these two are scouts, here to evaluate our strength. They will lay waste to our world and kill everyone. Looking down at the body, Naruto felt a little uneasy. Who are they, and how do you know for sure that they want to murder us all? Every place they have been to thus far has been completely destroyed. We only know that we will be the next, we have no idea who they are or where they are from. How are you even aware of this? I was informed by a friend. I have faith in him. Itachi swiveled to see that, now that the battle was over, the villagers were beginning to look around. Observing the villagers, Naruto asked, why are you telling me this? Naruto, you have the capacity to develop extraordinary strength. Whether you want or not, you will undoubtedly have a significant impact on what happens in the future. Leader Sama would have definitely approached you now that you are unaffiliated if you didn't have the Kyuubi sealed inside of you. The other Akatsuki are also aware of this. Naruto crouched down and stared at the lifeless body before turning away as guilt began to rise inside of him. Upon noticing, Itachi retreated one step. This is your first time killing someone. As he clenched his fists, Naruto nodded and said, they were scum and they deserved to die. It's normal to feel those things when you first killed someone, Itachi said, staying still as he had been the entire time. Itachi began to slowly make his way back to the gate, saying, you'll eventually learn to live with it. These scouts are probably the weakest among their ranks. Under no circumstances should you undervalue them, even if they are. I guess I just have to get stronger then, Naruto said, grinning and getting back up. But don't assume that you guys are off the hook just yet, or you'll be the next to be held accountable. Datbeo. Naruto swore he could have seen Itachi smile when he turned around. Interesting. One last thing, he said. This is not where you will find the strength you seek. Separate yourself from this village. They will only cause you to move more slowly. To overcome these unknowns, you must act like one of them, think like one of them, and ultimately become one of them. Become the monster that everyone fears you to be. I don't know if I can do that, Naruto said, standing there with wide eyes. What are you requesting of me, do you know? You want me to sacrifice my humanity and who I am. It is necessary. This is why we of the Akatsuki are so feared, Itachi said, tilting his head, his eyes showing a glimmer of recognition. Give up your name, make a fresh start, and then, when you're ready, tackle these unknowns. With those words, Itachi vanished into a whirlwind of leaves and dust, leaving a bewildered and dejected Naruto in his wake. He tore off the remnants of the man's shirt and saw that it resembled a sort of seal drawn into the skull of a strange creature with strange markings surrounding it. He looked at the lifeless body and noticed strange markings on the side of the man's neck that moved down towards his shoulder, stopping at his elbow. What is this? Naruto scowled and pressed his fingers against it, gasping in agony as a burning sensation began to spread throughout his left arm from the tips of his fingers. Images of a floating creature with white hair and purplish skin began to flash through his mind, with two red horns sticking out of his head. The images were accompanied by even more pain, and he screamed aloud as he collapsed to the ground. What is going on? With one final look at the seal, the boy allowed darkness to overtake him as he passed out, his body unable to bear the agony. He fell next to Ryuga's body. Soon after, the villagers began their investigation and discovered that Naruto was unconscious. When they saw his motionless form, they briefly thought the blonde had passed away, but they were relieved when one of the villagers searched for a pulse and discovered one. In the hopes of being able to assist the boy, they picked him up and hurried him to the first aid station. After a few days, brat, what did you do? As he attempted to pry his way through the gate, the Kyuubi roared at the blonde. How the hell should I know that I would faint if I touched that seal, you stupid stinking fox? Naruto said, standing there in shock. I just touched it and That's right. When you see something, do you touch it? Your female species will really like you. Before going back on his rampage against the gate, which didn't move at all, the beast let out a laugh. Anyway, what's it to you? That's all. I was knocked out. The blonde gave himself a thumbs up in response. That's where you are wrong, the Kyuubi roared again, his eyes glowing red. My chakra is gradually depleting as a result of you. It is regenerating too quickly but not quickly enough to kill me right away. My power is being depleted by something, and it's the seal. With a startled step back, Naruto said, You're dying. He expressed a range of emotions in his voice, including sadness because the fox had become a part of him and had repeatedly saved his life. The Kyuubi was the bane of everything that went wrong with him, and he would finally be free of the one who had caused him great pain. I am. But don't get too attached to me just yet, brother, it will take some time. Observing the boy's distressed expression, the Kyuubi said, You should be glad that I'll finally be gone. I'm sorry, Kyuubi. For what it's worth, you may have been the whole reason behind my messed up life, but you weren't always a pain in the ass, Naruto said, nodding and shuffling with his feet as he gradually felt the pressure recede, indicating that he was regaining consciousness. The demon flashed his teeth and smiled. Pranking the entire village didn't help either, boy. With a smile of his own, Naruto returned the greeting. They had it coming. Not that it matters now anymore. No, it doesn't, but you decided to make a stand. I respect that, and as a result, I will assist you in training. I may not be able to do much, but what I do know I'll pass along. Naruto gave him a wide-eyed stare. From the mighty Kyuubi himself, praise. Thanks, I'll become the strongest shinobi there is. Datbeo. The Kyuubi slammed his massive body against the gate again. Stop with that incessant screaming. When Naruto came to, all he could do was laugh. Naruto held his hands in front of his eyes to block the lights as he opened them again, coughing as he did so, only to quickly close them again because of the intensely bright lights. He could hear voices all around him. Naruto Nisan, exclaimed a voice that was obviously Inari's. About damn time, kid, said a rough male voice. Still unable to see everyone in the room clearly, Naruto turned to face the older voice. Can it, old geezer? A soft female voice said, Glad to see you've woken up Naruto-kun. I'll get the doctor. I recognized Tsunami right away. As she walked out of the room, he heard her footsteps fading and couldn't help but smile. As his eyes finally adapted to the lighting, he asked, So, anything important happened while I was out? He turned to the left and noticed Tazuna standing next to his bed. We managed to rebuild the house that was destroyed, luckily no one was in the home when the guy got crashed into it. With a sheepish expression, Naruto scratched his bandaged cheek. Were you guys watching the fight? Before Tazuna could speak, Inari spoke. We were nearby. You really showed them Nisan. Could you teach me? Disregarding him, Naruto inquired. How many were killed? Tazuna paused. They killed 12 guard that were stationed at the main gate. Luckily no civilian casualties. When Naruto learned how many people these monsters had killed, he winced. There's a lot more in store for us if Itachi is correct. Tazuna gave him a shoulder pat after noticing the grimace. You did great, kid. If you hadn't stopped them, they would have killed a lot more. Naruto nodded silently, his thoughts tormented by both his first killings and the bodies lying there. The man's kunai was still sticking out of his throat as blood trickled down his chin and onto his face. Hadai stumbled and fell to one knee while frantically attempting to grasp it. When a female doctor and Tsunami entered the room, the blonde was startled out of his reverie. The doctor said, Ah, good to see you're awake, Uzumaki-san. How are you feeling? Doing just fine, only some sore muscles left. You can discharge me, no problem. Naruto flexed one arm, still feeling a little sore. He detested hospitals. The physician chuckled. You sure act like it, but your body may disapprove. So let me check you out and we'll decide from there if it's wise to release you from our care. After acknowledging that he was only wearing shorts and a shirt, Naruto nodded and got out of bed. In front of him stood the doctor, and requested that he raise his shirt. Following her instructions, he threw his shirt on the bed after pulling it over his head. With her hands on his chest and chakra slowly emanating from them, the doctor began taking his vital signs. All right, I've noticed nothing out of the ordinary. Your body is under a lot of stress though, so it's very important you take it easy for a while. I'd like to keep you here for the night to see if there aren't any surprises that could pop up." She returned to her seat and gave the blonde his top. "We'll release you tomorrow if all goes according to plan. After you twice saved our village, that's the least we can do." She gave him a smile and wrote something on her pad before nodding and walking away again in silence, but not before Naruto shook her hand and thanked her. After putting his shirt back on, Naruto reclined on the bed and briefly rested his hand on the pillow. He looked at his new family and grinned, saying, "You guys want to know how I beat the crap out of those guys?" With a bark of laughter, Tazuna said, "Well, we didn't see the entire fight, so I'm curious how this all started." With enthusiastic hand gestures, Naruto began narrating his tale. "Well, it all started with this girl who was about to be run over by a large group of people. When Tazuna, Tsunami, and Inari arrived the following day, Naruto got up and changed into new clothes in the closet, prepared to go home. Naruto-kun, it's wonderful to see you feeling well once more." Tsunami grinned as he emerged from behind the curtains wearing his new attire. "If you're feeling well enough, we should go back home as soon as possible. Get you something good to eat, because this hospital food can't be good for the patients here. Let's move forward." Naruto pumped his fist in the air. Although he was relieved to be out of the first aid station, he had mixed emotions about the entire situation, including the murders he had committed, the murders those scouts had committed, and, of course, his internal conflict over whether or not to heed Itachi's advice. After the blonde insisted on getting some ramen, the group left the aid station and headed home, making a stop at a ramen stand. When he was still living in Konoha, nobody wanted to talk to him except for Ichiraku Ramen or his friends. They either sneered at him or gave him a wide berth. "But if I don't do something about this threat, there won't be a home left. I can prevent that from happening," he said, contentedly slurping his food as they walked down the street. "What do? I have to choose in what I've always wanted and in my responsibility as a shinobi," Naruto said, sitting on his bed and running his fingers through his hair as soon as they arrived at their home. "Naruto, are you decent?" Tsunami asked, knocking on the door, breaking him out of his reverie. He lay on his back and said, "Yeah, come on in." "Are you feeling okay?" she asked as she walked into the room after opening the door. "You always eat lunch before going upstairs. I know you had some ramen, but that usually doesn't satisfy your hunger." Quote, "I guess I'm just not feeling that great yet," Naruto said, sitting back and grinning genuinely at her. "At least today, I'll take it easy. I'll probably feel brand new after getting a decent night's sleep." "Okay, Naruto-kun, if you're sure that's all, I'll leave you be," he said, nearly faltering under Tsunami's worried gaze. "Please, get some rest." Naruto gave her a nod and said, "I swear, I'll feel better in the morning." "Thank you for saving our village," she said, walking over to give him a hug and a gentle peck on the cheek. "This can be your home if you want it to be, regardless of how Konoha has treated you." In an attempt to control his emotions, Naruto swallowed as tears welled up in his eyes. That would be nice." Grinning, Tsunami got back up and ruffled his hair before turning around and leaving the room again, picking up the basket containing clothes that still needed to dry. "If I don't leave soon, I don't think I'll ever be able to," Naruto said, sighing sorrowfully as he watched her pull back. Naruto got up and made the decision to go for a walk because he thought that getting some fresh air would be beneficial. He had to gather his thoughts and get ready. "Hey old geezer, I'll be back later, I'm going to get some fresh air." As he opened the front door, he yelled at Tazuna. "Brat, pay attention, are you going to use your cane to beat me?" "Yeah, I definitely could," Naruto said, grinning as he walked down the road and back into the village. He shouted back as he stepped outside and closed the door behind him, but not before dodging the apple Tazuna threw at him. After this was all over, he could see himself settling down here. He strolled along the narrow path, grinning. With a sigh of satisfaction, Naruto pushed the ramen stand's flaps aside on the market. Trade was Nami's primary source of income, and as a result, their economy had grown and stabilized. The small village's hard times appeared to be over. Naturally, it was helpful to raid Gato's locations and steal his cash and other valuables. He moved in the direction of the mortuary, which was adjacent to the aid station. A high-pitched voice yelled, "Naruto-san." And the blonde turned. A young girl ran over and grabbed her mother's hand. "This is my mom. She wanted to say hi." Naruto recognized the girl right away as the one he had prevented from being trampled just days before. "Hey there, I'm happy to see you managed to find your mom." The mother touched her daughter's head from the back. "I wanted to thank you for saving my daughter's life. I got separated from her and I couldn't get back to her. I'm incredibly grateful for what you've done, Uzumaki-san." She made a deep bow. "Arigato." In an attempt to stop her, Naruto waved his hands. "Oh please, that's not needed, anyone would do the same thing." She gave the blonde a smile. "And you did. I can't thank you enough, I'm forever in your debt." He laughed and scratched the back of his head. "Well, if someone ever asks for me, who isn't of this village, please don't tell them anything, my stay here is kinda secret, he. After giving a nod, the woman took her daughter's hand. She gave him a wink before turning to face her daughter. "Your secret is safe, no one in this village will say a word about your presence here. Come, Chia, let's get going, I'm sure Uzumaki-san has other things he has to attend to." The young child waved, "Bye Naruto-kun," as she and her mother blended in with the throng. The blonde turned left and rounded a corner after waving. He hurried over as soon as he saw the mortuary. He approached the front desk. The young genin was greeted with joy by the woman. Well, if it isn't our newest member of our small village." Naruto gave her a smile. "Hi, I'm here to look at the bodies of the two attackers." At his request, the woman scowled. "That is quite an unusual request, Naruto-san. However, you did save our village, so I think we can make an exception for you. It's to your right down the hallways, third door on your left. I'll call ahead to let them know you're coming." "Arigato." The blonde then did as she had instructed. He needed to see the attacker's seal one last time. He had been attempting to figure out how it was even possible and whether it could be undone ever since Kyuubi's startling revelation. When Naruto got there, he rapped on the door. The door was opened by an elderly man in his late 50s. "Ah, Uzumaki-san, I heard you want to have a glimpse at our two latest editions." He gave a nod. "That's right, one of them had a seal I wished to have one last look at." With a hand gesture, the man guided them to two tiny metal doors and opened them. Two bodies were placed on top of two metal slabs that were rolled out and covered with white cloth. "I know you are a ninja, so I take it dead bodies aren't a problem for you." "I'll be alright," Naruto said, nodding at the man before turning to face the bodies and carefully removing the cloth. Hadai was the first. He examined the seal more closely, but he was not an expert. Naruto grabbed a notepad and drew a rough sketch of the seal before putting it back in his jacket. The worker took a small step back to give Naruto some room. As he removed the cloth from Rigio, the second body, Naruto swallowed uneasily. His eyes flickered with images of his Rasengan slamming into the man. He looked more closely at Rigio and shook his head. The seal was not on his shoulder. "That's strange. I assumed they would both have the seal. This may be a weird request, but I need to take these bodies with me," he said, turning back to the man after covering the bodies with satisfaction. The man gave him a startled glance. "I can't do that, these bodies belong to the families, despite the atrocities these men committed." Naruto persisted. These men were evil, and they weren't working alone. If their friends find out they have been killed here, they will attack the village again, and I don't know if I'll be able to stop them again. The man mulled it over and scratched his chin. "Well, okay, but you have to do it with elegance because you can't just run around with two dead bodies. That would undoubtedly draw a lot of unwarranted attention." He looked at the two covered bodies and thought, "I'll have to do it at night, when I leave. I'll do it at night. Take them far away from here, making sure they'll never link them to the village." The man gestured to the door and said, "I'll leave the emergency exit unlocked so you can open it from the outside." With a deep bow, the young nuke nin thanked him and walked away. "I'm very grateful for your help. I should be thanking you, Uzumaki-san. You saved us after all," the man said, bowing in return. The whole experience made him feel depressed as he walked down the street. However, it was also for the best. Not only was it wishful thinking, but it was also very foolish of him to think he could stay here. The Konoha would begin marking off potential hiding spots for him once they discovered that his tracks took them nowhere. Without a doubt, Nami no Kuni would be on their list. Years will have gone by when this is all over, and their search will be over. I can return here and make myself at home. When Naruto got home, he noticed Inari had just left. He greeted the child with a high five. "What's up, Inari?" Inari put his hands in his pockets and pouted. "Heading back to school, lunch break's over. Blurg." He ruffled his hair as Naruto passed him. Well, good luck with that. I'm gonna go do some training in a bit. See you later, Ni-san. Later, brat. Who you calling a brat? You're a brat too. You're the biggest brat here, and you know it. Datbayo. Tazuna yelled, give it a rest. From inside the house. Naruto waved to Inari as he went around the house, making an effort to fit in some last-minute training. 4xx4x. After shutting the door to his room, Naruto began discreetly packing his most important belongings. I can't tell them that I'm going. All they'll do is try to keep me. I don't have time for that, he said, stuffing extra clothing and packs of shuriken and kunai into his backpack. He had to purchase explosive tags in a different village later because he no longer had any. The 12-year-old unfolded the map he had previously bought. Naruto saw from the map that he needed to take a boat to Yu no Kuno before walking into Yuki no Kuni. More distance between him and Konoha was necessary. They would never venture into Yu no Kuno. At least for the time being, that ought to be my ultimate destination. He went downstairs when he was called for dinner, where Tazuna and Inari were arguing back and forth at the table. He began eating his meal, which included a bowl of rice and katsudon, in silence. His lack of enthusiasm was noticed by Tazuna. Why are you all of a sudden so quiet? Are you okay? With a dismissive wave of one hand, Naruto looked up. Yeah, I still feel a bit weakened from the fight, hopefully I'll be up and running in no time. Tazuna looked at him, then nodded. He laughed and took a sip of his alcoholic beverage, saying, okay, I'll stop bothering you. But if you ever feel the need to talk, go to Tsunami, because I don't know how to handle that touchy stuff. Ah, but old geezer. Naruto smiled, wondering if this is what it's like to actually have a family. If you won't rock me to sleep tonight, then who will? Tsunama laughed and Tazunba smiled. Naruto almost choked on his food, and Inari had visions of Tazuna rocking him to sleep. With a huge smile, Inari added, yeah, and when are you going to read him a bedtime story, huh? Naruto gestured to the young child with his chopsticks. I'll let you keep that, don't want you to feel left out. With a bark of laughter, Tazuna gulped down the remainder of his drink. Naruto put his attention back on his meal and finished it quickly before assisting with the table's cleanup. She nudged him gently toward the living room and smiled at him, saying, you can go relax, Naruto-kun, go watch some TV with Tazuna and Inari. After returning her smile, Naruto sat down on the couch and watched Tazuna and Inari quarrel over when he should go to bed. Naruto doesn't have a bedtime. Why can't I stay up as late as him? Because you don't kill people for a living. So, if I kill people I'll get to stay up late. Tazuna gave a snort. Yeah, if you kill people you can stay as long up as I want. Really? Tazuna gave Inari a headshake. Of course not. Now go do your homework. Inari complained and began to move in the direction of the door. Stupid bedtime. I'm almost 9 years old. Stupid homework. Tsunami was reading a book when Naruto glanced at her. I'm going to turn in as well. See ya tomorrow. Yeah, right. Tsunami smiled affectionately as she looked up from her book and said, good night, Naruto-kun. With another drink in his hands, Tazuna gave the blonde a wink and said, see ya in the morning, kid. Naruto made the decision to take a shower after going upstairs because he didn't know when he would be able to do so properly, so he thought he might as well make the most of it. He undressed and turned on the hot shower, waiting patiently for it to warm up before stepping in and thoroughly cleaning his entire body. As the blonde was taking a shower, he couldn't help but wonder what his objectives were. For the time being, the most important thing is to keep any threats away from Nami. This is going to be hell. Why am I even doing this? He exclaimed as he turned off the shower, got out, dried himself, and crossed the hallway to his bedroom. There, he quickly checked his backpack one last time to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything. Once he was satisfied, he got fully dressed and slid under the cover. He couldn't risk making any noise when he left, and he couldn't risk sleeping either. 2:57 a.m., 5 hours later. After rubbing his eyes for what seemed like the millionth time since going to bed, Naruto looked at the clock above his bedroom door on the wall and said, there's no use in waiting any longer. Silently, he got out of bed and grabbed his backpack from beneath his bed and slung it over his shoulder. The child walked quietly to his door and opened it, praying that no one would be awakened by the creaking noises. Then he walked into the hallway and shut it, squinting again at the sound. The second, fifth, and eighth will definitely wake up the entire house if I stand on those, so I have to make sure I skip them, he said, tiptoeing down the hall into the stairs. He walked down the stairs with the grace of a drunk cat, barely avoiding the creaking steps. He took a piece of paper and a pen from the desk in the corner and wrote something on it after he got downstairs. He then put the letter on the dinner table, looked at it one last time, and grinned pitifully. Dear Inari, Tsunami, and Tazuna. The two men who attacked weren't the only ones out there, so I'm going to make sure that no one else attacks this village again. I wish you guys and the rest of Nami all the best. I felt more at home here this past month than I have ever felt in Konoha. After the fight, I realized there was no other option, so I left Nami to get stronger. The two men who attacked weren't the only ones out there, and if I stay here, it will slow me down too much. Naruto. P.S. Datbeo. XXX4X. He ran to the mortuary to retrieve the bodies after leaving through the front door. He looked to his right and saw the ramen stand. And there's another downside. After leaving Konoha and Ichiraku's, I found a decent replacement here. Now I have to leave yet again, he said. Fortunately, no one was awake on the street, not even an elderly man who was unconscious in the corner. After a few moments, he realized where he was going and went around the back, immediately noticing that the door was slightly ajar. He quickly moved to the area where the bodies were lying, opened the metal doors, and discovered that they were in two black bags. Once he was certain that these were the two attackers, he made two clones and gave them the order to carry the bodies. Why are you unable to assist? One questioned. Because I'm the boss. Now carry it. The other questioned. So you're that kind of boss. The kind that doesn't help. I'll be scouting and making sure we won't be seen. Now stop complaining and get moving. The author growled. Am I really that obstinate? Despite muttering something that sounded uncannily similar to slave labor, his clones obeyed. They quickly ran across the village after leaving the mortuary. When Naruto saw the gate, he saw that the building next to it had already undergone nearly full restoration. The first person to leave the village was the original Naruto, who stopped at the forest's edge. He waved and smiled sadly as he looked back one last time. It's for the best, he said, turning suddenly and running away with his clones right behind. After 3 months, with his head held low, Naruto ran. There were cuts and bruises all over his face. A tiny drop of blood was dripping from the corner of his lip. His clothing was in disarray, with rips and cuts demonstrating the extent of the damage. However, he continued running in spite of this. Leaping over a downed tree, he grabbed two kunai with explosive tags with ease. He hurled it at his assailants, who were only a few meters behind him and hidden by bushes and trees. The blonde, 13, could see the end of a low cliff in the distance. He glanced to his right and left, but the cliff was far away. He chose the path that would increase his chances of survival because he had no other choice. He leapt. His clothes were flapping wildly as he fell. He made another attempt to reach for his pouch, but it was harder than he anticipated. The boy was finally able to grab another exploding tag and braced himself for the impact. Luckily for his legs, he landed in a dense bush that significantly broke his fall. The exploding tag was positioned in the bushes, waiting to be detonated by physical contact, and he rolled out of the bush and onto his feet. Ignoring the pain in his legs, the former Konoha nin resumed his sprint, putting as many trees and other objects in his way as possible. This is absurd. For the past 3 days, they have been pursuing me. They should rest, don't they? Kyuubi is the only reason I haven't fallen victim to chakra exhaustion. He staggered and fell down the hill as the ground gradually took another abrupt plunge. After a few seconds, he regained his composure and resumed his sprint by using his hands to front flip himself back onto his feet. Kyuubi, I need more chakra. This is the last thing I can give you, your body won't be able to handle anymore. When he heard the exploding tag burst, Naruto grunted in response and snapped his head to the left, indicating that they were also down the cliff. When he had jumped off the cliff, he had succeeded in putting more distance between them, but not nearly as much as he had hoped. The blonde jumped out of the way as soon as she heard something flying toward him. His shirt's left sleeve was scorched as a massive fireball flew past him. Naruto was chilled to his very core when a serene voice said, "Uzumaki Naruto, stop running and face us." He forced himself to stand up, gritting his teeth. "Screw you," he exclaimed, taking off again through the Kaminari no Kuni forest. He knew that the Kyuubi had contributed more of his power because he could feel another surge of energy exploding in his chest. He leapt onto a higher tree branch after jumping over a medium-sized rock, quickly picking up speed as he ran from tree to tree. His movement was slightly impeded as he swiftly counted while reaching for his pouch. Only 3 exploding tags remain, along with 8 kunai and 4 shuriken. Additionally, I'm down to my final smoke bomb arg. I regret listening to Itachi. It's foolish, boy. Give up already. This running is only delaying the inevitable. Another voice said. The blonde disregarded their advice and pressed on farther into the forest in the hopes that the swamp would aid him in his last-ditch effort to get out. Ignoring the stabbing pain in his side, he attempted to accelerate even further as he dodged another massive fireball. The icy voice said, "Can't keep running from us, boy. You thought you could get away with the murder of our comrades?" The second one asked, clearly approaching the young preteen. As he threw his final smoke bomb and leapt to the bank of a small river, fear raced through his body. He moved through the river in silence, hiding behind one of the numerous rocks that protruded from it. "We found you, Uzumaki Naruto." The blonde was barely able to cross his arms before he was engulfed in an explosion. As the smoke cleared, 2 figures in dark clothing landed on the riverbank and peered at the child's hiding place. They could see a man standing on the rock, fully clothed in black, with Naruto slung over his shoulder as the smoke gradually dissipated. He was wearing metal vambraces that were fastened to his wrists. His hood was currently pulled back, exposing his green eyes and dark ruffled hair, and he wore a dark red sash around his waist. The man's youthful appearance was evident from his smooth skin. A smirk adorned his face as he gazed at the 2. One of the 2 said, "It's him. What do we do?" "We have to retreat and inform the rest that they have arrived." They vanished in a whirl of leaves as soon as he said, "Understood." Naruto followed the man in black as he turned around and ran off. A few hours later, in a tiny community near Kaminari no Kuni, Naruto opened his eyes drowsily. Before he abruptly recalled what had happened, he glanced around the tiny room in which he was living. How on earth did I make it through? The explosion is all I can recall. How did I get here? I could have easily been killed by them. He put his feet on the floor and got to his feet. He saw that he was dressed in black knee-length pants and a white shirt when he looked down at his attire. He had apparently been changed while he was away. Unquestionably the one who saved me. He approached the door, opened it slowly, and then cautiously stepped inside after looking into the hallway. He silently descended the stairs after spotting them down the hallway and arrived at a living room. "About time you woke up." Naruto turned his gaze in the direction of the voice's origin. He noticed a man with green eyes and dark hair who was dressed in black pants and a black shirt. The man gave him a look in return and grabbed him. The blonde said, "Who are you? Are you the one who saved me?" The man took a sip from his drink and nodded. "Yep, I'm the one who saved you. The name's Hawk. Those 2 were hunting you for quite some time. Until they found you at Suyuaka village. You did kill 2 of their buddies, so I can't really blame them." Naruto's eyes went wide with shock. "You know who they are?" The man gave a nod. "Yes, I've been tracking them from a country across the sea. That land used to be a peaceful place where disputes with other countries were rarely solved through military action. Negotiations took place. Their army was worthy, no doubt about that. But they didn't experience a lot of action, they weren't like shinobi. But it all changed. They came and slaughtered everyone. No one was left alive. Men, women and children were all slaughtered in a matter of weeks." Breathlessly, Naruto whispered, gazing at Hawk, "And now they've come for us." Hawk gave a headshake. "Not yet. The ones we have encountered are mere scouts. They are most likely here to gain information about the locations of all the hidden villages, as well as to assess our military strength. They've also scouted ahead to find a tear." Naruto appeared astonished. "A tear?" "Yes, or more accurately a chakra tear. A chakra tear appears when enormous amounts of chakra is being used in a short period of time. Or if large portions of chakra is used over time. Think of battlefields where wars used to rage. Arenas or even possibly training grounds." Hawk got up and opened a window to let new air enter the space. "These tears aren't visible to the naked eye, so very few people know of this." Naruto took in the new knowledge. If they aren't visible to us, why are they searching for them? What makes a chakra tear so unique? Hawk smiled and said, "I'm glad you asked. Demons can be called to our world through chakra tears." What? Naruto gaped, his eyes wide. "Like the Kyuubi?" "Yes, it is similar. This is how the 9-tailed beasts originated, as we have always believed." He paused for a second before continuing, "But that doesn't stop there. These invaders want to suck demons into our world from who knows where. They can become incredibly strong by fusing their bodies with the demons. We don't yet know how they are accomplishing this. We must then put an end to them. Naruto pumped his fist into the air and yelled. Hawk smiled again. Really, I never would have considered it. Thank you for coming to tell me this. Naruto said, sticking his tongue out. Hawk went on. As I said before, it will take quite some time before they actually arrive, so during that time we'll have to get you stronger, strong enough to go toe-to-toe with the unknowns. With a cheer, Naruto leapt up and down. Okay, then, come on, let's. One more thing, Hawk said with a nod. Yes, anything. Stop yelling. It's bleeding my ears. Abruptly, he yelled in Naruto's face. Sweat trickled down Naruto's face. So why are you yelling? After 7 years, to the far west of Omegakure, 2 miles away from a small village, flashes and explosions broke out. The villagers watched from the edge of their village as the explosions eventually subsided, leaving behind a massive cloud of smoke that seemed to put an end to whatever was happening. A blue-clad man staggered through the smoke, struggling to breathe, with heavy metal plating on his legs and wrists, blood dripping from his hand, and a deep cut across his face. A second man, dressed in black, stood across from him. He had a metal vambrace strapped to his right wrist, but his left arm was covered in something gory and black, with red lines glimmering through what appeared to be tiny scales. The man's face was hidden by a black hood, with only a portion of it visible due to a face mask and a red sash around his waist. How is it possible for a hunter to change into a demon? With wide, terrified eyes and a heavy pant, he yelled. With a heavy, inhuman voice, the man in black tilted his head almost imperceptibly and said, "It's arrogance if you think your people are the only one with the ability to merge." He then vanished and reappeared behind his opponent, sheathing his katana. The man in the blue robes collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest as blood splattered everywhere. "You and your friends will all be killed when the others get there," he growled. "We'll check into that. You won't see your so-called slaughter." The monstrous claw changed back to a typical human hand, covered in a metal gauntlet, and his voice gradually began to return to a lighter tone, that of a young man. "Lord Kenpachi, praise be." Having fought his final battle, the man slumped forward after saying that. "Good job, Ghost," said another voice. When Ghost turned, he saw an old friend approaching. "Robatsu, it's been a while," he said, taking his friend by the arm and embracing him. "Why are you here?" Robatsu withdrew and knelt beside the deceased man, saying, "I'm trying to find you. Everyone must come in. Like Usari, you were hard to find, so sending a message was not an option." After gathering his strength, Ghost said, "Where should we meet the others?" "The hotel." Robatsu nodded. His long brown hair was pulled back into a ponytail. He had a single scar on his face and thin lips that curled into a gentle smile. He couldn't be older than 25. He was dressed similarly to Ghost, suggesting that they belonged to the same group. However, instead of Ghost's gauntlet, Robatsu wore a metal vambrace. "We have a week to get there, so it's best if we get going right away," the brown-haired man said, searching through the deceased man's pockets before using a Kaiden jutsu to burn the body after he was positive it contained nothing valuable. "Let's start by dropping any jobs you may have." Ghost nodded, reached into his robe, took out his sunglasses, put them on, and exhaled a barely audible sigh of relief. "Lead the way. 4xx4x. Traveling by boat to the elemental nations." A man knocked on the door of a seemingly random cabin while wearing black and red clothing with white stripes on his sleeves. When the man inside gave his approval, he rapped his knuckles on the door and opened it. "Lord Kenpachi, with our current speed, the estimation of our arrival will be nearing 4 weeks." The man he was addressing this to was seated behind a desk. To say he was muscular would be an understatement. His hair was pitch black and swept back. He had on matching pants and a long-sleeved dark red shirt. He had a black trench coat slung over the back of his chair. What was noteworthy, though, was that it had no sleeves. "What about our scouts? Did they find any leaks?" "A couple, sir. Dorgan is making a list right now, and it won't be long before he's done." The subordinate always looked down and never looked him in the face. "Is there anything else I should know?" The lord behind the desk seldom, if ever, gave praise to anyone. He accepted both the good and the bad without even flinching. "A greater number of our scouts have been missing reports. My lord, this is the 5th in a span of 3 months." There was silence for a while. "It is irrelevant. We have the information we need. When the seekers arrive, let me know." "Certainly, sir." The man then departed, leaving Kenpachi alone in his chamber. Kenpachi glanced at the photographs on his desk. The images showed a few individuals in red-sashted black robes. A number of the pictures had names written beneath them. Hawk is his name. Gender: male. Age: unknown. Relationship: hunters. Favorite weapons are short blades or melee. Level of threat: red, almost black. Take great care when handling. Although he was not familiar with the second, he was aware that it operated in the Omegakure and Yuki no Kuni regions. Name: Ghost. Gender: male. Age: young adult, unknown. Relationship: hunters. Favorite weapon: katana. Level of threat: red, almost black. Take great care when handling. Note: this person showed up around the same period that Uzumaki Naruto vanished. Every detail suggests that this is, in fact, Uzumaki Naruto. Information about the man Kenpachi hated was included in the third file. Rome is his name. Gender: male. 39 years old. Associated with hunters. Dual-wielding short blades are a weapon of choice. Level of threat: red, almost black. Take great care when handling. Note: the group known as the Hunters was founded by Rome. Kenpachi whispered, Rome. He wanted the man eliminated. But he was always able to get away from him. He had maintained the idea that he could be defeated and halted his invasion. When they were fighting, no mortal man had ever gotten away from him, but he had. And he had to die for that. A week later, no Kuni was found somewhere in Kawa. As dusk began to set in, Robatsu and Ghost entered the tiny village of Tova. Some people in the village were still on edge because hunters were a common occurrence. After a bandit raid threatened the small community's survival, Tova village and the hunters reached an agreement. As long as there was no trouble, they were permitted to live in the village. The people of Tova would agree to stop letting others know where the hunters were in exchange. We should change our clothes as soon as possible. Let's head to my apartment, Robatsu said, giving a gentle elbow push. At least most of the time, the hunters maintained a low profile by not wearing any of their signature attire within or close to the village. They turned to the left, strolled aimlessly through the streets, and then vanished in an invisible puff of smoke. Ghost and Robatsu strolled through the streets approximately 5 minutes later. Ghost had on a black shirt with long sleeves and 3 buttons, 2 of which were undone. In order to protect himself from the setting sun, he wore sunglasses and matching pants. His once gravity-defying blonde hair gradually began to hang, though not significantly. His hair was slightly disheveled by the wind blowing through it. Robatsu had on a similar outfit but no sunglasses. He had made the decision to wear his hair up in a bun. They headed back the way they came and soon found themselves in the village's little square. At the far end of the square was the inn. They walked silently across the square, talking to each other. Ghost glanced up at the nameplate and couldn't help but smile. The Drowned Man. Home sweet home. Robatsu nodded and smiled at him. It's been a while, hasn't it? I haven't seen the rest in 4 years. Ghost opened the door and entered first, followed closely by his friend. Once inside, Ghost breathed in the tobacco and alcohol odor. It was nice to be back. He noticed that not much had changed when he looked around. Men and women from the village as well as tired travelers looking for a break from the hardships of their journeys continued to occupy the large round tables. He approached a sizable, odd table that was positioned in the middle of the inn and surrounded by a variety of people conversing with one another. As they got closer, the group looked up. A shuffle of chairs and feet was heard. They gave the newcomers shoulder pats and embraces one by one. Ghost smiled at them and said, "Good to see you guys haven't changed." As soon as he had stepped into the bar, he had clipped his glasses to his shirt so his eyes could get used to the darker lighting. One uttered, "You have, Ghost. Or should I say Naru," before being slapped on the back of his head. A man with light brown hair sat back down, allowing the blonde to sit beside him, and said, "Don't do that, Hawk. You know why. A little joke doesn't hurt anyone, Yuseri." Hawk patted Ghost on the chest and put his arm around his shoulder. "Look at you, all grown up. I remember when I saved your ass, what was it? 6 years. Ghost retorted, putting up his hand to catch one of the bartenders. "Attention, 7 years, actually. Speaking about change, what is that patch of hair you sporting?" Hawk winked and said, "I know what the ladies like." Before going back to the bartender, Ghost ordered a couple dishes of sake. "Well, you always could use the advantage." Robatsu and Yuseri both started laughing, and the young adult smiled back. Behind the three, a woman asked, "What are you guys laughing about?" Who looked over their shoulder in turn? A young woman wearing a dark, tight-fitting outfit and a long-sleeved, loose-fitting vest that was dark red and hung below her waist. Many of the male occupants turned their heads as she passed because of the way she was dressed, which highlighted her figure. She ignored it, idly fiddling with a strand of her curly blonde hair that framed her endearing face. Ghost recognized her as Mikuru right away. They were about the same age. Oh, you know, making sure Hawk doesn't let it all go to his head. He had to acknowledge that every time Mikuru walked into the room, his head would undoubtedly snap. Her propensity for being unduly worried or her insistence on learning more about his past were the reasons he kept his distance. Grinning, Mikuru picked up a chair and positioned it between the male blonde and Hawk. "How's it been going, Naruto? I haven't seen you in years." An irate voice asked, "Who ordered the plate full of sake?" Ghost lifted his hand and said, "That would be me," then turned to face the girl. "I've been all right, but please don't call me by my old name. There are a lot of people who'd love to know of my whereabouts." Mikuru nodded and opened his mouth to continue, but a newcomer cut him off. A shaven-headed, dark-tanned man approached holding the plate. His left ear was nearly gone, and both of his hands were severely scarred. Nevertheless, the man continued to exude confidence, which seemed to motivate people around him. "We're about to start the briefing and you really have to drink." Hawk smiled at him and picked up a plate of sake, saying, "If we have to listen to you, Rome, we'll most definitely need it." Rome moved to the front of the table after setting the plate down in front of the latecomers. The big table was now the scene of a genjutsu. The conversation around the table appeared random and unimportant to the other patrons of the bar. "Seeing as we've all finally arrived, let's get started," an older woman said. She had dark blonde hair, tied in a ponytail which was draped over her left shoulder. She had caring green eyes that seemed familiar to Ghost. "I'm Mayu, which you all undoubtedly know. The recent events involving the unknowns are the reason we've all gathered for the first time in 4 years." Ghost could feel Mikuru stiffen next to him, knowing that she was a support fighter with a great deal of healing power and that she had never met the unknowns. Just before they left Murarka, our insider informant was able to surreptitiously leave a message. "It would take them 2 months to get here," she said. Last week, her message was delivered. They are only 4 weeks away from the mainland at the moment. "That is concerning." With a peculiar accent, Rapa said, "We have to warn the hidden villages." The man was slightly shorter than the others and was frequently the target of jokes, though he didn't seem to mind. He had a large swirly tattoo on the left side of his face that extended down his neck and to his lower right arm. With a somber expression, Robatsu continued, "To put it mildly, yeah. They have dispatched a 5-person advance shore party to exacerbate the situation. We can speculate that they are here for the Big Five, but their exact purpose is unclear," Rome remarked as he stood beside Mayu. When Ghost realized, he said, "Who's going?" Rome gave him a long look before responding, "We'll be forming 2-person teams. 1 support fighter and 1 main fighter." Mayu took over at that point, but her expression suggested that she was distressed. "The teams are as follows. Robatsu and Yusari, you will go to Kumogakure. Hawk is going to Sunagakure with Rapa. I'll Ghost you in. Mikuru is going to Konohagakure." "Seriously?" Ghost scowled and forced himself not to slam his fist against the table out of frustration. "And the teams are those. Don't undervalue your opponent and look out for one another. I guess it's too much to ask for a swap for any of the other villages," Ghost said, reaching for the final dish of sake and downing it while slapping Hawk's hand. "Sorry, Ghost," Mayu said, shaking her head. "Because of your previous connections, you were selected for Konoha. It might provide you with an advantage." "Figures," sighed Ghost. Hawk made the decision to try to lift his spirits. "Cheer up. Finally, we have the opportunity to battle an actual unknown." The scouts were getting monotonous. "Hawk, I rather fight scouts for another 4 years than go back to that hellhole. What makes fighting an unknown so enjoyable for you?" Mikuru turned the bearded man and asked. "That's Hawk for ya," Robatsu said with a sly smile. "Even if he is weaker, he is constantly looking for opponents to show off his strength." "Which he is." "Uncool, Ghost," pouted Hawk. "I trained you, if I recall correctly," he said, gesturing to himself. "Yes, partially." Ghost grinned and got to his feet, saying, "But if you want to spar, just say the word, and I'll gladly kick your ass any day." "Where are you going?" Mikuru asked, glancing up at Ghost. "To get more booze." He approached the bartender and raised 4 fingers at a bottle, saying, I'll go crazy if I have to listen to Hawk for another second. Mikaru looked after him, then turned to face Robatsu. What's wrong with him? I believe that he has changed. That's just Ghost. His life was not easy. His lone wolf approach hasn't, in my opinion, improved his personality either. Hawk replied, but don't worry about him, he's solid. Hawk followed the blonde as he left the bartender, carrying another plate of sake. What became of him? Rome took a seat across from them and said, you'll have to ask him that, it's really not for us to say. Naruto took a seat again and said, don't stop talking about me, just because I'm here. Hawk laughed and followed suit as he grabbed 2 dishes and finished them one after the other. Rome laughed and shook his head, then leaned forward to take a dish. Slowly but surely, as the evening wore on, most of the hunters departed and went to bed, leaving behind a small group of Rome, Mikaru, Hawk, and Ghost. Robatsu got up to leave, said good night, and left for home. According to what I've heard, the Jonin exams will begin in Konoha in a week. Potential tear. The village is therefore a high-value target. By this point, Ghost had moved to a non-alcoholic drink, and as the night grew late, he began to feel the effects of fatigue from his journey. Rome nodded and said, we want you there because you are familiar with the village and its residents. The 2 of you will have an advantage. Ghost looked at his teammate Mikaru, who was talking to Hawk without paying him any attention, and just nodded. Are you going to keep her safe? She will be anxious because this is her first fight, Rome said, giving Ghost a shoulder slap. He answered, don't worry, I'll bring her back, and then he stifled a yawn. He stretched his arms and said, I'm going to turn in, I'll see you guys tomorrow. He continued to look at Mikaru, who smiled back and wished him a restful night. Ghost approached the bar by the door and said, you have a room available. Behind the bar, the bartender nodded and said, we do, it will be 120 ryo for one night, with a discount if you book a room for a week or longer. Before getting the key to his room, Ghost gave the man the necessary sum of money and said, just for one night. XXXXXXX. All of the assigned teams were fully dressed in their distinctive uniforms, which identified them as the mercenary group the Hunters. The majority of their group was standing outside the village on the path that would eventually lead them to a crossroads. I wish you all the best of luck in your fight against our enemy, Mayu said as she moved forward. But keep in mind that your first priority is to protect the innocent. Mayu, of course, we'll see you all soon, I suppose. Robatsu turned around and ran off, his teammate right behind him, saying, take care. Hawk smiled and went after them, Rappa running at his heels. Mikaru, please, take caution. Mayu asked worriedly, then gave the girl a tight hug before reluctantly releasing it. Are you prepared? Ghost asked, adjusting the gauntlet on his hand a little. With a nervous nod, Mikaru said, let's do this. Ghost, please look after Mikaru. Mayu moved away from the blonde girl and asked. In response, Ghost nodded to her and said, don't worry, she'll be fine. He turned around and ran away, and Mikaru waved one last time before following him. For a few hours, they ran through the forest in silence, only occasionally engaging in small talk. Ghost looked at the pretty girl and saw that she was very anxious and doubtful. Hey, Mikaru. She gave him a questioning glance and said, when the unknown is discovered, please let me handle the fight. Since you're anxious about the entire situation, I just ask that you relax and pay close attention, making sure that nobody from Konoha gets in the way. Are you certain you don't require my assistance? Naruto gave her a wink and said, you can patch me up afterwards, reducing his speed a little to make it more comfortable. I know you've been doubting your skills. By definition, you are superior to the majority of shinobi in your field because you are a hunter. Alternatively, don't worry so much, as Hawk would say. Mikaru nodded and grinned at her teammate, her concerns somewhat allayed. As night fell, they made the decision to halt their journey in the direction of Hai no Kuni and set up camp. You know, if you really want to be as incognito as possible, we might want to adjust our outfit a slight bit, Mikaru said, poking Ghost with a stick she had discovered lying around while cooking. With his hair tousled by the sudden movement, Naruto raised his head from the documents that would allow them to enter Konoha and asked, what do you have in mind? Our hunter outfit is intimidating and attracts attention, she said, pulling out 2 dark blue cloaks from her bag that completely covered their outfits. That's fantastic in most situations, but don't you think we should concentrate on being as unnoticeable as possible at the moment? The problem is my hair, it's a dead giveaway, Ghost said, realizing that he would also need to take off the face mask and the hood. I'm concerned that they would see through it even if I were to henge it. Mikaru gave the blonde a smile. I got just the thing, she exclaimed, exposing her hair dye with outstretched hands. Under his breath, Naruto muttered something obscene. What was that? Quote. Nothing. Fire Country. A few days later. Slowly, Ghost and Mikaru made their way to the gates of Konohagakure. Since I left, I haven't paid any attention to Hi no Kuni. I'm now going back to the location that attempted to rob me of everything. Why am I doing this at all? These jerks are undeserving of it. They ensured their headbands were in plain sight as they closed in on the gates. Omegakure had promised to register them as visitors for the exams, and Rome had somehow managed to obtain official documents and headbands. Ghost had to acknowledge that they undoubtedly resembled AIM Shinobi with their additional cloaks. As they passed through the gate and made their way to the check-in post, Ghost absently ran a hand through his freshly dyed brown hair and whispered in Mikaru's ear, "Whatever you do, don't reveal my old name, all right?" She nodded and trailed after him to the tiny structure. "I won't, I promise," she said. Ghost addressed the two Chunin seated there, saying, "We're here for the finals of the Jonin exams. What are your names?" After saying, "Oradaki Ghost, my companion is Mikaru Hideel," Ghost gave them their files and waited amiably, hoping Rome would keep his word. There was a pause, and then the Chunin smiled and returned the papers. "I hope your stay in Konohagakure is enjoyable and that you enjoy watching the exams. I've heard that your colleagues did really well in the second stage, so I'll be watching them in the finals. Your papers are checked out. I'm grateful. We will undoubtedly be cheering them on." Mikaru joined in and warmed the two's hearts with a smile. Mikaru noticed that Ghost was still wearing his glasses as they strolled down the street, with shops and residences on either side. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why are you wearing sunglasses? It isn't very sunny." Naruto turned to face her slightly and said, "That's because my eyes hurt because of daylight." "Why?" Just as Naruto opened his mouth to speak, a voice erupted from the crowd. "Delicious ramen to go, created especially for the celebrations. For just 4 ryo, try it now." Naruto said, "I have to get some of that, now," slipping past several onlookers before stopping in front of the merchant. "2 please." "So, this is your weakness?" Mikaru asked, glancing at him. He laughed and said, "That and gorgeous women, so watch it." He turned to face the trader and gave her a cup, ignoring her laughter. However, it soon became evident that this was not his weakness. Ghost threw the food away with a face that conveyed his intense disapproval, saying, "This is absolute garbage." "This isn't so bad," Mikaru said after taking a bite. Ghost, however, refused to listen and took the cup out of her hand and put it in a trash can. "We're going to the only place in this dump that actually makes some good food." He led her to the one location he truly remembered with pleasure. "Hello, may I take your order at Ichiraku's Ramen?" As the two sat down, Ayame grinned at them. Ghost said nonchalantly, attempting to block out the flood of memories triggered by the unassuming ramen stand, "I want the Shio ramen." "I'll take the miso ramen." Dotting down the order, Ayame said, coming right up. Mikaru looked over at Ghost and said, "Ichiraku's. To be honest, it doesn't look that great." The temporary brown-haired teammate played absently with his chopsticks, memories of the village flooding his mind, making him feel both homesick and nostalgic, a strange combination, considering he was never treated as a resident of Konoha. "A ghost," he muttered absently, it's great. It's probably because this used to be his hometown. Can't have been easy," Mikaru said, scowling as she turned to face the street, where both shinobi and civilians were strolling. They ate their ramen in silence after Ayame returned. When they were finished, they started walking through the village again. "Which hotel should we choose?" He gestured to the hotel on the corner of the street and said, "Let's just take that one over there." They immediately went over. "Hello, how may I be of assistance?" Taking the initiative, Mikaru said, "We'd like to book a room for the entire week. Do you want 2 separate beds or 1 shared bed?" Mikaru looked at her teammate, but he was staring out the front window. "Separate please." Mikaru paid the required amount and was given the keys. "Here are the keys, you can pay half now, and half upon departing." Mikaru nudged him and he snapped out of his reverie, saying, "Ghost, let's go." Ghost couldn't help but sigh with relief as she shut the door after following Mikaru to their room. She approached and attempted to take off his cloak, but he dismissed her with a shrug. "Are you okay?" she asked. "I'm just adjusting," he said, taking off his cloak and throwing it onto a chair. After that, he took off the outer layer of his clothing, revealing a form-fitting black shirt. His eyes were already closed when he kicked off his shoes and collapsed onto one of the beds. XXXXXXX. Later that night, Ghost woke up and discovered Mikaru had vanished. I sincerely hope that she doesn't do anything foolish. He decided that his hunter's outfit was sufficiently inconspicuous without the outer garment after looking in the mirror. He decided he needed a drink and went outside. He clipped his glasses on his shirt as he walked out the hotel's front door and saw that night had fallen. He strolled aimlessly down the street until he discovered what he was searching for. When the blonde walked into the bar, she saw that it was packed but not overflowing with shinobi. He moved to the rear and took a seat on a bar stool that was leaning against the bar. "Ah, visitors from AIM, we don't get your kind here often," Ghost muttered, "often enough," before tapping the wood with 4 fingers. "Give me your best sake." In compliance, the bartender retrieved 4 dishes and poured his finest sake into them. "Enjoy, stranger." Ghost looked around the entire establishment as he finished the first drink. It was obvious that shinobi were the main patrons of this bar. It wasn't just for shinobi, though. Civilians were standing in small groups around him, keeping to themselves. He noticed someone sitting down next to him out of the corner of his eye. He looked around a little before freezing. His old sensei, Iruka Yumino, sat beside him. He caught a glimpse of his old teacher ordering a drink, and time seemed to slow down. "I need to calm down. If I continue in this manner, I'll draw attention. I'm in a shinobi bar for Kami's sake." He let out a slow breath and picked up his second dish, bringing it slowly to his lips and allowing the liquid to run down his throat. "Troublesome patrol. Ino's going to kill me when she finds out I didn't go straight home." Iruka laughed. "Better than having a bunch of kids tell you they know better and that I'm wrong. The new generation of upcoming genin are something else." Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment once more. "Really, Shikamaru, out of everyone, it must be the man with the 9,000 IQ. He ventured to glance to his left and studied Iruka's face. Not much had changed for the Chunin teacher. His eyes appeared older and more sophisticated, and he had tiny whiskers of gray hair that began at his temple. Shikamaru, on the other hand, still had that sluggish expression in his eyes, but he had undoubtedly grown up over the past 7 years. He was smoking a cigarette out of the corner of his mouth while wearing a Jonin vest. Ghost couldn't help but snort. One that was noticed. Iruka drew the former blonde into the conversation by asking, "What's funny about what I said?" Ghost raised an eyebrow. In his view, one of the best instances of betrayal had been Iruka. Like Shikamaru, the man had done nothing to assist in the punishment. If you can't teach a bunch of brats to show some respect, you certainly aren't deserving of any. Iruka's eyes narrowed slightly as he appeared surprised by the scathing remark. "You don't even know these kids, or me, AIM Nin." Ghost reached for the third dish and poured its contents down his throat while shaking his head. "From what I can tell you're Chunin, at the least. If the brats are unwilling, punish them accordingly. In AIM, disrespecting our teacher is met with physical punishments, and if that doesn't help, they're kicked off the program. Konoha must have grown weak if they allow such behavior to go unchecked, or perhaps the teachers are just worthless." He didn't care that Ghost was lying outright. All he wanted to do was harm the man next to him. Having a serious expression on his face, Shikamaru interrupted, saying, "How about you remember where you are currently residing in, stranger? We allow your stay here, but that can just as easily be taken away." Ghost began to say, "How about you shut you?" but was interrupted by a drunk Konoha Chunin, who pulled him off the barstool and onto the ground. "You don't speak to us like that," he grunted in a way that was almost unintelligible. The AIM Nin had already rushed forward and slammed his body into the drunk, sending them both to the ground before Iruka could help him up. Ghost was on the verge of slamming his fist into his drunk opponent when Asuma Sarutobi grabbed it. He was hurled backward and struck a table. His eyes blazed with hatred as he instantly stood up. Asuma demanded, "Identify yourself." While facing the alleged AIM shinobi, Ghost tightened his jaw. He was aware that he could easily defeat Asuma in a fight. However, that wasn't the issue. The issue was that the two were now surrounded by the entire bar, and it appeared that they didn't want him to hit one of their most esteemed jonin. He let out a slow breath and stood up straight. At least he made an effort, but another random person shoved him back down. He yelled, "Stay down," and then burst out laughing. Ghost made an effort to remain composed, but as his temper began to flare, he got to his feet, and the person who had shoved him was the first to fall to the ground. Instead of slamming his fist into the man's face as he had initially intended, he chose a low sweep with his leg, which proved to be equally effective. After his counter, Asuma moved forward, and he gestured with his finger. If you ever touch me again, I swear it's the last thing you'll ever do. Asuma tilted his head forward. It appeared that he was now extremely angry as well. You visit our village under a banner of peace. You attack 2 Konoha's shinobi and threaten me. Who do you think you are, punk? At this point, Iruka interrupted. Asuma-san, please calm down. We were having a discussion with him and the drunk Shunin attacked first. Asuma turned to face the inebriated Shunin, who was swaying back and forth. Is this true? He insulted Iruka. The man hiccuped before attempting to hurl his glass at the aimed shinobi with the brown hair. Asuma snatched up the glass and ripped it from his grasp before he could get very far. Asuma turned back to Ghost, who had his arms folded. You disrespect the name of Konoha shinobi everywhere. Go home, Asuma said. I acted hastily and perhaps too harsh. I apologize, he said as he strode over to face the man. He was so tempted to slam his fist into Asuma's face. He looked around and saw that everyone had either dispersed or gone back to drinking. Ghost walked past the man and returned to the bar, saying, I know who you are. Sarutobi-san, and it's because of the respect I had for your father that I'll let this go. Iruka extended his hand to the man and said, I'm incredibly sorry for what happened. Please have a drink, on me. Ghost walked right by him, grabbed his last bowl of sake, and drank it. He turned to face Shikamaru, who was staring at him calculatingly in return. What are you looking at? I know you from somewhere, I just can't seem to place it. Ghost used that as an excuse to hurry out of there. He hurried back to the hotel after leaving the bar. It would be an understatement to say that going to the bar was a mistake. He heard someone taking a shower as soon as he walked into the hotel room. Mikuru. She called out from the shower, Hey, Ghost. I went out to get myself oriented with the village and when I returned I saw you were gone. Back on his bed, Ghost sagged. I was mingling with the locals. For the better part of 3 days, Ghost and Mikuru had been wandering the street in search of their target. They hadn't found anything yet, and Ghost was beginning to think they might have to wait until the real test. That is, until they turned a corner and went through an alleyway via a shortcut. They spoke quietly to each other until Ghost came to a complete halt. Ghost, a man wearing red robes with metal plating on his shoulders, legs, and wrists leaned against a tree. His dark brown hair was cut rather short. Gazing at the man, Ghost studied his features. The red-clad man turned to face them. What are you looking at? You, said the hunter. This must be him because the descriptions match. The man paused in the middle of his sentence, realized what he was saying, and grinned. And why are you? You two must be hunters then, how very interesting. You have certainly become an annoyance to our plans. Ghost looked around and saw no Konoha nin right away, though it wouldn't last long. We aim to please. What's your name, Hunter? And what of the other? Does she even speak, or is she afraid? With narrowed eyes, Mikuru took a step forward. Afraid of you? We outmatch you 2-1, your fleet is still weeks away. Ghost turned suddenly and let a kunai fly from his hand after letting it slowly stray to his katana. A woman with black hair in a bun deflected his kunai. She appeared to be around 26 and wore the same attire. So, there are two of you, interesting. The women were leaning against the structure. Hunters. What are they doing here, Ryudora? Ryudora gave a shrug. I don't know, Sia, we didn't get to that part yet. But that doesn't matter, you know our orders, kill anyone who stands in our way. Ghost disappeared and then materialized beside Sia, snatching her head by the side and slamming it into the building she was leaning against. The hunter reappeared next to Ryudora, but this time he slammed his knee into his opponent's stomach, causing him to stoop in agony. Regaining her composure, Sia roared, you know how to use flash step. And charged ahead. Meanwhile, Mikuru was uncertain about her response. I cannot allow Ghost to fight by himself. I must assist him. Unsheathing his katana, Ghost took Ryudora by the wrist and flung him into the charging woman. After slamming into one another, the two unknowns collapsed to the ground. They quickly recovered and were ready to charge again when they were jolted into realizing there were two hunters. Mikuru crashed into Sia from the side, slamming both of her feet into her face and sending her crashing through the back of the same building she had just been slammed into. After giving a nod of approval, Ghost charged Ryudora, who had drawn his own blade. Blades clashed between the two until Ryudora won the battle and defeated the hunter. He then delivered a forceful blow to Ghost's face, causing him to leap back and gather himself. "What's your name, Hunter?" Ghost wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned at him. "The name's Ghost." He looked over his shoulder and saw that Sia had recovered and was now charging the small blonde, who was defending herself with two kunai. Using Flash Step again, he materialized next to Mikuru and extended his hand. But someone else grabbed his hand before he could finish. "What?" Taking a sharp breath, he snapped his eyes to his left. Kakashi Hatake was standing next to him, stopping him from using his jutsu. He glared at the silver-haired Jonin while lowering his hand. He focused on Sia and Ryudora, who were being restrained by 3 additional Konoha shinobi. "That's..." A young man with raven hair stood in front of Ryudora and demanded, "What's going on here?" He was about his height, and his hairstyle was the same as it had been in the past. He was wearing a black shirt and black pants underneath the standard-issue Jonin vest. "Sasuke, Uchiha," Ghost scoffed at him before suddenly turning to face one of the other Konoha nin. Sakura Haruno was standing there. Her appearance had slightly changed over the years. She looked more like a shinobi than a girl who wasted half of her time on her hair and makeup. Her hair was still short, but the edges were now ruffled and a little messier. As he let go of Ghost, Kakashi remarked, he asked a question nin. Ghost turned to look at the final shinobi, who was clearly his replacement. His hair was similar to his, it was more slick to the back and slightly spiky. He had a smirk on his face and dark green eyes. Sia bowed apologetically, saying, "Sumimasen, we were just sparring with one another, but it got out of control." Kakashi looked over at Ryudora. "You know the rules. Fighting isn't allowed." Ryudora gave Kakashi a sharp look. "I'm sorry, it got out of hand. If you want to reprimand me, I completely understand. We merely forgot. That mistake caused severe structural damage to a building." The unidentified Konoha nin retorted. Sakura turned back to the 2 hunters in disguise and said, "What about you two? You aren't participants." "He just said that we were sparring. Is there something wrong with your hearing, Kunoichi?" Ghost murmured. "This is simply fantastic. What is this? A complete and utter reunion." His purported replacement growled, "Be more respectful towards Konoha shinobi, stranger." The hunter snarled back, "Respect is not given freely, it's earned, and that pink-haired monstrosity certainly hasn't earned it." Ryudora turned and walked away, Sia trailing behind him. "It fun while it lasted, Hunter Ghost. I hope we'll meet again." Mikuru glanced at her friend, who just grinned. He narrowed his eyes and gave Sia one last look before saying, "I doubt you'll like what the outcome will be." He turned to go as the two vanished from his view. "Come on, let's get some food, Mikuru." Kakashi blocked the path by raising his hand. "I haven't said you could leave yet. Who are you, and what's your purpose in Konohagakure?" Ghost furiously rubbed his forehead. "My name's Oradaki Ghost," he said, gesturing to his companion. "Hers is Mikuru Hideel. We're here to watch the finals of the exam." "Liar," Sasuke sneered as he stood beside Kakashi. In a technical sense, Ghost wasn't lying. He was just cutting corners on the other aspect of his goal. "Hatake, why don't you keep your pet on a leash? It's unbecoming of Konoha nin to make accusations when they are wholeheartedly untrue." The replacement pointed a finger at Ghost and said, "Wait, you're the one who was caused all that ruckus last night." With an eyebrow raised, Mikuru questioned, "Wait, you did what?" Taking one of Hawk's most popular phrases, "If you mean that I was attacked by your compadres for having discussion, then, yeah, I caused a ruckus last night." Knowing that harsh words would not help, Mikuru asked politely, "Are we free to leave?" Kakashi's gaze fell on the pretty blonde. Ghost could already picture Hataki's mind working at the speed of light. "First you'll be paying for the damage you have created to the building." Mikuru extracted a checkbook from inside her cloak. While the former blonde was muttering in the background, she wrote something down and gave it to the Jonin. Something about how unfair everything is. Ghost looked to his right and saw the kunai he had thrown earlier, but Sasuke had already strolled over and reached for it before Ghost could get to it. After giving it a quick glance, he walked slowly over to the hunter and gave it to him. "You showed some capable moves, but it's nothing to boast about. We'd have you flat on the ground in the blink of an eye." Oradaki Ghost allowed the kunai to spin around his fingers. "Your brother certainly doesn't think so." Everyone turned to face him as they froze. With his jaw set and his eyes narrowed, Sasuke was the first to speak. You've met with Itachi. Kakashi turned to the two and stuffed the piece of paper into his breast pocket. If you know where Itachi Uchiha is, you should tell us. There's a big reward for the one who gives us crucial information about his whereabouts. Ghost gave Mikaru a quick glance before focusing entirely on Copy Nin. Well, that surely is convenient. You are in need of information, and I'm in need of that check you just pocketed. Kakashi immediately withdrew it from his vest and extended it. However, he withdrew it before the ex-blonde could grab it, keeping it out of Orodaki's grasp. Ghost just held out his hand and said, I spoke to him in Odo no Kuni. With a curious tilt of his head, the Copy Nin gave him the piece of paper. Where exactly and how long ago? The check was torn to pieces by Ghost. It was in Odogakure. 3 years ago. Sakura cried out, 3 years. What good will do that? He's long gone by now. A deal's a deal, Hitaki. Mikaru, let's get going. If I'm going to stay here for a moment longer I might just kill myself. A furious Sasuke and an intrigued Kakashi were left behind by the impolite Aim Nin. Sakura and Raido simply watched, a mix of surprise and rage. Mikaru and the Konoha missing Nin with brown hair sat down at a table on a terrace with a view of the market square. You really should play along, Ghost. It will help us in the long run. He simply shrugged and sipped his drink, taking in everything that was in front of him. Since his departure, Konoha had not changed much. It still featured low, wooden structures that were no taller than 3 stories. For him, the difference was that he wasn't stared at with contempt. They were undoubtedly tired of him, but it seemed to them at least that this was because of his association with Aim. We'll be gone from here soon, don't see the point in playing nice with these tree huggers. Mikaru let out a sigh and grinned a little. You've changed since I last saw you. Orodaki looked a little uneasy and averted his gaze. It's been 5 years since we last spoke, Mikaru. What happened in those 5 years? Mister, what's going on? Ghost, she asked, putting a hand on his arm and gently shaking it to startle him out of his reverie. He coughed once before concentrating on his food and taking a bite. I'm good. Mikaru chose to ignore his odd behavior and began inhaling her noodles with the chopsticks. So, I must say, that kick you gave Sia was impressive. You waited for an opening and abused it. She began. She paused. I got lucky. In a straight-up fight I don't know if I'll be able to handle her. He took one last bite of his food before putting it away. Don't worry, I can handle them both. You make sure that the moment Konoha arrives you keep them back, he said. Just keep Konoha away from us. You don't even need to fight them. Are you certain you can defeat them both? I didn't think they were easy pickings. She stared down at her hands, uncertain of what to do. Ghost smiled at her and waved his hand dismissively, saying, I have some tricks up my sleeve. I'll do my part, you do yours. I will keep you safe, as I promised. He's definitely attractive, I can't deny that. But he's got a presence that is very calming and yet at the same time intimidating, Mikaru said, observing the man sitting in front of her. He had brown hair that was slightly spiky but gravity pulled it down slightly. He had no facial markings and his blue eyes seemed to glow and hold determination in them. Are you certain you don't want to snap a photo? His face was crawling with a smirk. She blushed a little and quickly averted her gaze. Don't come up with any amusing ideas. He laughed as his smirk changed to, I wouldn't dream of it, Mrs. Hadil. She struck him in the face with one of her chopsticks in retaliation. Ghost was standing in front of a familiar building as the afternoon gradually transitioned into the evening. Very interesting that when I lived here, the landlord wasn't in the slightest interested in cleaning this place up. The moment I leave it's all suddenly changed. Fuck this place. The building in front of him had undergone a complete renovation and appeared to be something that fit perfectly in the village. To think that he placed his own kid in such a situation. This village is messed up, he said, glancing at the Hokage monument, which was the head of the Yondaime. He had spent hours sitting atop the man's head, wondering who his parents were, only to realize he had been sitting there all that time. He turned around and made his way back to the hotel. The exam finals were tomorrow, and he knew that Ryudora and Sia would probably attack then, causing enormous casualties along the way. There was no better time to do that than in front of thousands upon thousands of people. His top priority was to kill them before they merged with the demon. If he didn't, he would probably have to use his own abilities. I'd rather not do that though. Mikaru would have a difficult time to understand, he said. He ascended the stairs and made his way to his hotel room, where he looked at the wall clock and was startled to see that it was almost midnight and that he had allowed his thoughts to wander for too long. Mikaru was sound asleep when he entered the room, so he tiptoed past her bed and carefully undressed. I should have done this alone, she isn't ready to face these opponents yet. But then again, in about 3 weeks all that doesn't matter anymore, so maybe this will do her some good, he said, glancing at her with a gentle smile that soon turned into a frown. He slid into bed and allowed his fatigue to overtake him. As they ran toward their opponent Sykes, who was dressed in a red cloak and carrying a large battle axe appropriate for a man of his size, Raipa and Hawk exchanged nods. The first to strike was Hawk, who made a number of hand gestures. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu. The unknown was hit by a huge ball of fire, which he tried to block with his hands. Now, Raipa. Raipa moved his hand in a circle, then pulled it back and pumped it forward again, causing a long, thin bolt of lightning to shoot out of it and fly forward. When Sykes noticed the impending attack, he took one hand away from the Kaden attack and attempted to block it as well. Raipa grinned, knowing that this would tip the scales in their favor. Sykes fell to one knee with a roar of pain, but this time he ignored the pain and used both hands to push the Kaden jutsu aside, ramming it into a nearby boulder. Instead of blocking the attack, the bolt snapped straight through his hand and pierced the left side of his chest. The unknown, panting heavily, rose again and charged Raipa, who grabbed his blades that had been stabbed into the ground and confronted his assailant head-on. He slashed both blades overhead and downward, but Sykes deflected it with his own weapon and pirouetted, pushing Raipa away and obstructing Hawk's own incoming kunai. Raipa had already put his feet in the back of Sykes's stumbling forward, right into Hawk, before the man could counter with his axe. Go to daddy. With a victorious grin on his face, Hawk yelled as he drove a kunai into his opponent's seemingly unstoppable throat. Grunting, he tore open the man's throat and let the blood-soaked kunai fall into the sand. With a final grunt, Six swung his axe, but Hawk saw it coming and avoided it. Six mouthed something as his legs began to fail. You're done, big guy, but nice try. Greet your pals down below. Overall, they suffered a few minor injuries, but that was well worth the cost. Hawk passed the dying man and stood beside Raipa. Are you all right, Raipa? Nodding, the man with the strange accent said, it's not serious, so let's go, okay. With a head nudge from Hawk, they were able to move steadily out of Suna's desert and into the forest, where the temperature was noticeably different. In the midst of hundreds of spectators, Orodaki Ghost and Mikaru Hadil made their way to the stadium with the intention of closely watching the finals. Everyone had the opportunity to become a Jonin if they demonstrated that they had the skills appropriate for that rank. The Jonin exam was reportedly similar to the Chunin exam, but in this instance, they had to demonstrate strength. The Chunin exam required you to demonstrate the wit and intelligence required for that of a Chunin. These matches would ultimately come down to a straightforward but appropriate brutal one-on-one fight. He reached for her hands and gave them a gentle squeeze as he noticed Mikaru picking at her fingernails and displaying signs of uncertainty and anxiety. How are you not freaking out right now? She asked, giving him a look and making the same gesture. Who's to say I'm not going crazy? After the disastrous Chunin exam all those years ago, they decided not to take any chances, so they entered the arena and let Mikaru pass first. They had hidden all of their weapons in 2 scrolls, which Mikaru then concealed inside the sleeves of her shirt. They also knew that Chunin would be thoroughly checking for any weapons or illegal substances. The males in the detachment were the drawback to the security measures. Mikaru simply twirled the scrolls around her sleeve, layered them with a small but powerful genjutsu, and used a seductive smile to sneak the scrolls in while the Chunin's eyes were still on her retreating figure. Ahem. The Chunin turned his focus back to Ghost, who was the next person in line. Upon being granted entry, Ghost encountered Mikaru, who discreetly gave him the scroll. Ghost took the initiative and guided them up a flight of stairs where other guests were chatting excitedly about the impending battles. When they reached the top of the stairs, they turned left and walked back out into the open air, while rows and rows of stairs stood in front of them. They could see that they were on the very top of the arena, looking down upon the fighting pit, and to make matters better, they were right next to the participation lounge, which was divided by a waist-high wall. A couple of the Chunin who would soon be fighting were sitting next to the lounge, where the hunters were located, chatting with each other or their friends. So, Sakura hasn't even made Jonin yet. Pitiful, he said, observing the scoreboard, which showed that Sakura Haruno and Niarasiku would be the first combatants. When do you think they will strike? Mikaru sat down in their assigned seats and asked quietly. Ghost concentrated a tiny bit of chakra on his eyes until they glowed red, but fortunately he was unable to see this because his sunglasses blocked it out. He could clearly see the dark chakra flowing around the chakra tear, as if the ground had cracked open and tiny drops of chakra were pouring in. It is near. 1 or 2 chakra-induced fights, in my opinion, will eventually come to an end. They'll tear it open using a method. The demon that emerges will then attach itself to the closest individual who has the most chakra. Kami, this is absurd. Mikaru could hardly contain her voice as she whispered. Don't worry, it sounds crazier than it actually is, the hunter said, looking over his shoulder to the booth where the 2 unknowns had just entered. At least 2 things. First, if one of them merges with a demon, I have a few additional strategies up my sleeve that will balance the odds. I want you to trust me if that occurs, okay? What sort of tricks? Looking directly into his eyes, she asked. Please just have faith in me. What's the other thing? She asked, nodding despite fidgeting with her nails once more. If it should look like I'm about to lose, he said, turning back to Mikaru after taking one final look at the recently arrived pair. As the first 2 competitors appeared on the field, the crowd erupted in cheers and yelling. I want you flee. Please head for Tuva and alert the others. Mikaru appeared astonished. What? No. Together, we accomplish this. This isn't debatable, Ghost said, squinting his eyes and snatching her hands again to keep her from fidgeting. You'll be the next to fall if I do, and you yourself stated that you doubt you could stop them both. Let's live to fight another day, okay? Instead of arguing, Mikaru simply shook his head and got up, saying, Don't worry, okay? It's just a contingency, he said, making his way to the contestants' lounge before hopping over and approaching Ryudora. You know that's against the rules, Oradaki-san, a voice said behind him. Ghost spun around to see Kakashi standing in the corner, mostly hidden by the shadow. Copy Nin, I don't think you're involved. Sakura is undoubtedly skilled at hitting a man where it hurts. As he continued to emphasize the fight, the announcer yelled. You're not either, but here you are, violating the regulations once more. I think you might not be attending the finals, Kakashi said, closing his book abruptly and approaching. Actually, I am. I am aware of your identity. You're not from Omegakure. You're the ghost responsible for the massacre at Irosa. Ghost let out a sigh. And how did you find that out? It wasn't hard to figure out really. You can change the color of your hair and wear a cloak, but you fit the description. So, what are you going to do about it? For a few moments, Kakashi gazed at the ceiling as if considering his. Well, I was planning on detaining you, but I have a feeling you wouldn't go down quietly. So I'd most likely just kill you. Not even remotely concerned, Ghost raised an eyebrow. Well, rest assured that I'm not here to destroy your village or kill its inhabitants. Sakura advances to the next round. Niera is knocked out of the finals. Then, what are you here for? Will Kiba Inuzuka and Boku Tusa please come down? Your match is about to begin. The crowd let out another round of applause. Glancing over his shoulder, Ghost noticed Mikaru staring at him anxiously. In an attempt to calm her down, he winked at her. Hataki, I'm actually here to save your. Ghost turned to face Ryudora as he abruptly strode over to the balcony's edge, poured chakra into his eyes, and saw that the chakra tear was about to burst. To the surprise of the other attendants, he witnessed Ryudora and Sia leap over the edge. Ghost spun around completely and began running after the 2, shoving 2 competitors who were in the way with rough force. Mikaru, he shouted over his shoulder, not even sparing a glance. It's time. Hey, punk, pay attention. What are you doing, Ghost? Kakashi yelled after him, but it didn't help. Ghost used the momentum of his vault to slide down the wall at a ridiculously high speed. His dark hunter's outfit rippled as the wind slammed into him, and the blonde undid the knot holding his cloak together and, in one fluid motion, vaulted over the edge while the brown cloth came loose and caught wind, briefly floating before dropping on the ground. He's absolutely crazy. Mikaru watched from above as her teammates slid down gracefully. Knowing what to do, she ran across and dove into the lounge before Kakashi and the other Konoha shinobi could stop her. Listen up. From the group known as the Hunters, I'm Mikaru's son. Our goal is to avert a catastrophe. I have to beg you to hold off until my partner is finished. Kakashi and Sasuke appeared side by side. What nonsense is this? I promise that your village will benefit from this. Mikaru saw her teammate about to engage 2 unknowns in combat as she peered over the edge and down to the pit. Ghost glanced around as he quickly closed in on the ground and noticed that Ryudora and Sia were already approaching casually, oblivious to the cries of the fighters and Shikamaru, the Jonin in charge of the finals. Ghost used his ability, Flash Step, to appear on the ground just a few meters above the ground, appearing only ruffled by the wind. Glad to see you could join us, Ghost. He turned to face Ryudora and Sia, who were grinning at him. If you think I'm going to allow you to merge with that beast, you're sorely mistaken. Sia was standing behind him, and he heard the sound of air being displaced, but before he could respond, someone else spoke. Hey, what are you doing, in your opinion? Go bother someone else, this is my battle. While Kiba hadn't changed much, his dog had, and it was now as big as a small horse, growling its teeth at the three of them. Only Kiba snarled in frustration. Tem, get away while you can for your own sake. Kiba looked at Shikamaru, who was already getting ready for his signature Kajimane no Jutsu. Ghost saw the same thing and realized he had to deal with the Nara first. He rushed forward, grabbing Shikamaru's arm, twisting it, and throwing him into the stands before Kiba or the unknowns could stop him. You'll be held accountable. Kiba charged the hunter with a roar. Fuck, this is precious time I'm wasting. Ghost shot a glance at the lethal pair, who ignored him and moved on to the tier. He turned abruptly to Kiba, and using Flash Step, the hunter appeared beside him, ramming his elbow against the Inuzuka's temple. The Inuzuka instantly smacked to the ground, shaking his head as he tried to process what had happened. Ghost didn't give him a break and mimicked his previous move by grabbing Kiba and snapping the bone inside his wrist, but he retaliated before he could toss Kiba into the stands. Ghost jerked his head to the side, and Kiba's clawed hand snapped past his face as a claw shot up and attempted to pierce his throat. Enough. My time is being wasted by you. Ghost turned and threw the Inuzuka into the approaching hound as the former blonde roared and grabbed Kiba by the throat with his gauntlet, beginning with a knee in the man's solar plexus and continuing with a barrage of fists that nearly destroyed his face. Chakra push, the hunter said, reaching out with his hand and releasing a burst of pure chakra. When it struck the two figures, they were also slammed into the stands. Even killing is beyond your capabilities. With her blade raised high above her head, Sia charged in with a roar. Kaden. Hosenka no Jutsu. Ghost swiftly unsheathed his own katana and confronted her directly, preventing her downward swing with a horizontal block. He kicked her away and buried his katana in the sand before navigating through a few hand signals. A series of tiny fireballs roared in Ryodora's direction, forcing her to use Flash Step before reappearing on the arena stand's top floor. Immediately locking eyes with the figure, the hunter imitated his opponent's skill and appeared directly beside him. Using his gauntleted hand, he grabbed the unknown by the face and threw him into the wall behind the audience, who were cowering in their seats in the hopes of avoiding being caught in the crossfire. After witnessing the exchange, Mikuru returned her focus to Kakashi and said, "You must inform your Hokage that she must cancel her ninja. Ghost is capable of handling it. Kiba and Shikamaru were just attacked by your friend," Sakura shouted, gesturing with her hand to her two fallen allies. They were going to assault him. He could have easily killed them, as you saw, but he chose not to. Only those two are the reason we are here. What danger do they represent to our community? They have an ability to summon a creature that will try to slaughter anyone in its sight, Mikuru said hesitantly, aware that telling them the whole tale would not be well received. What sort of animal? Ino and Choji had also shown up by this point. Ada. Before she could finish, there was another explosion. A demon, like a Biju. With shocked and incredulous eyes, they gazed at her. Sasuke was the first to say, "You're lying, that's impossible." Mikuru shook her head. She could see Anbu and Jonin positioned themselves all over the place, getting ready to destroy the threat. "You must believe me, we've had plenty of time if we wanted to hurt this village in any way." Her voice rose, and her face began to show signs of worry and frustration. "All right, evacuate the remaining civilians," Kakashi said, pulling his headband up to reveal his Sharingan as he looked between the three fighting and the shinobi on guard. "I'll let the Hokage know. Avoid interacting and remain on standby." "You've got to be kidding. Observe what he did to Kiba and Shikamaru," Ino yelled. "For now, do as I say, we'll deal with that later." He shunned away after saying that. "At least that's dealt with. Now time to help, Ghost," Mikuru said, releasing her cloak as well. Ignoring the shudder of fear, she hurried forward. When Ryudora saw her approaching, he grinned, sidestepped Ghost's high sweep, grabbed his wrist, and flipped the hunter over his shoulder and down the arena wall toward the pit. He saw right away that the newcomer had changed course in an effort to intercept her ally, so he said, "Sia, kill her now." With a nod, Sia ran toward Mikaru, who was unaware of the new danger behind her. "She's going for Mikaru." Ghost saw Sia briefly as he was free-falling, and he grabbed a ninja wire with a kunai attached and threw it at the blonde, chakra enhancing the throw. "What the?" Mikaru exclaimed as she saw the kunai quickly encircling her wrist. As soon as the wire had completed its rotation, Ghost pulled it hard, pulling her down the wall with him, and a second later Sia appeared, ramming the tip of her katana into concrete. With a growl of frustration, Ryudora leapt after the free-falling hunter, swiftly closing the gap before putting both of his feet in his opponent's chest. Sand sprang into the air as a small crater was formed by the impact, and Ghost grunted, trying to grab the leg but missing and having little else to do as he was slammed into the ground. After landing close to the crater, Ryudora said, "You really should just give up, Ghost." Mikaru ran over after sliding down the wall's side. Ghost emerged as the dust gradually settled, his entire left sleeve in tatters and his entire outfit in ruins. "That hurt." Sia showed up beside her friend. "He's still alive." "Not for very long." The male unknown ran ahead, Sia trailing closely behind. "Hold on tight," said Ghost, grabbing Mikaru and drawing her in. He moved forward, vanished, and then reappeared next to Kakashi Hatake. He was standing in a VIP booth reserved for the cages, and as he looked to his right, he saw 2 cages sitting there, their guards ready. "The Mizukage," he said, referring to the first cage, a stunning redhead. The other was Tsunade, the Godime Hokage, whom he had once thought of as family. He sneered and squinted. "What's happening here?" a guard yelled. Ignoring the guards and Tsunade, Ghost moved to the edge and climbed onto the railing before turning to face Mikaru and saying, "Remember what I said, okay? Stay here. Allow me to assist. I'm capable of fighting. I'm a hunter too," she said, stepping forward and dropping the ninja wire to the floor. "You are, but I can't fight them while watching you because you're afraid." He allowed himself to fall over the edge and into the pit for the second time, saying, "Help me by keeping those Konoha dogs out of the fight." Watching him fall, Mikaru bit her lip and turned back to the cages, saying, "You heard my companion, leave the fight to him. Snot-nosed brats don't give me orders." Tsunade stood up from her seat and let her gaze lock with Ghost's falling figure. She agreed with Kakashi though, as long as her shinobi provided a perimeter and making sure no civilians would caught in the crossfire, why not let them fight it out? Whoever remained standing at the end would be dealt with then. "Kakashi, make sure to evacuate all civilians and erect a 4-pronged barrier." Ghost landed in the pit again and ran forward, grabbing 2 kunai, one in each hand, as he saw Ryudora starting the ritual to summon the creature into their world, his katana still lying on the top floor of the arena. A cross guard stopped Sia's blade swing after she intercepted the hunter. "You really don't know when to roll over and die, do you?" Ghost knocked her off balance and swung one of the kunai, cutting her across the face. He took advantage of the situation and threw one of the kunai at Ryudora, but she blocked him with her katana, deflecting his projectile. The dark-haired woman struck Ghost's jaw with her fist, but Ghost was able to deflect the subsequent blow and retaliated by attempting to pierce her ribs with his kunai. With a swift backflip, the woman extended her hand and sprayed a steady stream of fire. The hunter knew that unknowns created chakra inside their chakra coils rather than using hand signals, which had the advantage of being predictable because of its slower pace, while skilled shinobi could execute jutsu more quickly. Chakra push. Ghost let out a roar as his blow struck her. For a brief moment, it appeared to be equal, but the hunter quickly gained the upper hand, and Sia was hit hard. His blow wasn't lethal, but it was ideal for creating an opening or halting a barrage of blows. He swiftly developed the distinctive jutsu for which the Uchiha were renowned by making another set of hand signals, Kaden, Gokaku no Jutsu. The unknown was struck by the attack, which blasted her out of the fray. "Ghost is doing great." Mikaru had to suppress a cheer as she watched Sia being thrown into the air from the balcony. The victory was short-lived, as the remaining unknown was engulfed by a burst of red chakra that shot into the air and appeared to freeze. "Gotta stop him," Ghost exclaimed, his gauntlet already outstretched, and his eyes widened in reaction. From the red chakra sphere, a whip of red chakra appeared, grabbed him by the leg, and crashed him through the arena wall and into the village. "Ghost, our dance was definitely entertaining. But I've had enough." Ryudora emerged as the red chakra subsided, both of his arms changed into hideous creatures. "Holy crap, have you noticed that?" With concern, Ino screamed and put an arm around Shikamaru. Sakura said, it seemed that those two were right after all, as she peered down at the opening through which the ghost had been driven. We gotta do something. Shikamaru gritted his teeth and said, you heard the Hokage's orders, we have to maintain a perimeter. His arm was strapped to his chest and wrapped tightly, limiting movement, but this did little to ease the pain that was already there. In the meantime, Mikuru and Kakashi were racing across the building rooftops in pursuit of Ghost. There, he said, indicating the debris where several villagers were searching. Mikuru began pushing debris aside until she came across a tuft of brown hair after jumping off the roof and skidding to a stop in front of the crowd. Ghost. Ma, when you said you would take care of it, I was hoping that the destruction of property would be maintained to a minimum, said Kakashi, who joined in and cleared most of the debris. Mikuru dragged Ghost's unconscious body out of the structure and placed him against the shattered wall, saying, you must wake up. Before a string of coughs returned the brown-haired hunter to the world of the living, a moan sounded from deep in his throat. Sake. Mikuru began to perspire. Really? After being blasted through a set of walls, that's what you say right away. The renegade Konoha Nin rolled his head back and forth. I assume he's merged. With Mikuru's help, he attempted to get to his feet. She gave a nod. Yeah, he's too strong for you alone, let me help you. I got a trick left up my sleeve, I've got this. He patted her on the shoulder and walked away, slightly wobbling but regaining his composure. Ghost looked down at his outfit. What was left of his left sleeve was now completely gone, the upper part was mostly destroyed, revealing a tattered black shirt underneath, and his glasses were gone. His face mask was the only piece of clothing that remained relatively intact. Let me help you, Ghost. I said, I got this, Ghost said, clenching his teeth and directing chakra in his lower left arm. Dark chakra began to swirl around his arm, and with a final grunt, it was sucked into this lower arm and transformed into a terrifying, monstrous claw. Mikuru staggered back with the spectators. You're one of them. She looked from his arm to his bright red eyes and asked in fear. Ghost looked down at his arm and shook his head, saying, not even remotely. The ability to merge with a demon is not exclusive to them. This battle will soon be over, so stay back. He vanished in a flash, leaving Mikuru perplexed and Kakashi even more shocked. Tsunade got up because she was sick of waiting. The man in the center of the arena has only tested his new skills thus far. Just as she was about to say, all right, send in. Ghost reappeared in the arena, interrupting her. When Ryudora noticed the transformation, he slowly turned around and squinted. You are a hypocrite, Hunter Ghost. You've done the very thing you tried to prevent us from obtaining. Ghost cocked his head, as if he was thinking. Not even close. This was forced upon me. You're going to destroy the shinobi world if we don't stop your kind. Sia staggered back onto the ring as Ghost jerked his head to the left. Mikuru, come here. Mikuru, who was standing beside Kakashi at the pit's edge, sprang forward. Despite having known Ghost for years, she was still unsure. What do you need me to do? She asked. For now, I have to trust him. He aimed his claw at Sia, who had by this point caught her breath, and said, kill her. Mikuru nodded after a moment of hesitation. I won't let you down. Ghost nodded back, disappeared without saying anything more, and reappeared beside Ryudora. His claw slashes wildly, but there is no resistance. He followed the red chakra and discovered Ryudora's route. He's targeting Mikuru. He immediately followed his opponent and materialized in front of him, deflecting Mikuru's intended blow. In response, the blonde hunter slammed the palm of her hand beneath Sia's chin without even blinking. After spinning around, Ghost attempted to hit his opponent in the side but was again blocked. He followed up with a swift gesture and extended his hand. Chakra push. Ryudora sprinted aside and shot back with an electric discharge that swiftly reached the ex-blonde. He swiftly employed Flash Step, his go-to escape technique, to get some distance. It would be a slight understatement to say that these unknown were an improvement over the scouts. I think you could use this. Ghost saw Kakashi holding his katana when he turned around. He refrained from insulting the man in front of him by biting his tongue. Rather, he nodded to the man while holding the katana. Stay out of the way. The hunter saw Ryudora running in his direction and heard air being displaced behind him. He turned and threw his katana like a spear at the unknown, impaling him and slamming him against the wall while the katana held him in place. Sia roared in rage and gasped when she saw her teammate hanging there. Mikuru was aware that she was winning the battle and that victory was close at hand. As she had done throughout the fight, the blonde kept exchanging blows slowly but methodically. Changing things up, she let Sia fall to the ground with a low sweep. Then she struck the unknown in the stomach with her fist. Sia took some breather after receiving a retaliatory kick, and she used it to get back up while clutching her stomach in one hand. You fucking bitch, you think just because you've got control of the match that victory is in your grasp. When the others arrive you'll be put down like the mongrels you are. Just like Murarka, or Sylar. Or all the others before that. Mikaru grasped her wrist with one hand and extended the other. She chose to use a trick that Rome had recently taught her. Tipora, she exclaimed. At a tremendously high speed, a thin beam of light burst from the palm of her hand and flew directly at her opponent. Sia's eyes widened in shock, not anticipating such a rapid attack. She partially succeeded by diving out of the way. The beam crashed into the wall after tearing through her side and out of her back. The hunter sprang forward at once, not wasting her chance. She swiftly grabbed two kunai and held them firmly. As Sia raised her own hands, a wave of flames shot in Mikaru's direction. She successfully avoided the blow by sliding to the ground. She could feel the heat scorching the back of her hand as she skidded underneath it. It's over, she exclaimed as she slammed into the unknown with her slide, then effortlessly sank both of her kunai into Sia's chest. Sia took hold of her clothing collar. With her remaining strength, she placed her free hand in front of Mikaru's chest and said, "G go F fuck yourself." In response, the blonde attempted to free herself, but she discovered that the woman in front of her was still holding on with an unexpectedly firm grip. Mikaru was blown away before she could get ready when Sia's hand exploded with flames. Then Sia smirked and died. The pretty blonde sighed and sat up slowly, wincing in agony as she examined her chest. Her outer robe had a hole that exposed the shirt underneath, and the rest of her attire was still smoldering. That was close. Kakashi stood in front of her and extended his hand, saying, "That certainly could have ended a lot worse." He assisted her in getting back up after she accepted his offer. "Arigato, Hataki-san." Before turning to face Ghost, who was staring at the body hanging on the wall, Kakashi smiled at her. It looks like your job is finished." Ryodora's eyes opened the instant he uttered those words. With a moan, Ghost rushed ahead, already making a series of hand gestures. Ryodora freed himself by grabbing the katana and pulling it out. "I think this is yours." He then threw the katana in the same manner as before, directly at Ghost. The katana's tip was about to pierce his chest, but he stopped his hand signals and used his claw to block the blade. Just as he was about to respond, he noticed Ryodora leaping in, feet first. "You stab me, I stab you. It's as simple as that," Ryodora roared, slamming the katana through the hunter's chest with force as he pressed his feet against the handle. Ghost gasped in silence, unprepared for the unconventional assault. With a thud, he fell to the ground, causing a sizable pool of blood to slowly seep onto the ground, with some of it being absorbed by the sand. As she ran over, her hands trembling and her gaze fixed on Ghost's motionless body, Mikaru screamed his name in distress. As Kakashi observed the whole scene, he immediately focused on the white-haired Sannin, who appeared as soon as the hunter fell. "We have to finish the job." Jiraiya's eyes were narrowed and his face was grim. "We end this before anyone else gets hurt." Kakashi and Jiraiya rushed forward after saying those words, with Ryodora following suit. In the middle of their fight, the unknown struck first, giving Kakashi a kick and an uppercut. The wound in his chest protested as he swiftly crossed his hands in front of his face and winced in agony. Jiraiya struck him with a Rasengan, but his opponent resolutely defended himself. The Sannin fell backwards after a red sphere that resembled a Jiraiya's Rasengan was blasted out of his hand and struck his chest. Doden. Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu. With a kunai aimed at Ryodora's throat, Kakashi leapt from the ground. He simply caught the incoming wrist and slammed his sharpened claw into the copy nin's chest in retaliation. However, the body turned blue rather than blood flowing freely. "What the?" The unknown screamed in agony as the body twisted and abruptly electrocuted them. But Kakashi wasn't finished, and he charged in using his signature jutsu. "Chidori," he exclaimed, swinging his hand forward to stab the man in the body. Ryodora was still fine, though she twitched in agony. He created another red sphere and blasted it into Kakashi after dodging the attack. Who inhaled a puff of smoke. Now that Jiraiya was swinging in, the man had chosen a more dramatic strategy. With his hand raised above his head, he slammed the enormous Rasengan into the unknown, who was unable to avoid it and was knocked to his knees while attempting to repel the overwhelming assault. The red-robed man began to push back against Jiraiya's attack with an inhuman roar. Mikaru was crouching next to Ghost during all of this, watching him anxiously to see if he was still alive. The instant he lost consciousness, his clawed hand had reverted. She recognized the figure as Sakura as soon as it ran up, followed closely by other Konoha shinobi. She looked for a pulse, and when she found one, she sighed with great relief. The blonde began to absorb the wounds from the pierced blade. Sakura knelt down across from her and said, "Let me help you." Mikaru said, "We need to remove the blade first," and she grasped the handle. "The moment I do, you need to stop the bleeding, all right?" Sakura gave a nod. "I'm trained by Tsunade of the Sannin. I know a thing or two about medical ninjutsu." "Are you Rei?" Ghost muttered. "Jay, just pull the fucking thing out already." His eyes slowly opened, revealing the vivid blue hue once more. "Ghost, you need to stay still. You've lost a lot of blood." Ghost moaned as a searing pain shot through his body, saying, "Just do it already." After nodding, Mikaru turned to face Sakura, whose hands were glowing a vivid green. She grunted slightly as she withdrew the blade, causing blood to seep from the wound. Hunter, who had brown hair, became noticeably paler, and clenched his teeth as the agony worsened. As Sakura began using her jutsu, the wound gradually shrank and the bleeding stopped. She stopped after a few more moments. "All right, bandage the wound and remain still. It's very important." "I can't even hear myself think," Oradaki growled as he watched Mikaru apply the bandage. "Good job with taking care of Sia." Mikaru gave him a smile and a nod. "You scared me. I thought Ryudora had killed you." He grinned and said, "He's gotta try a lot harder than that." When he realized Mikaru was finished, he attempted to get up. Sakura yelled, "Baka, you need to stay down," and shoved him back down. "What I need is for you to stop touching me, and let me finish my job." As he moved next to Sakura, Sasuke remarked, "Kakashi and Jiraiya are already doing that. The guy's finished. You could be a lot nicer, you know. She just saved your life." Ino joined the conversation. The girl had undoubtedly grown up over the past 7 years, at least physically. She wore a purple outfit with bandages strapped around her arms and lower legs, but her hair was about the same. Ghost could easily see her as the reason Konoha had so many heartbreaks. "Would have lived just fine." Sakura barged in. "No, you wouldn't. You'd be dead." Mikaru interrupted him before he could reply. "Take it easy, Ghost, do it for me, all right?" "Fine," he muttered as he observed the already vulnerable unknown being pushed to its breaking point by Kakashi and Jiraiya's flawless cooperation. Jiraiya was aware that Ryudora was gaining ground and that he would be forced to destabilize the jutsu if the man continued to apply pressure. Additionally, he was aware that Kakashi was awaiting his chance. With a kunai poised against the man's throat, Kakashi appeared behind him and commanded, "It's done. Surrender now." The jutsu was dispelled by Jiraiya, and walked over. "Stand down, and we'll let you live." Ryudora was aware that the kunai would be thrown into his throat if he moved suddenly. He raised his hands in submission. "I surrender." Jiraiya began, "All right, let's clean this mess up, get Anbu in here and," but stopped when he noticed Ghost approaching. Kakashi said, "Ah, Oradaki-san, you're still alive." Ghost disregarded him and seized Ryudora by the throat, the gauntlet's metal edges piercing his flesh. Ghost yelled, "How much men are on the way? How big is your fleet? What is your purpose behind your crusade?" At the man, who merely grinned. "What are you talking about? There isn't an army, it was only me and a couple of other individuals." "Tell me now." Ryudora laughed and jeered, "I honestly haven't gotten the slightest of clues." Before anyone could stop him, Ghost sneered and grabbed a kunai, ramming it into the man's head. "There's your fucking clue." Anarchy broke out. Kakashi and the other shinobi in the area assumed an offensive stance. "You've gone too far now." He surrendered. Ghost just gave him a sneer too. "You don't even know what kind of man he was. I did you tree huggers a favor." The Mizukage and Tsunade both fell to the ground. "You scared my civilians and sent them into a frenzy, and you injured my shinobi along with severe damage to various buildings here in the village. I was willing to let it slide because it seemed you did it to protect this village. But then you decide to murder an unarmed prisoner. Anbu, take this man and his partner to interrogation." Anbu fell all over Mikaru and Ghost. Ghost just gave her a sly smile before turning to Mikaru. "Mikaru." He emerged beside her. "Ready to go." Mikaru appeared uncertain. Are you sure you want to leave, in your current state? Orodaki put his hand around her waist and drew her in. I'll live, he said, letting his gaze wander and meeting each of his former friends in eye contact. He saluted with 2 fingers. Do try to keep up. He then let out a long breath, moved forward, and vanished, leaving a trail of sand blowing upward. Jiraiya gazed down at Ryudora's body. Despite his death, his claw had remained in some way. Ghost vanished as soon as he was knocked out. Tsunade yelled, put their organization at the top of our list, and update Ghost's profile in the bingo book. I want him a rank from now on. While gesturing to Kakashi. Of course Hokage-sama. In the middle of the forest, Ghost and Mikuru stumbled to a stop while attempting to stay upright. As she absently rubbed the area of her chest where the attack had struck, Mikuru muttered, my god, Ghost. That trick of yours is incredibly uncomfortable. With a moan, Ghost steadied himself. Yeah, that is the downside, but you get used to it eventually. Mikuru turned to face what she assumed to be the village's direction. That was one heck of a fight. Ghost gave her a smile, but it soon became a frown. Yeah, it was a good one, all right. The blonde looked back at her companion. She lifted his shirt and saw that it was dark red. Let me take a look at your dressing. You really need to slow it down, Ghost. Sit down, let me take a look at it. Ghost just gave a nod. Fatigue began to set in. Not just mentally, but also physically. It had been nothing, if not exhausting, to see his old friends again. Even though they were a huge annoyance, he managed to stay focused on the task at hand and finished it, even though he ultimately required assistance. We were fortunate to have 2 unknowns, one of which was also merged. He remained silent while Mikuru gradually removed his bandages and put fresh ones on. He looked down at his wound and then grimaced. I can't believe he threw my own blade at me. Mikuru laughed. Well, in all fairness, you did throw it first. You realize you got kunai and shuriken for that, right? When Ghost shrugged, a hiss was produced. It worked, so I guess I can't complain. Her gaze strayed to the remainder of his chest, where a few scars marred his otherwise toned and smooth upper body, as Mikuru removed the dressing and lowered his shirt. She shook her head, slowly got to her feet, and extended her hand to assist him. After a moment of hesitation, Ghost decided he could do it himself and got to his feet. All right, let's get going. I don't have the energy for another flash step, so we have to do it the old-fashioned way. She raised an eyebrow, unable to comprehend his actions. I think I prefer that, so a win-win for me, she said. You don't have to everything by yourself, you know that, right? Ghost deliberately avoided looking at her, instead focusing on their path ahead. I don't need any help. Everyone needs help from time to time, Ghost. There's nothing wrong with that. He concluded the conversation by saying, needing help is a weakness I don't need. Let's go. He leapt onto the closest branch and began to accelerate. Uncertain of the reason behind his lone wolf demeanor, she glanced at his retreating back. They had no reason to hurry, so they moved through Hinokuni at a fairly leisurely pace. They mostly kept to themselves, with Ghost allowing his thoughts to stray to the events of the previous few days. It could have ended much worse, he had to admit, given everything that had transpired. I suppose I won because I didn't kill any of those Konoha dogs. The drawback was that it had been causing him mental distress. Because they had once been his friends, in spite of everything they had done to him. It was difficult to minimize that. It wasn't particularly difficult either. Fuck them. I fulfilled Mayu's request, and I can now put an end to that chapter. He glanced at Mikuru and the fading sun. Want to call it a day and set up camp? Mikuru jolted out of her reverie. Yes, I'm starting to get hungry. When Ghost landed in a small clearing after jumping down, he grabbed the scroll that contained a backup sleeping bag, extra food, an extra set of clothes, and a spare backpack, saying, I guess it's a good thing we decided on bringing extras. With a smile, Mikuru said, well, I kind of expected we would be leaving Konoha with them snapping their teeth at us. I never really thought to bring our backpacks with us into the arena, Ghost said, nodding. However, that might have brought up some important issues. While Ghost looked around to make sure they weren't being followed, Mikuru began preparing some food. Although Sia had been weakened beforehand, she hadn't been dead weight, so she had to admit that she was pleased with her first encounter with a unknown. I honestly didn't expect Konoha to listen to me. I thought they would jump after Ghost. How about you eat some food and change into some new clothes? She asked, hearing footsteps approaching and spotting Ghost, still in his tattered attire, coming closer. Yeah, I should definitely clean up, Ghost said, chuckling as he glanced down at his attire. I'll take care of that first. Please keep the food hot. After that, he ripped off his damaged clothing and tossed it onto the ground. Mikaru gave her teammate some space and concentrated on the food. Mikaru. Ghost shook her and hissed, awaken. What's happening? She rubbed her eyes and muttered drowsily in an attempt to awaken. The blonde was startled awake when Ghost said, Hunter Nin are closing in and fast. How long will it take them to arrive? As she packed everything into her backpack, she muttered. Give it a minute. On the outside, I had placed flares. However, they will also be informed. Flares worked both ways, and since neither of them was a sensory type, they had to make do with what they had. Mikaru understood what he meant. Ghost led her quickly to a bush with a fallen tree trunk next to it, saying, We're probably screwed either way, but let's hide and hope for the best. A small group of 3 Hunter Nin landed in the clearing shortly after they had hidden themselves. Ghost looked at Mikaru, who looked anxiously at her teammate in return. Now you can get to your feet. A monotone voice said, We know you're hiding behind the tree trunk. Ghost muttered, Crap, and got to his feet, approaching the Hunter Nin with Mikaru at his heels. Kanahagakure wants you because you committed crimes. We've been told to capture you and return you to the village. Do you follow the rules? Are we really going to do this? Asked Ghost, rubbing his face in exasperation. Your fucking village was just saved by us. This time, a female Hunter Nin came forward and said, You disfigured one of our own. Be glad we're using this strategy at all. They're still alive, aren't they? Ghost asked, rolling his shoulder to see if his wound would withstand a fight. The answer was the stabbing pain. They ought to have stayed outside. Please turn down our offer so I can rip you to pieces. She snarled. He turned to the Hunter Nin who had spoken first and said, She must be an Inuzuka, she's too emotional. How did you know we were behind the tree? A single bug flew out from under the man's sleeve as he extended his hand. Oh, an Aburame clan member. With a drawl, Ghost slipped his hand into his pouch. How convenient for you. I assume you're turning down our offer. Of course. Now let your other pals come out. Are we unable to reach a consensus? Mikaru stepped between Ghost and the group, interrupting. From the trees, 3 more Hunter Nin fell. Last warning, if at all possible, we are to take you alive. However, a newcomer added, I genuinely don't care if you don't surrender. Mikaru adopted an aggressive posture after Ghost, saying, Mikaru, you take the 2 on the left, I'll take the rest. She nodded and struck first, snapping her first target away and threw a tree with her left foot planted against his skull. With an exploding tag attached, Ghost sprinted forward and threw a kunai at their feet. Using the chaos of the explosion, he appeared behind the Inuzuka and grabbed her by the back of her head, slamming it into a boulder to her left. He finished with a burst of chakra that erupted from his hand, hitting her point-blank range and crashing her into a teammate. How could I forget about the Inuzuka's mongrel? Ghost used the same attack again, avoiding a huge beast that tried to tear his leg off. Chakra push. The dog was scolded by its owner. He was aware that Aburame's attacks were chakra-based, and even though his chakra reserves had significantly decreased as a result of the events that had occurred years ago, he still had larger-than-large reserves, so he wasn't too concerned about him. When he watched Mikaru's fight, he saw that she was doing well on her own, even though she was a shinobi with a Jonin rank in her own right. She was particularly good at medical ninjutsu, and she had a good amount of chakra reserves, which she frequently combined with her chakra-based attacks that came from her native Murarka. Kaden. Hosenka no Jutsu. The young hunter exclaimed as he turned back to face his adversaries and saw that 3 of the 4 hunters had gathered together and were employing a tightly packed strategy. Perfect, he thought as his hands scurried around, forming a brief string of hand seals. The Hunter Nin was being hit by a barrage of medium-sized fireballs. The back of his mind cried out for him to leap aside, and he jerked sideways, allowing his assailant to fly past, but not before slashing his kunai in the direction of his bare side. Ghost winced in agony, then flickered to the Hunter Nin who had gained more distance. Oh, you'll be wishing you hadn't done that, he said. Ghost's hands flew upward, his fingers entwined behind the Konoha shinobi's head, and he pulled him down and kneed him in the face, destroying the Hunter Nin's mask in one blow, revealing Shino Aburame's face. The once wild-haired youngster had chosen a much shorter hairstyle, and he didn't have any sunglasses, but that was probably because he was a member of the Hunter Nin Corps. Regardless of whether it was Shino or not, Ghost pulled the hunter in close by clasping a hand behind his head once more. With a sneer on his face, he then drove the kunai into the Abarame's stomach while watching his old friend fall to the ground. He looked up to see the Inuzuka girl charging at him again, completely disregarding her unguarded posture, and two of his opponents forming a group against Mikuru. The dog was trailing behind, so he made the decision to strike first. "This is over," he said, using Flash Step to grab her by the throat with his armored hand, his claws digging into her skin before he went back to his previous location. "I'm glad you're paying attention." He whistled sharply, drawing the attention of every shinobi in the clearing. He shouted, squeezing harder. Having noticed the dog inching closer to his blind side, the beast backed off. "This is your only warning. Go now." "Here, I had the opportunity to kill your team leader, but I refrained." The ex-blonde lost patience as the hunter nin looked at each other and paused. "I won't tell you again," he yelled angrily. "Please let us take our comrades home so we can give them medical attention," they grudgingly agreed. Ghost released his grip on Shino by moving away from her and lowering the Inuzuka back to the ground. "The moment Shino is home, I'm going to hunt you down." She growled at him, her beast imitating its master. Ghost put a hand on her shoulder and grinned at her. He then slammed his feet into her lower leg, breaking the bone inside, and said, "No, you won't." As she hit the ground, the Inuzuka let out a howl. He slammed the dog into the ground as soon as her beast charged at him. The remaining hunter nin complied with Ghost's request, and remained passive. "We'll remember this, Oradaki Ghost." Ghost's smile became a smirk. "You're pathetic," he said, turning to beckon Mikuru. "Let's go. They won't bother us anymore." Mikuru approached and peered down at the woman on the ground, writhing in agony. "I'd listen to my teammate, if I were you." Ghost gave her a nod before running off, Mikuru trailing behind. Mikuru looked over at Ghost. "Was that really necessary?" "Of course it was. You were being surrounded by 4 of them. The alternative was me killing them both and then turning my focus on your opponents." She said softly, "Still, you were ruthless." Ghost responded sternly, "We are shinobi, it's our job to be ruthless." She clarified, "I'm a centurion, not a shinobi." From an ancient book that Rome had given her, she recited, "Centurions are protectors of all innocents." He sighed and turned his head away, softening a little. "Wake up, there aren't any centurions left. You and a couple of other hunters are the only ones remaining. Mararka is gone," he said. "Look, this isn't your homeland. This is an entirely different world and you need to adjust to it." Mikuru turned his head away. "You shinobi need to show more compassion. Most of us do, they only forget what they are supposed to be." As she leapt onto a higher branch, she remarked, "Maybe you should too. When I met you, you weren't like this." Ghost looked down at his gauntlet and replied, "We all have to grow up at some point." They kept walking in the direction of Kawanu-kuni. Since they were on the verge of crossing the border, Konoha's hunter division would, officially, stop pursuing them. Not that it made much difference. They would be easy for him to deal with. "Do you think the others won their fights?" Ghost appeared to consider that. "It all depends. We fought 2 of them, I don't think they did that with all the other villages. I think that our 2 opponents were in sync with one another and that's the reason why. Our opponent also got merged, the others might have had more luck with that." "Yeah, you're right, they should be all right." Ghost gave a nod and gestured forward. "There's the border. Let's use Flash Step so we don't run into any more trouble." Mikuru appeared nervous. "Are you sure you can handle that?" Ghost smiled. "You just don't want to use Flash Step." Mikuru just sulked, but he stopped with Ghost and took hold of his arm. "Fine, but if you start bleeding again, you can do it yourself." Ghost and Mikuru tensed up and immediately dropped into a defensive stance before the 2 could plan their route. Shortly after, 2 figures appeared in front of the hunters in the clearing. Oradaki relaxed a little when he saw who they were. Ghost nodded at the man and said softly, "Itachi Uchiha," before turning to face his partner. The second man said, "Hey brat." Covering up the gray hair already. He had a fish-like face and blue skin. He was prepared to bite, his teeth sharpened. A massive blade was strapped to his back and covered in bandages. Ghost nodded to the man and said, "Kisame Hoshigake. What are you 2 doing here?" "We learned that hunters were attacking the main villages." Itachi replied, glancing at Mikuru, "We went to investigate. It were 2 unknowns." Before looking over their shoulders, Ghost replied, "One merged with a demon. We should probably head out. I'm not in the mood to pry into other people's affairs." Turning sideways, Itachi interrupted, we need you to come with us. With a raised eyebrow, Ghost said, I'm definitely not interested. Brat, it wasn't a request. Things are now different. We must speak. Leader Sama wants to meet you. Itachi's sharp eyes met Ghost's. If your leader is still searching for the Biju, he's going to be very disappointed, Ghost said, squinting. For the time being, we have stopped looking for the Biju. We are aware of your predicament, Itachi said, looking down at Ghost's gauntlet. Mikuru, you have to return to Tuva by yourself. Can you do that? The hunter asked, glancing at his companion. In 2 weeks, there will be an invasion. Now you can't go. Concerned that he would turn his back on them, she cried out. I'll be back long before then, so don't worry. I told you to trust me, didn't I? After a moment of hesitation, she looked down at his arm and said, I do trust you, despite that. Ghost lifted the gauntlet-covered arm and said, I'll tell you everything about it when I return. It's a rather unusual story, and I'm not one of them. Well, okay, she said, nodding despite her continued uncertainty. But when you return, mister, you must respond to my inquiries. I'll tell the others as well, her teammate said, grinning and nodding. But for now, don't tell anyone, okay? Quote, are you two lovebirds done? We've got other shit to do. Ignoring Mikuru's slightly agitated expression, Ghost remarked, you're still as annoying as ever. I've placed a high genjutsu over the border patrol, Itachi said, turning to face the blonde girl. It won't be difficult for you to cross. What is the distance to your base? As Ghost reached for his backpack and began searching through it, he asked. Less than a day. I'll have no use for it, Ghost said, grabbing his last food and water rations and giving them to Mikuru. Please take it at your own pace. You have a lot of time. Thank you, Oradaki-kun, she jokingly said, nodding and winking for good measure. Ghost arched an eyebrow and said, I suppose it fits. I'll see you soon, okay, she said, cramming the packages into her backpack. All right, let's get this going, Ghost said, turning to face the Akatsuki agents. The three sprinted off in the direction of Hino Kuni's northern region. Tsunade left the room and made her way home, thinking about what had happened over the past few days. She had not yet given her approval to Sasuke's admission into Anbu, but she had no reason not to. Although she had previously detested the Uchiha, he had repeatedly shown his value, and it appeared that the boy had learned from his mistakes. It was still unclear if what the Uchiha had said at the time was accurate. Years ago, flashback, Sasuke Uchiha, what do you have to say about your actions of the past 2 weeks? Tsunade asked, sitting behind her desk with her fingers interlocked and supporting her head. Kakashi Hatake stood to his left as the Sharingan user stood motionless and silent, saying, I needed to get stronger. The fact that Itachi killed my entire clan is no longer a concern for Konoha. Brat, are you really that gullible? Our seasoned Jonin have just suffered severe casualties. Setting priorities is necessary. That list does not include Itachi. Since his departure, he has not posed a threat. We'll start looking for the traitor again once our ranks are full. How about Naruto? Tsunade squinted, remembering the boy's significant impact on Naruto's punishment that ultimately resulted in his betrayal. That's none of your concern. What made him turn on the village? Ignoring the Hokage's words, Sasuke went on. Kakashi replied quietly, he betrayed the village because they were going to put a chakra seal on him, Sasuke. Did I cause him to leave? Sasuke gazed up at Kakashi, his face displaying a range of emotions. Locking eyes with Tsunade, who just nodded, Kakashi muttered, you were a part of it, but this was a long time coming. Tsunade hadn't been present when Naruto was the target of most of the hate, but it had lingered on the boy, and being a ninja meant everything to the brat. You're not here for this reason. The village was being betrayed by you. Give me one argument against locking you up for the rest of your life. I was walking out of the village. However, it was only one part of my strategy. I intended to use Orochimaru to acquire the necessary strength. That snake had your body in its sights. To him, you were nothing. And you don't believe that I didn't know that. I was going to use him, Sasuke yelled. I would have terminated him once he had fulfilled his purpose. And you believe a Sannin could defeat you? The conceit, Tsunade retorted immediately. To believe that you are unbeatable is conceited. I'm referring to years here, not just months. You think he can still be of worth to Konoha? Tsunade asked, glaring at the boy before focusing on Kakashi. I think he will be, Kakashi said, turning to face his pupil. He will have to give up his superiority over the Uchiha. However, I have a few solutions for that. Sasuke wanted to protest, but he held back when he saw his sensei's expression. Uchiha, pay close attention to what I say. I will personally pursue you if you betray this village once more. I'll shatter every bone in your body until you have to spend the rest of your life in a chair. Got it? Sasuke nodded and gave her a look that seemed to indicate fear. Glad we've come to this understanding. Sasuke turned to go, but Kakashi stopped him in his tracks. You didn't really think we'd let you get off that easily, right? The Jonin smiled at the boy and asked. With a menacing grin, Tsunade nodded to Kakashi and said, I think this punishment is appropriate for you. You're being sent back to the academy, Kakashi said, grabbing Sasuke's headband and tearing it off before placing it on Tsunade's desk. A 6-month remedial course ought to be very beneficial. You've got to be kidding. Sasuke yelled angrily. We take this very seriously. Execution or a chakra seal are your options, so pick one, brat. All right, a displeased Sasuke said, glancing at his headband with disappointment and rage. Tsunade turned to Kakashi and said, You, stay out of my sight. Silently, Sasuke departed, leaving Tsunade and Kakashi by themselves in her room. Kakashi, did you locate the child? Tsunade turned back to the man and asked him. Kakashi turned away in embarrassment. No. Tsunade's shoulders drooped noticeably. She turned around and let out a trembling sigh. I want all the squads to hold their positions and wait for new assignments. Kakashi whispered, the rookies won't like that. He didn't either. It seemed as though he had let the blonde down and that he was to blame for everything. Tsunade passed him on her way to the door. The intense feelings that were just beneath the surface were readily visible to the copy nin. I don't care. We've wasted enough time and resources on this. We need to show that we haven't grown weak. I want all Jonin to pick up the slack until we've increased the number of Jonin and Chunin. Of course Hokage-sama. Kakashi vanished in a cloud of smoke while brandishing a bow. Finish the flashback. She slowly closed the door behind her after opening it and entering her home. She entered her living room after tossing the keys onto the little table in the hallway. 7 years had passed since her last encounter with Naruto. He had been spotted close to Kumogakure, but after that, he vanished from view. She poured herself a drink after going through the cabinet and settling down on the couch. There had been rumors over the years, and Kakashi had always been keen to investigate them. However, it was never successful. In spite of everything, she hoped the boy would return someday and remained adamant that he was still alive. Maybe Jiraiya should go back out and see what he could learn about the child. Naruto, you must return to us. Sasuke looked down at the water while leaning over the bridge's ledge. The altercation that had taken place in the arena and the subsequent information that they had learned had undoubtedly put things in perspective. Chatting with Shikamaru while leaning his back against the bridge, Choji remarked, I mean, 6 of our best hunter nin against 2 of them, and they come back looking like that, damn. Sasuke listened to the exchange with one ear and muttered, that girl was holding her own against 2 of them. Oradaki took 4 on and beat them with ease. A bandaged Kiba snarled, when I get my hands on the guy, I'll rip him apart. Troublesome Inuzuka, that's how your sister ended up in the first place. She wanted to pay him back for what he did to you. A quiet voice said, how's Shino? When Sasuke turned around, Hinata Hyuga was coming toward him. She had transformed from a timid, shy girl into a beautiful, self-assured kunoichi. She frequently criticized her father and was an outspoken supporter of the branch family. With the exception of the elders, she had gained a great deal of respect from the main family despite this. She was dressed in a form-fitting, light purple dress that split at the thighs and ended just below her waist. She then donned form-fitting black shorts that ended just above her knees. Except for the headband that was fastened around the top of her left arm, she had nothing covering her arms. Sakura joined in the conversation and sat down beside Sasuke, saying, he's stable, but still in critical condition. He lost a lot of blood. If they hadn't brought him back when they did, he most likely would have died. She turned to face Kiba after responding, I'm glad to hear that. I guess it's the only positive thing to come out of the whole situation. Kiba-kun, how are you doing? I'm fine. Geez, people need to stop fretting so much. Raido smirked at him and yelled, well, don't get beat up then. He was then punched in the shoulder. Ino steered the conversation to the incident at the Jonin exams by saying, I honestly don't even understand what happened at the arena. It was incredibly weird. I think they were just bluffing to keep us out of the way. Somehow I doubt this is the last time we'll be hearing of these hunters. Troublesome bunch. Sakura rested her head on Sasuke's shoulder as he continued, well, the other villages had similar occurrences. Two strange travelers entering the village, closely followed by hunters. A fight breaks out, but nobody knows why. After making eye contact with Shikamaru and whispering, "It's strange," Ino straightened up. "I'm going to get some food, who's joining?" As the strongest advocate for her concept, Choji immediately took hold of her arm and began dragging her away. "Let's get going." As he trailed his teammates to a food stand, Shikamaru couldn't help but laugh. In the next 2 days, Mikuru reached Tuva. She had taken it slowly, as Ghost had advised, and she went straight to Rome's house when she got there. Following directions, she hurried to her former instructor's house and quickly put on a henge to make herself appear like a random traveler. When she arrived, she rapped her knuckles, and a few seconds later, Mayu emerged through the door. She waved and grinned. "Hey Mom." She couldn't help but laugh as she was instantly embraced. "I wasn't gone that long." Her eyes slowly widened as she looked around. "I got extremely worried when we received no message after your fight. We feared the worst," she said. "As Ghost?" Mikuru gave a quick shake of her head. No, he's all right. He had some business he had to attend to, so he'll catch up with us soon." Mayu's eyebrows shot up. "What kind of business?" She scratched the back of her head and laughed, saying, "Let me explain it all inside, I really want to sit down." After Mayu led her inside, she was greeted by a sizable group of hunters, the majority of whom had been dispatched on missions similar to her own. It was Hawk who spoke first. "So how did it go?" Mikuru took a seat and expressed gratitude to Rome for the water glass. She went on to explain to them all how they had entered the village while hiding their identities and were searching for their adversary. "Well, it all started when she said, how they discovered that there were 2 of them after they had finally located their target. I have to admit, I got scared at that point. We didn't expect 2 of them. But we managed to get through our first fight unscathed. But then Konoha Shinobi butted in and they put an end to the fight. We really should have ended it then and there." The blonde went on to tell them that the actual battle took place in the arena and that Ghost had instructed her to keep the Konoha nin at bay while he dealt with them, nearly succeeding in doing so. She deliberately omitted the part about his demonic powers. "They'll go on a witch hunt. They won't understand." After a while, she concluded the matter. "So, now Ghost has gone with the Akatsuki and told me he would be back as soon as possible." Rome gave a contemplative nod. "If the Akatsuki could be persuaded to ally with us, that could help us a lot." Reibatsu expressed his opinion, saying, "Well, they are aware of the situation. I doubt they'll let the unknowns do as they wish." Rome looked over at Hawk. "You have a contact in their organization, right? Try and get in contact with them. Hopefully they'll be able to help us out." Hawk got to his feet. "I'll do it right away," he said, pressing Reipa with his feet. "Come on, do something with your life and help me out. My purpose is to irritate you." Reipa grinned in response. Hawk put his arm around Reipa's shoulder and said, "You got that right." As they walked out of the room, Ghost and Kisame trailed closely behind Itachi as he leapt off a branch in front of a massive rock formation. "Undo the genjutsu, Itachi. I'm starving." As the Uchiha granted the request, Ghost turned to face him and a small metal door appeared. A tiny, dim hallway with torches hung on the walls was revealed when Kisame opened the door and ushered them inside. Kisame was closely followed by Ghost as Itachi ensured that the genjutsu was in place before trailing behind them. They followed the narrow hallway for just 1 minute before coming to a spacious, open space with additional hallways leading in different directions. Ghost looked around and muttered, "You guys took the whole Akatsuki thing a bit too serious." He could see other members moving through the various corridors. "This way." Kisame took the corridor to their right, and the 3 of them moved quietly past more doors and into other rooms as they moved deeper into the compound. Itachi remarked as he walked beside the Uzumaki, "You've certainly grown in the last years, Naruto-kun." Ghost arched an eyebrow. "Ghost will do, you know damn well why." Kisame smiled. "Still hiding from Konoha, huh? If they know I'm still alive and know who I'm affiliated to, they will hunt me down." Kisame gave a shrug. "Kill M. Always works for me." "Yeah," Ghost said with a smile, "but unlike you, I don't have an organization that approves of that." Kisame turned the corner and stopped at a double door. "Should have joined us then, problem solved." And letting you suck out my biju. Not the best idea. Always complaining really doesn't suit you, Kisame said, opening the door and gesturing forward. Leader Sama will meet you soon. Ghost walked in and looked around. The room was filled with various types of furniture. He approached one of the desks and saw a folded Akatsuki robe with a tiny blue ring on top. Uzumaki-san, you've adhered to my request. Ghost spun around and turned to face a red-haired man. He had never seen the piercings that adorned his face before. His eyes, however, were the most unexpected. Those eyes. The man said in a neutral, commanding voice, so you recognize them. Ghost stepped closer to the man, saying, I thought it was just a myth. The Akatsuki leader's eyes were purple with ripples surrounding them. We're not here to talk about my eyes, we're here to talk about a common problem we're facing. Ghost nodded, snapping his eyes away. The unknowns. That's how we used to call them. They however call themselves, Reavers. Ghost questioned, you've got a spy within their ranks. Any attempts to enter their ranks have so far been met with disappointment. Within a few days, they had been located. Furthermore, their infiltration attempts were, to put it mildly, disliked by their adversary. The leader approached the table and examined the items on top, saying, he's been embedded the moment they left the shores of Murarka. The hunter questioned, is he trustworthy? We of the Akatsuki don't betray each other. Now, on to more important matters. The Reavers are 3 weeks away. We need to strengthen our numbers. At his words, Ghost couldn't resist nodding. It would be an understatement to say that they were outnumbered. You suggest informing the hidden villages. There is no alternative, but that was not what I was speaking of, he said, pointing to the objects on top of the table. We need more members. From what I've heard you are a capable shinobi. With a raised eyebrow, Ghost glanced down at the clothing that was lying there. You're inviting your former prey. The man in front of him cocked his head slightly. The Biju are no longer a concern of ours. Ghost gave a headshake. I'm with the hunters. They've been good to me. They restrict you and hold you back from what you could be truly capable of. However, I do not want to tarnish a potential alliance. If you do not wish to join us, I suggest informing your leader and letting them know of our interests. I'll send them a message. I doubt they'll pass up the opportunity to gain more allies against the Reavers. Reaching for the ring, the leader gave it to the hunter. Should you reconsider? Ghost couldn't help but grin as he looked down at the ring. From enemies to allies, huh? The orange-haired man said coolly as he began to make his way to the exit. Akatsuki doesn't seek conflict. We seek peace. Ghost's expression was one of disbelief. You were hunting Jinchuriki. You were murdering people everywhere. Your ranks are filled with mass murderers. That's not peace. This world must first know pain before it can have peace. Ghost snapped back, that makes no sense whatsoever. You can't let people suffer and feel loss in order to have peace. The Akatsuki leader cast a calculating glance at the hunter. The shinobi world has only known war and conflict, but it has never truly felt pain. Our original plan was to expose this world to an amount of suffering and loss that it has never felt before. Only then will peace last. Ghost gazed at him as though he was insane. That is wishful thinking, to put it mildly. Apply enough pressure and at one point or another, all will collapse. In this case, cause destruction and loss of life on such a scale that the idea of conflict will never cross their minds. After saying, and you need Biju for that, Ghost turned his head away. If we really need something that drastic, for us to finally change our ways. Maybe we don't deserve peace. We don't. Not that it matters. The Reavers will most likely succeed, and through them, the world shall know pain on a scale unimaginable. Ghost retorted, we'll stop them. The hunter felt uneasy because of the man in front of him, who was, to put it mildly, intimidating. The man in front of him inspired him with respect, not only for his achievements but also for his future plans. Perhaps we will, but not alone. Inform your allies. Before turning his attention back to the man, Ghost pocketed the ring and started to walk away. What's your name? He asked. After saying, my name is Pain, the man departed, leaving Ghost by himself. Xvex. He had initially kept to himself after spending a few days at the base. However, a woman with purple hair soon knocked on his door. Ghost read the letter he had received from Mayu and said, you can come in. Conan came in, glanced around, then fixed her eyes on the blonde. I see you washed the dye out of your hair. Ghost ran a hand through his hair. Yeah, but the dye didn't work out as well as I'd hoped. At least my real identity is still a secret, mostly. Conan took a seat in one of the chairs that were in his room's corner. I'm curious what happened between you and Konoha. It isn't really common knowledge, huh? She gave a headshake. We hear things, but those were just rumors. After folding the letter, Ghost set it down on the table. Konoha is obsessed with their dojutsu. Especially the Sharingan. She arched an eyebrow in perplexity. How is that connected to your departure? Well, I was a Jinchuriki. You know we aren't the most liked people around. Others will always try and find a way to get rid of us. Conan reflected on the Kokuo Jinchuriki's capture. Iwa had freely given it to them. Jinchuriki have always been shunned by most major villages. Ghost's jaw tightened in rage. Yeah, well, when the last loyal Uchiha came barging in and told the council that I succumbed to the power of the Biju. They instantly wanted to seal my chakra coils. Conan could see the young man's logic when he looked at him. A little shove would be more than sufficient for a boy of that age, who has so little left. I can understand your reasoning behind it. In the end it turned out for the best, didn't it? Ghost's gauntlet caught his attention. It did. I came to realize that the will of fire is nothing more than a lie, and that your comrades will abandon you. That they are a weakness and can only betray you. She remained silent for a while, absorbing what he had said. You seem to have found a new group of friends, comrades that are worth fighting for, didn't you? I can't afford friends anymore. I only rely on myself. Yet you seem to have found a friend in Itachi. Ghost paused. He had frequently met Itachi. Friend is such a big word. Conan shook her head and grinned. She got up and nodded to him before leaving the room, saying, it may not mean much coming from someone who's only made enemies in the last years, but you can't do everything by yourself. Sometimes you need friends. After watching her go, Ghost soon followed her and shut the room behind him. He made his way to the room where he and Pain had first spoken, holding the document he had previously read. Where are you going? HN. Ghost noticed Deidara leaning against the wall as he turned around. It had not taken him long to conclude that he did not like the man. He was simply obnoxious and conceited. Talking to your boss. You can just tell me what's going on and I'll pass the message along, yeah. How about, no? Observing the folded letter in his hand, Deidara walked over. What's in the letter, Tem? Ghost spun around, only to be abruptly thrown back. You know, I was told to play nice. But I really don't want to. So how about you leave me be, and you go play with your clay toys or something? Deidara grabbed Ghost by the collar and pushed the blonde against the wall, saying, it's art UF. Pain stood watching the two and said, Deidara, leave him be. You have other duties to attend to. Ghost shoved Deidara out of the way and then looked at the Akatsuki leader. I have news. Follow me. Ghost gave the letter to the man with the orange hair after following Pain into a tiny room. They are sending someone over to come to an arrangement. But I'm fairly sure that they will agree to your idea. As he returned the letter to the blonde, Pain said, good, we can move to the next step of our plan. The villages, Ghost said, tucking the letter into his little pocket. Indeed, I'll start informing the others. After giving a nod, Ghost turned to go, but he ran into Kisame. Sushi. Kisame flashed his teeth. Brat, let's have a little chat, we have some catching up to do. The blonde ignored the footsteps behind him and walked past the S-rank shinobi, saying, we really don't. Oh but we do, he said, putting an arm around Ghost's shoulders. It's been years since our visit to Irosa. Ghost shrugged off the arm, suppressing a wince. Not now, I have things I need to do before the other hunters arrive. Oh, are your friends joining us? Ghost rubbed his forehead in exasperation and sighed. These 3 days are going to be long. Konoha a few days later. Alongside his teammates, Sasuke strolled through the streets. The man in question was consistently late for their scheduled meeting with Kakashi. They therefore made the decision to simply follow his lead in exchange. About a week had passed since the attack, and things were back to normal. After the damage was fixed, Konoha resumed its regular responsibilities. I wonder what kind of mission Kakashi-sensei got us, it better be something interesting. Raido replied. As they passed the marketplace, Sasuke remarked, I think it's a B-ranked mission, I overheard him talking earlier today with Asuma. Raido appeared content. About time Kakashi, who emerged in a cloud of smoke, interrupted the young man. We have 2 individuals approaching the gate, from what I've heard, it's the Akatsuki. Sakura almost yelled, Akatsuki. What are they doing here? Her face was etched with worry. Before guiding them to the entrance of their village, Kakashi told them, it doesn't matter what their motivation is, we can't allow them entry, all available squads have been summoned or setting up at the front gate. As he, Sasuke, and Sakura caught up to Kakashi, Raito questioned, all available squads. Isn't that overkill? It's the Akatsuki, you idiot. Their group is made up out of S-ranked missing ninja. Team 7 saw a flurry of ninja activity as soon as they arrived, traps were set, and other teams were positioning themselves for the ideal ambush. Even the Hokage herself was getting ready for battle, Sasuke observed. Tsunade's eyes narrowed as she observed the two slowly approaching. She pointed out that only one was of the Akatsuki, indicating that the early intelligence was obviously incorrect. Hunter was the other. Shizune stood beside Tsunade and said, Lady Tsunade, all Anbu squads are taking positions around the forested area, encircling the two threats. We have various Jonin and Chunin setting up on the wall. Kakashi has also arrived, along with his team. All right, and the citizens. They've been moved into the caverns for safety. Additionally, the hospital has been informed. Taking everything into account, we have prepared ourselves as best we can. Get ready, but wait for my orders, she said, giving her shinobi one final look before nodding her head in agreement. Anxiety pierced the air as the seconds slowly passed. They feared that the Akatsuki would arrive at Konoha and demand information about Naruto after what had happened to Gaara and a few other Jinchuriki. The two stopped as soon as they were within range. She saw that the Akatsuki member's face was practically hidden by a straw hat. She pointed out that the other was a hunter. A dark hood covered his face. Tsunade heard Ino say, I thought they said it were two Akatsuki members. Tsunade disregarded her remarks and evaluated the Anbu formation. It was ideal. Crossfire. It was an Anbu textbook. Tsunade spoke up, squinting her eyes. Put one hand on top of your head and the other on your elbow. If you don't comply within the next 10 seconds, we will put you down. The Akatsuki member leaned in to speak softly into his ally's ear. We could comply, but that will most likely result into interrogation and they'll kill us afterwards. We'll never get the chance to persuade them. The hunter gave a nod. He disregarded Tsunade's remarks and crossed his arms in defiance. You're right, he said. Hokage, we are not here to attack your village. We are merely here to negotiate. A Chunin boldly exclaimed, we don't negotiate with scum like you. Before gasping in terror as the Akatsuki agent cocked his head slightly in his direction. Tsunade raised her hand in the air and yelled, you have nothing we want. This is your final warning. Surrender now. All of the shinobi under her command stiffened up and either prepared for a jutsu or reached for a shuriken or kunai. With their arms by their sides, the two stayed motionless and emotionless. One of them spoke up as Tsunade's expression darkened and she was about to let go of her hand. The hunter said coolly, we know the status of Uzumaki Naruto. The Sannin instantly froze. Her expression had shifted from a frown to one of shock and incredulity. With wide eyes, she managed to ask, where? The hunter said, that's what I thought. Let's continue to carry on our conversation in private, shall we, Hokage? Shizune spoke desperately as she attempted to dissuade her leader from the choice she was likely to make. Don't listen to them, Lady Hokage, you know that nothing good will come from this. I know you miss him. We all do, but negotiating with them will cause nothing but trouble. Tsunade turned to face her longtime friend and pupil. I know perfectly well what could happen. But it's worth the risk. Shikamaru, take Kakashi's squad and Anbu squad too. Set them up in my office. I want all other Anbu to set up a tight perimeter around the route to the Hokage Tower. Troublesome. I mean, understood Hokage-sama. Shikamaru corrected himself before running away. Tsunade looked over at Shizune. I want all Chunins to set up a perimeter behind the Anbu, just in case they fail, understood. Shizune sighed in defeat but obeyed orders, saying, hi, I'm on it. Tsunade looked back at the two renegade shinobi. Follow me. You will not draw your weapons or act aggressively. I won't hesitate to order my shinobi to kill you if you disregard my orders, you got that? In order to conceal his identity, Itachi said, don't worry, we're merely here to talk. She turned away from them cautiously and made her way to the Hokage Tower, saying only, let's go. After giving his companion a quick glance, the hunter nodded and followed the Hokage to their destination. The hunter, better known as Ghost, looked at the back of Tsunade's head in disgust as they made their way to her office down the hallway. It's unbelievable that I'm being sent here again. As soon as they walked into her office, Ghost recognized his former teammates. Beside Itachi, he stood motionless in front of the Hokage's desk. Tsunade positioned herself behind her desk, pushing back her chair. Before we start, I want to see your faces. You don't want me to worry, but I can't even begin to trust you, if you don't show me your faces. Ghost nodded, glancing at Itachi. He reached for his hood and slowly pulled it back, exposing his blonde hair. His eyes were shielded by sunglasses and a face mask that concealed his face. Itachi picked up the straw hat and removed it, exposing his gray eyes, black hair, and the distinctive lines beneath them. Ghost realized their error almost instantly, but it was too late. Sasuke yelled, "You, I will kill you," as he ran toward the Akatsuki member, who had now identified himself as Itachi Uchiha. Ghost let out a sigh upon witnessing Sasuke strike his companion with a fist. He remarked mockingly, "This is just brilliant," as he watched Itachi push Sasuke aside and block his fist. "Itachi won't retaliate, but I suggest you calm yo." A kunai that appeared to be aimed at Itachi flew past Ghost's face. "Hokage, I suggest you keep your shinobi on a leash." Tsunade glared at the man, her hands clenched into fists, saying, "Your companion is Itachi Uchiha, he massacred his entire clan. You shouldn't have brought him here. All things considered, I should help the brat end Itachi's existence." With their hands resting on their pouches or holding onto the handles of their katanas, the other shinobi were waiting for orders. Ghost gave her a sneer and met Kakashi's eyes as he slowly reached for his blade, only to come to a complete stop. His gaze jerked to Shikamaru, who was holding a seal in his hands. He began to slowly straighten his back to emphasize that he could break free if his command wasn't followed. "Nara, if you don't release your Kajimana no Jutsu this second, you'll be in serious trouble," he said. With a kunai at his throat, Kakashi appeared beside the hunter and remarked idly, "Ma Ghost-san, you really shouldn't make threats when you're surrounded and trapped." With that, Shikamaru faced the Hokage. "Lady Hokage." As Tsunade watched Sasuke and Itachi bustle around her office, Itachi avoiding every attack and remaining on the defensive, she said nothing. Ghost lost his temper, and his eyes flashed red. "Hokage, if you don't order your subordinates to stand down, there will be severe consequences." Itachi immediately halted his dance, grabbed Sasuke by the throat, and pinned his arms. "Ghost." Tsunade was surprised at first, but she reacted quickly as well, strode over to the blonde who was only a few inches away from his face and observed the red glow behind his glasses. She growled angrily, "Are you threatening me?" "Not only that, I'm also threatening the lives of some of your Chunin shinobi," he said after catching her attention. "To be more exact, Team Ebisu in K's no Kuni." Shizune yelled, "How dare you!" as she joined in an assumed and aggressive fighting stance. "If you stand down and listen to our proposition, we'll release your team." Tsunade gave the man a fierce look and considered punching him into next week. She couldn't take the chance, though, because the man's information about Ebisu's location was accurate. "Stand down, everyone, let's hear them out." Shikamaru nodded at Kakashi, who then moved away from the hunter, and instantly obeyed, dropping his jutsu. Ghost pivoted and made eye contact with Kakashi's single eye. "Should have let those two intruders kill you all." "What did you say?" Raito growled as he advanced, but Sakura stopped him. Meanwhile, one of Itachi's counters had slammed Sasuke to the ground. The Anbu squad in the room then swiftly restrained him. "Let me go," Sasuke snarled as he fought to break free. Tsunade strode over to him and clenched her fist in a menacing manner. "Control yourself, Sasuke. Now is not the time," the Hokage said, turning back to Ghost. "Tell us what you're here for and be quick about it." Ghost took out a folded piece of paper from inside his robe and gave it to Tsunade. "These two attacked your village a week ago, remember?" A sketch of the two intruders at the Jonin exam appeared when she unfolded the paper. "They're dead. What of it? Your spymaster probably told you about similar sightings in other villages, and my kind showing up soon after. These two were part of an advanced scouting party, and their purpose was to gather information on the major hidden villages. What business do they have with us?" Tsunade recalled Jiraiya telling her about it. Itachi then said, "They gathered intel on your military strength to send back to their main force that is currently heading towards the elemental countries." "What is the size of this force?" Pocketing his kunai, Kakashi inquired. "We don't know," Ghost said, glancing at Itachi but saying nothing. "However, they are strong enough to eradicate us all. You're saying that there's an enemy coming that's more powerful than all the shinobi countries combined?" Tsunade asked after a brief pause. Ghost walked around the desk and took a seat in the Hokage's chair, saying, "That's exactly what we're saying." "What are you proposing?" Tsunade asked, her eye twitching with intense annoyance. "An alliance between your village and our organizations. You're not serious." Sakura looked at them both with a great deal of mistrust and yelled. Looking at Kakashi and Shikamaru, Tsunade said, "We need to discuss this in private." "You go and do that," Ghost said, gesturing with his hand. "Your Anbu monkeys will undoubtedly keep an eye on us. Escort them to the room across." Without even grunting, the Anbu obeyed her command and led Itachi and Ghost to the other room. Shikamaru, what do you think? The Hokage made one final inquiry. "Well, we have to take into account that they are both S-ranked criminals. I strongly advise against it. Their story might be true, but for Tama, especially the Akatsukiya, it's too convenient." "My son's right," nodded Shikaku, who was also present in the room. "We ought to place additional Anbu outside the door and remove them." Kakashi shifted a little. "I'm not sure about this. But what if they are correct? The danger is too great. We have an opportunity to defeat Itachi Uchiha. We must take advantage of this chance." Tsunade declared definitively, "We're doing it." "However, what about the Ebisu team?" Kakashi inquired. "We have to somehow convince them to let them go. Shouldn't be too hard, I think," replied Shikaku. "Give them the idea we're considering joining them, but first they have to release our team." After giving the order to retrieve their guests, Tsunade nodded and the two were escorted back in. "So, have you made a decision?" Ghost crossed his arms and asked. "We won't make a decision until you let our team go. While you have my men, you want an alliance. That is not reasonable." "It was a bluff," Ghost said with a quiet laugh. "One of our teams identified Ebisu. We just made the decision to take advantage of it." After making eye contact with Shikamaru, Tsunade closed her eyes and grinned, saying, "Well, that certainly makes it a lot easier." Ghost's smile turned to a frown as he tensed up and said, "Don't do anything stupid, Hokage." Just a second later, Kakashi emerged with a kunai pointed at Itachi's back. Ghost and his companion appeared indifferent. "So that's how it's going to be. You're making a big mistake." "Ghost's too calm for the current situation," Tsunade said, narrowing her eyes and snapping her head in Itachi's direction. "Where is Naruto?" With his kunai edging closer, Kakashi demanded. "Uzumaki's whereabouts," Itachi said quietly as he fixed Ghost with his gaze. With a smile on his face, Ghost tilted his head and said, "We did promise that, Itachi." His fingers gently grasped the katana that was strapped to his back. Itachi replied, pulling his hands out of his sleeves, "I guess we did." "Do it, Kakashi." With a roar, Tsunade balled her fist and swung it at Ghost. The first to react was Ghost, who ducked under her blow, moved forward, and vanished in flash step, appearing only a few centimeters from Kakashi before slamming into him with the speed of his special ability, smashing the copy nin through one of the walls. A kunai flew past Itachi's eyes, causing his head to jerk back. He responded by hurling a handful of shuriken in one quick motion, striking two Anbu. Raito charged at Ghost, swinging a kunai wildly but precisely in both hands. The dark-haired Konoha shinobi staggered back, blood streaming from his nose, as the hunter spun around and blocked it with his katana before grabbing Raito by the hair and painfully pulling his head down, slamming it into his knee. "Why, you'll be held accountable." He screamed and started to charge back in, but stopped when he saw a smoke bomb drop at Ghost and Itachi's feet. A second later, it exploded, engulfing both of them and much of the room. With their hands raised in a defensive stance, the pair leapt out of the smoke. With a Chidori, Sasuke took advantage of the situation and charged in, saying, "I got you now, brother." Itachi's eyes widened in apparent surprise as Sasuke's Chidori crashed through his back and out of his chest, but he didn't fall to the ground. Instead, he just said, "Not exactly, little brother." A large explosion happened as Sasuke turned to face Kakashi, his expression changing from one of confusion to one of realization. He attempted to leap back, but it was too late. As the copy nin dove for the desk, Sakura threw herself to the ground as a last resort, dragging Sasuke with her. Tsunade fought to stand up after the explosion subsided, coughing and clutching her side as she gazed at the devastation surrounding her. She watched Sakura slowly rise, her body covered in burn marks and dust. Her eyes slowly moved upward, where the window had been, but the two had been destroyed in the explosion, leaving a large gap that gave a view of the village where several of her shinobi were investigating the situation. She looked at the ground and saw Kakashi lying motionless to the side of her desk. Ghost emerged from the remaining dust cloud, Itachi to his right, both of them seemingly unharmed. "You forced our hand, Tsunade," he said, adding, "We came here with a peace offering, but instead you chose this." Shikamaru moaned as he rose slowly to his feet, clutching his side and panting heavily as his legs shook with effort. "You were at a strategic disadvantage. A small office, not enough space for a wide assortment of jutsu," Ghost said, turning to face Tsunade, who was taking sharp breaths, before he slowly approached, but not before deliberately stepping on Kakashi's hand, which was poised to strike with the kunai in his grasp. "Furthermore, you knew very little about your opponent's fighting abilities. Tsunade, you made a grave error. We would have left if you had just said no." With a disappointed look at his brother, Itachi added, "We meant no further trouble with this pathetic village." He then used his feet to roll his brother onto his back. "We should go, Ghost, we only have a couple of days left. By now, everyone will be mobilizing." Tsunade's grip on his leg prevented Ghost from turning to face the hole in the wall, and he scowled down at her before lowering himself slowly. "Where is he? Where's my little brother? Where is Naruto?" Tsunade hissed, gripping the fabric of his pants tightly, as she forced herself to look up and was astounded by the man's apparent hatred for her. Ghost slowly drew his hood back over his head and grinned at her. He got back up and put his hand on Itachi's shoulder, saying, "Your little brother is lying 6 feet under." He quickly vanished after releasing his leg from Tsunade's hold. Sakura stammered, tears slowly streaming down her cheeks, "Naruto's dead." Tsunade was unable to speak and continued to gaze at the ground where Ghost had been crouching just moments earlier. He crouched beneath an outcropping rock. Although it was a great way to stay hidden, the cavern they were hiding in was extremely uncomfortable. Ghost's face was tired as he gazed at the people in the room. They weren't far out, based on what he had heard from Kisame after returning from a scouting trip in Iwagakure. Members of the Akatsuki and his group, the Fellowship of Hunters, gathered around a big table. Something that Mayu and Rome had agreed upon. Ghost thought the phrase had a pleasant ring to it. All of them had been referred to as hunters, and their group never really had an official name. But their call-out would remain the same. They continued to identify as hunters, but as a group, the Fellowship of Hunters, or as others had already called them, the Fellowship, sounded more unified. He inquired, "How are things on this end?" The group grinned at him as they looked up from the table. Mikuru moved aside and approached him. "When did you get back?" He emerged from the shadows and revealed to her his dirty face, which was nevertheless wearing a smile. "Just now." Her mouth turned up. She moved aside to give Ghost full access to the room. He nodded to Conan, who was standing off to the side talking to a stranger. Rome was the one who responded to his previous query. He motioned for Orodaki to sit at the table with him. "Iwagakure has decided to help us. Their own scouts have reported the threat that they're facing. They have sent 1,000 shinobi to assist us, but under their own command," Imagakure replied with a jab. "They are sending over 150 of their troops to help us. Thank Pain for that." The blonde's forehead furrowed. "What of the others?" Rome rubbed his face and sighed. "Konoha, as we know, isn't taking it seriously. Suna isn't going to send any troops but are fortifying their borders." Mayu had been going around the table in circles for some time. "Same goes for Kurigakure and Kumogakure," she commented. She could see that Mirarka was going to happen again. From behind them, Pain's low voice said, "Once the Reaver threat is truly exposed, by their own doing, the others will fall in line." Rome gave a nod of agreement. "For now, this is what we have. We will leave when Aim's shinobi arrive." Ghost suppressed a yawn. He hadn't slept well. After finishing his assignment, he had hurried back to the hideout, which was a day's drive from Iwa. "Okay. He was joined by Mikuru. "Do we have any idea when?" "They arrive tonight. We'll give them a few hours of rest, and then we'll head out," Mayu replied. Her lips curled upward as she said, "Orodaki, you should try and get some sleep." The small addition to his name had pleased her. The group laughed when Mikuru called him that a week ago, but not in a spiteful way. The name had endured. He yawned once more, but this time he was unable to control it. "Probably a good idea. I hadn't had time to set. I got ya. Both Hawk and I moved your stuff to your room." With an expression of appreciation, he lowered his head and motioned for her to lead. He followed Mikuru out of the room and slammed his head against the rock, saying, "I'll see you in a few." "Kusoa," he mumbled loudly, flinching in agony. With a pitying smile, Mikaru lifted a lantern to examine him more closely. Robatsu bumped his head quite a few times as well. Are you okay? He massaged the area to ease the discomfort. Okay. And another unintelligible sound were grunted by him. She turned around and shook her head. They reached his room after a few more twists and low-lying rocks. The name, Oradaki Ghost, was written on a piece of paper that was mounted on the door. When he saw the name, he laughed. You're doing. After giving him a joyful nod, she opened the door and moved aside to let him in. It's not much, but it's better than sleeping in the 4-star sharing a room with Hakea poor Rapa. He entered and observed the tiny space with the attached bathroom. A bed and a nightstand were located in the corner. There was a closet for his clothes next to the door. This is great, he said, turning to look expectantly at Mikaru, who was standing in the door opening. He threw his outer garment on the bed after untying its knots, exposing his dark, short-sleeved shirt underneath. Much better than I expected, he exclaimed. Mikaru hurriedly said, I'll take that as my cue to leave, and left the room. It's just the jacket thing, he said, a little agitated. She smiled as she peered out from the corner. I know, I'm just joking. I'm gonna grab a bite to eat. You want to join me? His thumb slipped over his shoulder. Gonna take a shower first, I feel dirty. I'll join you in a bit. She gave a wink before vanishing into the hallway and shutting the door behind her. If I were you, it wouldn't take long. Hawk will eat everything. Snorting with laughter, he made his way to the restroom while attempting to kick off his boots and almost toppled over. One of the Jonin from AIM was slid past by Ghost. He noticed Rapa speaking with Robatsu in front of him. Shinobi were marching in a long line in the direction of the assigned beachhead. They wanted everyone to be as fresh as possible, which is why they weren't using their usual mode of transportation. Even though he had slept fairly well, he was still exhausted. A man would experience that after 3 days of little to no sleep. No matter how much sleep he got, his mind still tormented him occasionally. Iros's memories began to surface. Another memory flashed through his mind, and he winced. Mister, what's happening? I implore you, Shinobi-san. Come on, let's go. Please, we won't say anything. Ghost, have you completed your portion? A few of my bakas are genuinely fighting back. He shook his head as the memory came to an abrupt end. Get out of my Hida. Mikaru asked, what are you talking about? As she appeared next to him. He gave her a quick look and shrugged. He identified the location and said, just a headache. We're getting close, right? He had also been here while on assignment. Yeah, shouldn't be much longer, she said, glancing at him. Are you okay? I'm fine, Mikaru. You don't look Finia. Ghost let out a sigh. Mikaru's worry could be bothersome at times like these. Don't worry, I promise I'm. Kisame slipped his arm over his shoulders and interrupted, yeah, are you alright, Oradaki-kun? The blonde pushed the arm out of the way. Leave me alone, Kisame. I'm not in the mood for your childish behavior. Still angry. I didn't take you for someone who would hold a grudge after such a long time. Perhaps I should have, Konoha and all that. Kisame played it off. Shut up and keep moving, Sushi, you disgust me. Mikaru was listening intently to the discussion. It seemed that their shared history had not been well received. Over the past few years, she had been interested in Ghost's absence, and she would be happy to learn anything. When the advancing shinobi came to the top of a hill, they could see the beachhead in front of them. At last, they had left behind the harsh and rugged landscape and encountered light forested areas and salty sea air. They began walking down the hill until they came to the sandy beach. Pain had assumed command and was directing his aim Nin, who promptly set to work. The beachhead itself was already crowded with Iwa shinobi, who regarded the newcomers with a fair amount of suspicion and anxiety. However, Kitsuchi had given them explicit instructions not to handle things themselves. They were meant to collaborate. Ghost leapt off the rock he was perched on and onto the sand. He could feel the heat coming from it even though he was wearing boots. He approached Itachi and looked up at the sky for a moment. We'll have the advantage the first couple of minutes. The sun is in our back, that will give us a slight edge. Itachi narrowed his eyes without replying. They're nearly here. Almost immediately, the hunter saw the fleet. The bigger vessels were giving way to smaller ones. Transport ships. I expected they wouldn't get their main fleet in any unnecessary danger. He left Itachi behind and carried on walking down the beach. He witnessed groups of shinobi preparing for what was about to happen by setting up traps and taking last-minute actions. He noticed a number of tiny tents that had been erected a short distance ahead and up the slope. It was surrounded by barricades, and the entrances were guarded by shinobi. As he hurried past them, he noticed Mayu standing in the gap. Mayu, they're almost here. Is everything set? She gave the aim nin in front of her one last command, shouldn't be much longer, just some final preparations, before turning to face him. I'm assigning hunters to shinobi from Iwa and AIM. You're assigned to Squad 9. They know I'm to take the lead. Everyone's been made aware, even the Iwa nin. Having to command a group of unfamiliar shinobi didn't make him very happy. But he would bite his tongue to maintain unity. Where are they right now? They were with Squad 15 at the foot of the hill, just below this encampment. After thanking her, Naruto swiftly turned around and ran in the direction of his squad. Rome and Mikuru were staring at him as he ran past them. Mikuru yelled over her shoulder, "Good luck," but received no answer. Unsure of what to do, she turned back to her mentor and fidgeted with her hands. She had never participated in a large-scale conflict before, so when she saw how many ships were rapidly approaching, she began to doubt everything. She almost muttered, "We don't have enough men." Rome gave a nod of approval after inspecting his team's gear, not that he was expecting anything less. Pain had dispatched a skilled shinobi. It certainly looks that way. As he passed them both without looking, Pain remarked, "It matters little. If we don't halt their assault, they will turn their eyes on RyugaXD and destroy it." Mikuru gave him a suspicious look. Even though she was aware that the Akatsuki were their allies, she couldn't shake the gut feeling. There was something dangerous about the man. She couldn't get rid of it. "Where am I assigned to?" she asked slowly, averting her eyes from the Akatsuki leader. Rome deliberately avoided looking at her. "Mayu wants you at the medic post." "Are you kidding me?" she yelled, gesturing angrily. "Haven't I proven myself in Konoha?" Rome raised his hands and retreated a little, running into the group behind him. "Look, I know what you mean. But we're lacking in medic nin as it is. Please don't make it any more difficult than it already is." With her blonde hair blowing in the wind, she suddenly turned and walked away, gritting her teeth. "Unbelievable," she exclaimed as she marched away and saw Kisame sitting on a rock, patting his sword. She blinked and saw him pat the opposite side and turn his blade. "Wada?" she asked. When the Akatsuki agent noticed that she was observing his strange actions, he gave her a menacing smile. He used his hands to push her away. She walked toward the medical post behind the command post, shaking her head. She suppressed her feelings. The locals knew they weren't deserving of Mayu's anger and had nothing to do with her choice. Some shouted, 5 minutes. They will be upon us in 5 minutes. At the top of his lungs. The announcement caused people to tense up, and it was soon repeated later. After making last-minute checks, everyone hurried to their designated locations. Among them was Ghost, who led his group to the front of the beach. The water splashed his feet, but he chose to ignore it because he could see slight movement in the distance. His eyes narrowed, then grew wide with astonishment. "We got incoming." He made himself as small as he could and waved his hands for his group to hide behind cover. His group swiftly prepared the makeshift covers they had constructed using materials such as thick tree branches. Behind his makeshift shield, Hawk glanced over his shoulder to check on the others. Only a few of the beachhead were hit by the barrage of arrows. He muttered, "Bastardsa," before he started laughing. "This is going to be one hell of a fight," he exclaimed with a broad smile. Ghost rose slowly as the assault subsided. He noticed a tiny hole in his hood out of the corner of his eye. He allowed the cloth to slide between his fingers. It was a near miss. He was startled out of his reverie by Kisami's yelling, which caused him to jab his hand at the approaching fleet of tiny boats. "Get ready, brat." He shifted his attention to the impending assault. The boats were large but uncomplicated. Although they could hold many men, they were susceptible to jutsu, especially Kaden. He was followed by more Jonin as one ran up from behind him and reached the waters. "Light them up." They scuttled through the required seals in unison. With remarkable success, Kaden jutsu flew in the direction of the assailants and set many of the boats on fire. It was also possible to spot kunai with exploding tags, which either hit their target or just missed it and exploded in the water, hitting transport ships with tiny water waves. When they were approaching, even Doden users were lending a hand. Stone walls rising out of the water and colliding with the gullible reavers' boats above. Ghost lowered his hand and watched as his own Kaden jutsu struck its target, igniting the boat and killing the men and women inside. Oridaki attempted to locate the source of the loud, inhuman roar coming from farther down in the water. He saw Kisame sprinting out of the water a few seconds later. The man had quickly taken out 5 ships, demonstrating his effectiveness in the water. He acknowledged him with a nod, then looked in the direction of the frightening noise. Scared, brat, it was a small lie. Not even a bit, Sushi. He was afraid of the vast fleet that was now slowly approaching the coast, not of what he had heard. He ignored the fact that he could hear Kisame conversing next to him. A big spear flew past his head, and his gaze darted across the waters before suddenly diving to the side. A large man leapt out and followed the spear's trajectory. His face was smirking maliciously, and his eyes were glowing bright red. Scrambling to his feet, Naruto launched a fist that struck the man squarely in the jaw, causing him to fall to the ground. He swiftly palmed a kunai and leapt after him. The man recovered quickly, rolled to the side, and then gracefully flew back to his feet with a burst of his peculiar chakra. Surprised to see that the man had managed to erect a guard, Kisame charged from behind and slammed his enormous blade, Samahata, into him. "You got him, Kisame!" exclaimed Ghost, hesitant to participate. Now, ships ahead of him were unloading their soldiers, and they were coming fast. Of course, the strange man caught the attention of Ghost's teammates, who exclaimed, "What the hell is he?" With a shout of, "Focus!" the blonde threw his kunai and several shuriken at the approaching assailants. Luckily for them, no demonic chakra seemed to be inside them. While Kisame was trading blows with his opponent, his teammates joined him and launched attacks at the quickly approaching adversaries. "Is that all you got?" Ghost moved closer to his opponent, inside his guard, and ducked beneath the approaching blade. He struck his stomach with his fist. He took advantage of the fact that the Reaver was in agony and rammed his kunai into the man's throat. He heard blood gurgling, but he chose to ignore it. He dropped him face first into the sand after giving him one last kick. When he heard the clash of metal, he took a moment to survey his surroundings. In front of him, complete chaos was taking place as everyone was fighting. In front of his eyes, their initial advantage was vanishing. The Reaver's numerical advantage only grew more obvious as more and more transports arrived at the sandy shores. When he could, he helped his teammates because he could see they were doing well. The Reavers were specifically targeting him because they recognized his attire. They obviously didn't think highly of the hunters. He witnessed his teammate Kiro cut his opponent's throat before leaping on the back of another to save his own. It was evident that the Reavers' primary force was composed of men and women who were on par with, if not quite as skilled as, the shinobi. A haste, simply referred to as a holder, was thought to be of Jonin or Anbu strength, whereas a Reaver legionnaire was thought to be of Chunin strength. The Praetorian, or shifter, as they were known, came next. They were regarded as the Reaver Foss's most elite. They were all significantly stronger than Anbu, and many of them might even be regarded as being close to or even above cage level. The majority of their forces were legionnaires, who had no demonic presence. Effective, but they were particularly strong in numbers. Those who were merged with a demon's body but were unable to maintain control were known as haste, or holders. The tainted presence corrupted their mind. Important information that Rome had provided when they first met. The Praetorians were the ones who overcame the demon's power without succumbing to its corruption. Because of their mental strength, these shifters were able to create an almost perfect synergy between their chakra and the demons, whereas a holder's chakra would be overpowered by the demonics. After witnessing his teammate kill the final one, they hurried to him. One questioned, "What's next?" "I got a message that Hunter Rapa needs assistance help. He's at Sector 3, I'll stay here and hold this position, you meet up with my teammate and help him out." The group's eldest member questioned, "You sure you can handle it?" "I'm sure, now go," commanded Ghost. The group ran away and made their way to Rapa. The hunter observed their departure. He knew full well that Haste had been sighted at Rapa's location. "I believe I just sent them to die." He made an effort to ignore the thoughts and concentrated on his next foe, who was only looking at the shinobi below him who was incapacitated. In passing, he grabbed a spear lodged in the sand and ran towards the Reaver. He ripped the man's insides apart as he skewered him with the spear. He swiftly picked up the injured Iwanin and swung him over his shoulder, pushing the now dead Reaver aside. The sign that the man was still alive was the sensation of his breathing on his neck. Arigato Hunter San. He swiftly made a few clones with his free hand and ran in the direction of the closest medical center, saying, "Don't worry about it. Let's get you some help." When the Anbu noticed him coming toward the camp, they swiftly moved aside to let him pass. Over here, Ghost. When he turned, he saw Mikaru beckoning him. He walked past a crowded area and placed the injured man on the table before him. As he examined the huntress more closely, he saw that she was covered in blood, which he quickly concluded wasn't hers. She was rapidly washing her hands in an attempt to remove as much blood as possible. Observing his posture, she inquired, "How is it going out there?" "Okay for the moment, but that won't last. This is a fight we're not meant to win." She leaned over the injured man and listened to his breathing, saying, "I feel the same way. Not that it really matters." She nodded contentedly and began inspecting the injuries. He stared at her for a moment longer, and then he coughed dryly. "I need to get back out there." Mikaru raised her gaze from her patient and smiled confidently at him. "Good luck, Oradaki. Don't die on us." With a sly smile, he said, "Wasn't planning on it." "Come on in, Ghost." Quote. With a wave to his fellow blonde, he turned and bolted from the tent. He pressed his neckpiece's button. It was connected to his earpiece by a tiny cord. "What's the problem, Mayu-sama?" "Hawk is unable to manage both of his holders. I need you to assist him." He glanced around for a moment before quickly recognizing his former teacher. "I'm on my way." With a kunai in each hand, he lowered himself into an offensive stance, slid his feet back, and slowly inhaled and exhaled. A torrent of sand followed him as he pushed off and vanished. The trail from where he had planted his feet was behind him as he skidded to a stop. Blood was all over his hand and kunai. His back ached a little as he slowly straightened it. He watched Hawk slowly stand up again. He extended his hand, which he accepted with gratitude. Ghost grinned and said, "I thought you were better than this, Hawk." He waved him off, trying to get his breathing under control. "Just a short a break, you know how Ida is." He gave his teammate a back pat while snorting with laughter. "Hang in there, Hawk." He yelled back, "I could say the same, you know." But Naruto had long since vanished into the throng of combatants. Itachi effortlessly parried the incoming attack and retaliated with a high kick, hitting him straight in the face. His cloak was blowing in the wind. Before his head struck a rock, his opponent flew through the air. With a dazed groan, the Reaver tried getting back up, but Itachi had jumped after him, and planted two kunai in his chest, ending the man. He flipped the rock over with his hands and landed behind it, running toward the boat that was coming down its rampart. Itachi flew through hand seals, seeing this as the ideal opportunity. Kaden Gukaku no Jutsu. With pinpoint accuracy, the massive fireball struck the boat, causing it to catch fire and killing everyone on board. When his Sharingan spotted an approaching projectile, he leaned back and skillfully avoided it. A sizable group of Reavers stood close to his right, with dead shinobi at their feet. His eyes darted about, taking in the information that was presented to him. He pushed himself off and ran to the group, who then smiled at the Akatsuki agent's alleged ignorance. He ducked beneath the first swing as soon as the Uchiha came within range and quickly jabbed his kunai back, piercing his stomach. He dropped to his knees and slid even lower, aware of the next blow. He knew he had hit another one when he tossed his kunai to his sides. As soon as he realized he had accelerated to the top of his game, he pushed himself off with a handstand and landed both feet in a third Reaver, sending him skyward. With a swift flip, he was back on his feet with a fresh kunai in his hand. After blocking the oncoming attack, he grabbed the outstretched limb with his free hand and pulled the Reaver in front of him. A flurry of knives struck the body a second later. After the ranged attack ceased, Itachi dropped him to the ground, fulfilling his role as a human shield. Two Reavers were killed when two shuriken pierced their throats after flying from his sleeve. He quickly leapt back when he saw a small, round object fall at his feet. A moment later, a medium-sized explosion occurred, covering the surrounding area with sand and smoke. Itachi charged through and leapt into the other members of the group. He exploded a moment later, exposing himself as a mere clone. As the group was killed, Itachi uttered the words, "Bunshin Debakuha," in a barely audible whisper. 2 days ago, Konoha. As she read the report, Tsunade felt a mixture of regret and incredulity. The same thing was being called in by several scouts. All of the troop movement was directed in the direction of Tsuchi no Kuni. She threw the file on the corner of her desk after closing it. Shikamaru entered with another one in his hand. Although she had read enough to realize that she had erred, she was tempted to throw him out. He held up the file and then slid it across the desk, saying, "Another one of our scouts." Unconsciously tapping her finger on it, She stopped it with her hand. Was I wrong? Shikamaru gave a shrug. I don't really think there was a right choice. 2 rogue nin came here, with a history of violence against Konoha. We would have doubted anything they would have said. With a heavy heart, she whispered, I didn't doubt Ghost's words about Naruto. She was devastated to learn that Naruto had passed away. The Nara found it hard to think about his old friend as he peered out the window. We tend to believe what we fear. And they did, I swear. The blonde had not been seen or reported for years. Jiraiya used to be able to find tidbits of information. However, that had ceased a long time ago, which is what caused the fear. Tell me, troublesome Nara. What now? I recommend that our scout keeps following them, update us frequently. Of course. Anything else, Hokage-sama? She was still reluctant to accept what she had read in spite of the reports. Send out 5 Anbu detachments, along with a squad of Konoha representatives. I want Kakashi amongst them. Invite them for further talks. Shikamaru bowed briefly and muttered something suspiciously similar to, troublesome, under his breath. He was gone before she could bring up that issue. Taking in the stunning view of the village, Tsunade got up from her desk and walked to the window. So, Dan, what should I do now that war is upon us once more? Ghost rested on his brand new, blood-stained katana. He struggled to gather himself and panted heavily. Since night had come and gone, they had been engaged in combat for more than 10 hours. They had lost many men, and as time went on, an increasing number of holders showed up on the beach. The ordinary shinobi had no chance against Akatsuki and the hunter, who could hold their own. Ignoring the battle cries around him, he got up and sheathed his katana before making his way to the command post. He had long since taken off the hood over his head, which made his view too limited, and the wind blew through his blonde hair. A fire attack had scorned his face mask, exposing a portion of his lower face. He saw Pain, Mayu, Mikuru, and Itachi as he ducked beneath the tent's flaps. The blonde questioned, what's the plan? Pain circled the table that held dozens of battle plans and maps. Our enemy hasn't yet demonstrated their full strength, but we've lost well over half of our forces. At that moment, a loud voice called out over the battlefield, Rome, where are you? Now bring me Rome. What was that? Mikuru inquired. Rome, what did you do this time? Ghost pretended to be irritated and asked. Mayu interrupted Rome as she was about to investigate after ignoring him. Check it out, Ghost. Feel free to bring anyone you like, but keep Rome inside, I don't want him outside. We don't want to fall for his tricks. Ghost nodded and left the tent without bringing anyone with him. Hey Rome. He also noticed Kisame approaching the yelling man, saying, Sushi, you can go, I got this. Yeah, and let you have all the fun with him, I don't think so. With a simple grunt, Ghost pushed past all the fighting men and women to the front of the beach, where a tall, broad, red-clad man with a steel mask over his face held an axe before him. Ghost paused before the man, eyed his mask, and frowned as he saw the red glowing eyes behind the slits. The man in the mask looked at the hunter and said, You're not Rome. Ghost folded his arms and said, Who are you? My name is Ghost, and why do you want Rome? I recall the name. You're one of those hunters, and save for one of our scouts, none of them made it through a fight with you. You're a dangerous man. I'm one of the lieutenants. Lord Kenpachi sends me to make sure that Rome will die, the man said with a laugh. Arm muscles were stretched by Ghost, who said, I can't allow you to do that. You can't stop me, even if your blue fish joins in. Ghost ignored Kisame's eerie glare and made a few hand gestures, saying, My pet will stay just where he is. Fa-tun. Atsugai. Before releasing its compressed energy and blasting the lieutenant away, a huge tornado attacked him. Ghost used a kunai to block the incoming projectiles from the sandstorm look-alike that had erupted from the jutsu just as he was about to let his guard down. Impressive. The man then lunged at Ghost, who barely had time to raise his kunai to deflect the axe. Ghost struck the man in the face with his fist in retaliation. Before he could gather his thoughts and attack Ghost directly, the lieutenant stumbled back. Ghost threw his kunai at the man, who easily sidestepped it. The hunter rushed forward and, in one quick motion, allowed himself to drop to his knees, sliding behind the man and underneath the axe. He then grabbed his katana and spun around, simultaneously swinging it at the man's legs. Seeing the attack coming, the Reaver leapt over it and kicked Ghost hard in the face. Ghost collapsed onto his back, moaned, and then got back up. He smiled and cocked his head, asking, "Is that all you have?" The lieutenant and Ghost then launched themselves at one another, their weapons moving in unison. XXX. This battle is over, Mayu said, peering from the cliff at the forest's edge. We were defeated. With one nod, Pain said, "We have, call the retreat." Rome sighed and nodded to the man at the command post. A few moments later, the tent caught fire, destroying any sensitive material and signaling all of their men to flee. One man continued to fight despite orders to retreat being yelled into their headsets. "Let's go, Ghost," Kisame yelled as he struggled to advance on the two fighting men due to the large number of fighting shinobi, which made it difficult for him to move, particularly when kunai and shuriken were flying everywhere. After throwing away his glasses, Ghost jumped back and turned to face Kisame. "Crap," he said, turning back to his opponent, who was standing there nonchalantly. "I guess our match is over for now, Lieutenant. You believe that I'll simply let you go? Guess again." The lieutenant then sprinted in Ghost's direction, intending to slam him to the ground. With a sly smile, Ghost held his hand in front of him and said, "Chakra push." The Reaver was caught off guard by the unexpected attack and was unable to avoid it in time, causing him to be blasted away and fall into the water. "Leave now, please." As he ascended the slight incline encircled by the fleeing shinobi, Ghost yelled. All of the water jutsu practitioners suddenly materialized on the cliff and employed a range of water jutsu techniques to slam the approaching foes away while barely avoiding the shinobi. When the final shinobi arrived at the summit, the earth-style jutsu-trained shinobi planted several walls to slow the enemy down. "That trick gave us a couple of minutes at most, we have to move now," Ghost said as he ran in Pain's direction. Pain gestured for Itachi to deliver the message, saying, "Agreed. We've already sent the wounded men to Takigakure, we'll go that way." Mikuru interrupted, "How about Iwa? We cannot abandon them. We already informed them before we headed this way, if they listen to us then they have already evacuated most of the villages. And you genuinely believe that they will heed the counsel of one of the Akatsuki?" Mikuru retaliated. "Let's leave now, this is not the time to solve it." Rome joined in as he ran past them and noticed that the Reavers were gradually gathering themselves as he peered over the precipice. Pain and Kisame were left standing at the edge of the precipice after Ghost nodded and swiftly sheathed his katana before trailing the others, Mayu and Mikuru. With a grunt, Kisame said, "It seems they have won the first round." He then trailed behind the others. Before turning around and vanishing, Pain remained silent. XXX. They had captured the beach in Earth Country, and the main fleet was en route to Wave Country, so Kenpachi stood on the deck of his flagship, the Skeleton, and sighed with satisfaction after learning of the news. The attack on Earth Country was merely a diversion to divert the defending forces, and it had succeeded. They had not only dealt a devastating blow to their numbers, but they had also gained a foothold in the area, so the attack on Iwagakure would not take long. "These hunters are getting on my nerves, and what's worse is that they joined up with another group called the Akatsuki. They need to be taken care of now," he said, referring to his Lieutenant Taak's failure to eliminate Rome in favor of fighting Ghost, whom he had allowed to escape. At that moment, one of his officers approached him and said, "Sir, here are the latest reports," passing him a file. "Is there anything else, sir? I want you to assemble a group of our finest men, naturally merged, and send them into the hidden villages to learn more about our friends, since those hunters and Akatsuki are starting to bother us." Before leaving the deck and making his way to his cabin, Kenpachi calmly said, "Once that's done, I want them to eliminate all the hunters and Akatsuki members, Rome above all." XXX. When he reached the next branch, Itachi halted and raised his hand, saying, "Someone's coming." He was soon followed by Ghost, Pain, Kisame, and the rest of their forces, who landed on the ground and out of sight. A short while later, a group of Anbu materialized in front of them brandishing their weapons. "Identify yourselves." Kisame chuckled, "Are you blind? Guess what, I'm wearing a black cloak with red clouds." "We don't have time for this, Anbu, I don't know from which village your father." Ghost trailed off when he noticed a specific Anbu with grayish hair, forcing himself to suppress his smirk and maintain his composure. Ghost grinned and said, "Well, it looks like Hitaki has returned to Anbu. Has she grown weary of teaching brats?" Saying, "We've been looking for you." Lady Tsunade decided to help even after the stunt you pulled. Anbu moved forward and removed his mask to reveal that he was, in fact, Kakashi. Despite the difficult fight they were in, Itachi couldn't help but smile. How can they not realize that Ghost is actually Naruto? He resembles Minato almost exactly, but his whisker marks are gone, so that may be why they aren't able to connect the dots. As he made his way to the front, panting heavily from his near-death experience a few days prior, Hawk remarked, "Too late, we already lost the fight. They're probably now looking for us, so it's wise that we keep moving." Kakashi covered his face with his mask again. "Lady Hokage wishes to talk to both Ghost and Itachi. After that our village is open for the rest of your forces to resupply. Also, she wishes to speak to the person in charge." Mayu moved forward, saying, "I'll follow you back to your village then, but first we need some volunteers to stay in the Earth Country and offer any help they may need." Ghost opened his mouth to say something, but Mayu cut him off. "No, not you, Ghost. You heard the Anbu, you're expected in Konohagakure." Ghost stood his ground and said, "I must object, Mayu-sama, the meeting can wait." Mayu gave the order in a tone that made no room for debate. "No, Ghost, you'll head for Konoha, and that's final." Ghost gave her a fierce look. "Yes, ma'am," he said, his voice full of sarcasm and rage. At that moment, Robatsu said, "I'll head for Iwa then." Rome approached Robatsu and said, "I'll join you, Robatsu." Yusari grinned and said, "Someone's got to cover your backs, I guess it has to be me." "All right, then, as soon as you successfully evacuate, or if the battle is lost, I want you to leave right away, do you understand?" After giving a nod, the three made their way to Iwagakure. "The rest of us will head for Takigakure. Itachi, go with them to Konoha, Kisame, you'll join him as well." Pain gave the order. "Come on." After saying that, Mayu hurried to follow the Konoha Anbu. Before he followed Mayu's lead, Ghost took a quick look at Itachi and sighed, saying, "This is going to be a long week." XXX. After a few days, Konoha. 2 squads of Junin stood on either side of Hinata as she stood in front of the main gate. She was confronted by a Chunin who had leapt from the roof and said, "Lady Hinata, the group is 4 minutes out." Hinata nodded briefly. "All right, so what about Anbu Squad 7? The Chunin replied, "They just left the Hokage's office and are heading for the Anbu headquarters." "All of them?" inquired Hinata. Both shinobi and civilians have reacted strongly to the news that Itachi Uchiha and Ghost would be returning to the village. But Sasuke didn't take it well. In fact, he was halfway through his warpath when Tsunade cornered him and told him to keep to himself until the shinobi world was once again at peace, or as peaceful as it could be. "Yes, everyone." Hinata dismissed the Chunin with a smile. She was still in shock that Sasuke had actually cooperated. Perhaps this was due to their brief altercation when the 2 S-ranked criminals sought to form an alliance. The idea that 2 S-ranked shinobi could defeat the Hokage, an Anbu squad, and 2 advisors had raised a lot of concerns. Perhaps that made him more relaxed. The group entered the gate at that moment. Hinata stood up straight and approached the group. Itachi and Ghost were immediately recognizable to her due to their blonde hair, which she had committed to memory since the day of the Junin exams. His hair seemed oddly familiar to her, and his sunglasses were a dead giveaway. She bowed to the new arrivals and said, "Hello, my name is Hinata Hyuga. I'm here to escort you to Lady Hokage." Mikuru quickly followed Mayu in bowing. She turned to face Ghost, Kisame, and Itachi, but they all just stood there, and Ghost simply crossed his arms in further defiance of Mayu. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Hinata. My name is Mayu-san and the young woman next to me is Mikuru-san." She glared at Ghost before returning her focus to the Hyuga, saying, "Excuse the behavior of my companions, they should know better." "That's quite all right, we're used to it by now," she said coolly. "If you'll follow me, as for the Anbu squads, you're expected at the headquarters." The small group made their way to the Hokage Tower by walking through the streets. Ghost noticed that the villagers were staring at them fearfully. Smirking, he said, "Don't enjoy it too much, Kisame." With a madman's smile, Kisame gave a single bark of laughter. "Like you aren't." "Maybe just a little," Ghost said as he noticed a child crossing the street ahead of them. The child then turned to cheerfully wave at the group. At that moment, a woman rushed over to the contented child and swiftly pulled him out of the streets. The passing group was kept as far away as possible by the other civilians on the sides of the main road. They obviously remembered Itachi from the Uchiha massacre, as they pointed and whispered primarily at him. Not unnoticed was the fact that some also pointed at Ghost. Ghost found the ordeal amusing. "Don't you just love fear?" Hinata gritted her teeth and looked at the blonde hunter, saying, "People like you make me feel sick." Hinata narrowed her eyes as Ghost grinned and said, "Luckily I don't care." After slowing down, Ghost approached Mikuru and said, You know, you never told me that you were related to Mayu. With a cheerful expression on her face, Mikuru remarked, I figured everyone knew by now, but then again when I was introduced into the group you weren't there yet. Well now you know. However, she was secretly troubled by Ghost's remark from moments earlier. Ghost returned his focus to the road and saw that they were nearly at the Hokage Tower's gates. They were stopped by the Anbu in front. Lady Hinata, I presume that these are the guests. Hinata gave a nod. They are. They know that drawing their weapons is prohibited. Gazing at the man, Kisame said, of course we know, now step aside, we don't have all day. Mayu yelled, mind your manners, Hoshigake. They entered the gate and discovered, as they had anticipated, that shinobi were stationed to guard the office stairs and the hallways. Itachi, who was the first to follow Hinata, remarked, I suppose they're afraid that we'll try something again. Just safety precautions, would you have expected anything different after what you both did last time? You're right, next time when you try to arrest us, I won't do something as stupid as running away. Ghost responded. At those words, Hinata's curiosity reached a peak. I'll just kill them instead. Mayu commanded. Ghost, shut your mouth immediately, while Kisame laughed in the background. She knocked twice on the door before opening it and saying, we're here. Hinata bowed briefly and said, Lady Hokage, our guests are here. Before leaving, she gave Ghost and Kisame a fierce look, and they both grinned back at her. Rising from behind her desk, Tsunade approached the group. Welcome to Konoha, I'm Tsunade. And the two men beside me are Shikaku Nara and Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. Mayu bowed briefly. My name's Mayu-san and this is Mikuru-san, I don't think I need to introduce the others though. Tsunade remarked icily, we've met before. Unfortunately, Ghost continued. Mayu decided to disregard the comment. I promise you, Lady Hokage, that Itachi and Ghost will control themselves. Tsunade replied, even though we had our differences in the past, we now have a common enemy, and while I refused the offer earlier, I'd like to reconsider and have the Land of Fire join with your group against this enemy. Mayu was beaming. We're glad to hear that. We can use all the help we can get, and with Konoha participating, I'm sure that we'll be able to turn the tide. XXX. They had caught up on the invasion after speaking with Jiraiya and Shikaku, the Konoha specialist. Why couldn't you tell us about this after your battle against those two at the arena? Tsunade asked, turning to face Ghost, who was whispering to Itachi. Ghost paused his speech and turned to face the Sannin. Like any of you would have believed me. He then returned his focus to Itachi and resumed his conversation. Mayu, you can use our village as your base of operations should you want that, of course, Tsunade said, giving the man a fierce look. That sounds like a good plan. Konoha is a great place and not too far out of reach of the other countries. Tsunade returned to her desk and picked up a pile of papers. All right, I'll set up a spot for you, but I have a question. I know who everyone in your group is, including Kisame Hoshigake, yes, she said, meeting Kisame's gaze. But I don't know Ghost's true identity, would it be too much to ask for his? People wearing face masks, glasses, and hoods are not trustworthy. Before Mayu could say anything, Ghost grunted, it's not going to happen, Hokage, so get over it. The Hokage turned to face Mayu, who reluctantly glanced at Ghost. Do you really care that much, Ghost? Mayu inquired. You already know the answer. I won't reveal my true name. As for my sunglasses, why is it bothering you so much if you have Hitaki wearing a face mask and a headband over one of his eyes? Kakashi I trust, you I don't. Damn, she got me there. Ghost sighed, ripping off his damaged face mask and taking off his glasses. He winced at the bright light, which Mayu and Mikuru noticed. Happy now? Tsunade remarked mockingly, Varia, before fading away as she caught sight of Minato's spitting image. Minato. Oh boy. Ghost shook his head and put his sunglasses back on, hiding his blue eyes. No, I'm not Minato, I just look like the guy. Let's go, please. I need a drink to clear my head. Jiraiya, who witnessed the entire incident, was equally stunned because the man resembled Minato. After gathering her thoughts, Tsunade said, yes, please follow Jiraiya, he'll show you to one of the hotels. Jiraiya walked out the door after waving for him to follow. Do you have a moment, Ghost? Despite his strong desire to ignore her and leave, Ghost turned back to face Tsunade and said, what is it, Hokage? After gesturing for the others to proceed, Tsunade returned her focus to Ghost and said, you informed me that Naruto was dead when we last met. Were you serious, or did you just make it up to watch me suffer? I wasn't saying that to hurt you, Ghost said, feeling sorry for the woman until he recalled that she had sentenced him to something worse than death in his opinion. He said, Naruto is dead. Tears welled up in Tsunade's eyes. How did he die? He died in a battle against Orochimaru's henchmen. Me and Itachi met up to assassinate Orochimaru and found Naruto with the same intent. We all partnered up and tried to sneak in. It all went downhill and eventually were surrounded. Ghost breathed a sigh of relief. He never had to. He passed away. We managed to fight most of them off until Orochimaru joined in and went toe-to-toe with Itachi, leaving Naruto and me against the rest of his forces. He eventually just couldn't handle it anymore and succumbed to the amount of enemies, Ghost said, walking to the couch in the corner and taking a seat. Rewind. Naruto moved to the forest's edge and knelt down. It was late at night. The rest of his clothing was hidden by a dark blue cloak he was wearing. The dark blue cloak that Naruto and the others wear when searching for Itachi in the series. You're exactly on time, a quiet voice said. When Naruto turned around, he noticed a man he hadn't seen in 2 years standing there. It's good to see you again, Itachi. How have you been? Itachi knelt beside him and reached inside his cloak, saying, I've been fine. How have the last 2 years been for you? Not too bad. I met up with your friend Hawk. He took me under his wing and trained me. Itachi placed something on the ground and unfolded it to reveal a map. He was the one who gave me the information about the unknowns that are coming, he said. All right. The camp has a large fence covering every inch, so simply jumping over it will be out of the question since they'll spot us right away. We got a lot of patrols as well. I doubt we'll be able to slip inside without noticing the guards. Naruto studied the map and the actual camp in the distance, nodding. It was protected by a genjutsu and constructed in a forest clearing. So you want to hit the camp hard and fast? Softly, Itachi folded the map and replaced it in his cloak. That's exactly what I thought. If we both use cage buncheons and swarm the camp, that way we'll both sneak in his underground hideout and search for Orochimaru, he said. Also, because no one can know you're working together with someone of the Akatsuki, you'll need to henge your hair and your whisker marks. And I've got a spare cloak as well just to make sure. Sounds good. Itachi summoned the objects after reaching inside his cloak and opening a scroll. A straw hat and a folded cloak lay on top. Naruto's dark blue shirt and pants were exposed when he removed his cloak. Then he reached for the Akatsuki cloak and donned it. He gazed at himself in a tiny pool of water's reflection. Naruto grinned and remarked, I always wanted to wear one of these, it looks awesome. Itachi smiled, a rare smile. You're the first one who ever wore an Akatsuki cloak, who isn't a member of our organization. Yeah, well, the cloaks may look good, the people wearing are still bastards. You'll get your chance one day, Itachi said, getting to his feet and gesturing for Naruto to follow him while they discussed the best course of action. After about 5 minutes of walking, they split up to wait on different sides of the camp. While hiding behind a tree, Naruto was able to see multiple squads moving about the camp. He waited for Itachi to take his place. He turned slowly after hearing a twig snap and 2 voices conversing softly next to him. A patrol was passing by a few feet away. Then, moving slowly behind the tree, he put his hands to his mouth, mimicked the sound of a chirping bird, and repeated it 3 times with brief pauses. It was used to instruct the adversary to hold off on attacking until it was safe to do so. Naruto looked at the patrol, who were oblivious to his noise, and let out a mental sigh of relief. He made the bird sound once more after a few minutes of waiting. He waited, holding his breath. He knew it had to be Itachi because he was starting his attack when he heard an owl in the distance. Taja Kage Bunshin no Jutsu was the sign he made with his hands together. The nearby camp became alarmed as 2 massive clouds of smoke engulfed a small portion of the forest. Hundreds of clones followed the real Naruto as he yelled, "Let's go!" and began running toward the camp. Just outside the camp, the shinobi formed 2 long lines that were about the same length as the clones that Itachi and Naruto were sending. They seized their shuriken and began tossing them in the direction of the intruders. His clones followed in his footsteps, grabbing a kunai or shuriken and hurling it at the men in front of the fence after the real Itachi ducked beneath one of the shuriken and retaliated with some of his own. The night was filled with cries of agony. XXX. When Naruto flicked his wrist, the kunai he was holding flew in the direction of a wounded man who was stumbling and attempting to flee. They never stood a chance. After breaking a man's neck, Itachi got to his feet and said, they must have sent out a distress signal, we have to hurry. They bolted for the underground hideout's entrance, which was located in the middle of the camp. How are we going to get through that? Knowing the snake, he's probably reinforced the doors with chakra. But as soon as the big steel doors opened, his query was addressed. Naruto began, "That's going to be a," before his voice caught in his throat. "Problem," Itachi concluded, his face showing a hint of surprise at the size of the shinobi gathered there. Naruto grabbed 2 kunai from his pouch. "We have to go through them if we want to reach Orochimaru." Itachi mimicked his motion and took 2 of his own kunai. He gave Naruto a brief nod before sprinting in the direction of his opponent, with his temporary black-haired teammate trailing closely behind. After sidestepping the first attack and blocking the second with ease, Itachi swung his feet low, knocking one of his numerous opponents to the ground. Without pausing for a second, he stabbed the fallen enemy without even turning to face him. In the meantime, Naruto had eliminated his second opponent, created a few cage buncheons, and was eliminating his targets one by one, albeit much more slowly than Itachi. Even though Itachi and Naruto were fighting hard, their overwhelming numbers gradually forced them back. Both Itachi and Naruto could defeat Chunin-ranked opponents, but it became too much when their adversaries banded together. Panting heavily, Naruto wiped the perspiration from his brow and turned to face Itachi, who was not in the same state as him but was still displaying signs of exhaustion. Naruto managed to spit out, "Now what?" Just as Itachi opened his mouth to respond, another voice interrupted. A pale man moved forward and said, "Kukukuku, Itachi, why are you of all people after me?" Itachi calmly lied about the true reason they were there, saying, "You still have something that belongs to us, Orochimaru." Orochimaru said, "It's grown attached to me, now if you two would act like 2 genin and surrender," wearing a sickly smile that Naruto recognized from his time in Konoha. Snake Sanin concluded, "It would make things so much easier." Naruto retorted, "And why don't you just die, you slippery snake?" With the sick smile still plastered on his face, Orochimaru turned to face Itachi's companion. "So you can actually speak," Itachi said, irritated, "Let's just get this over with," glancing at Naruto. "Can you hold of Orochimaru's men?" Naruto turned away from Orochimaru and snatched up a handful of shuriken, saying, "No problem, leave that to me. Just make sure he doesn't get away." While Naruto engaged in combat with the numerous adversaries, Itachi returned his focus to the snake lover. "You must realize that you don't stand a chance against me, Orochimaru." The Sannin approached the Uchiha with assurance. "Kukukuku, I have the advantage, Itachi-kun, you've been fighting my men for a while, it has tired you down, as well as your companion. It won't be long before he succumbs to their numbers." He abruptly put his left hand in a specific seal at his mouth and said, "He'll be fine, you should focus your attention on me." Kaden. Ha-Senka no Jutsu. Despite being somewhat unprepared, Orochimaru was able to avoid the tiny fireballs and launch a counterattack. Snakes leapt from his sleeves and headed directly for the Uchiha, exclaiming, "Tsunejishu." Itachi was ready when he threw the shuriken he was holding, striking the snakes in the head and sending them sprawling to the ground before vanishing into a cloud of smoke. With his notorious sword Kusanagi in his hand, Orochimaru dashed past the smoke and met Itachi halfway. With a kunai in his own hand, Itachi met him halfway. He placed his kunai in front of him and changed into a defensive stance. Itachi's kunai was struck by Orochimaru's sword first. Despite his grimace, Itachi remained firm and punched the Sannin in the face with his free hand, causing him to stumble back. Once more without using any hand signals, Itachi took advantage of the situation to make his next move. Kaden. Ga Kakya no Jutsu. Orochimaru was hit by a massive ball of fire. The fireball scorned the back of his shirt as he dove to the ground, unable to avoid it. With a terrifying resemblance to a slithering snake, Orochimaru angrily got up and hurried over to Itachi. They unintentionally left the hideout and entered the forest as Itachi charged the snake bastard and engaged him in a close-quarters battle that combined swinging fists and clashing metal. After blocking a low swipe, Orochimaru kicked the Uchiha in the side in retaliation. Using the momentum he created, he then disarmed the Uchiha. Without pausing for a second, Orochimaru slashed at Itachi's arms, causing a brief but deep cut to cross his wrist after disarming him. Orochimaru smiled. "You look tired, Itachi-kun." Itachi smiled infrequently. "Haven't you noticed? I haven't used my Sharingan yet." The Sannin's eyes grew wide with terror, then he narrowed them and licked his lips like a hungry animal. Itachi threw a handful of shuriken, initiating contact. After saying, "I expect more from you, Itachi-kun," he dodged the approaching projectile using Kawarimi. With his Sharingan active, Itachi was able to track the snake with ease and shine behind him. A kunai then slid out of his Akatsuki robe sleeve and stabbed the man in the back. He then kicked the man in the same spot where the kunai had been embedded. Orochimaru staggered ahead and then turned around, his eyes blazing with resentment. Itachi focused his chakra and put his hand in front of his mouth without waiting for him to catch his breath. Kaden. Ga Kakya no Jutsu. Orochimaru was directly targeted by an even larger fireball than before, and he was unable to avoid it in time. Doden. Doria Heki. Itachi let out a sigh. "Keep your pets out of this, Orochimaru." As he ran his hand through his hair, Orochimaru said, "Against you." "I don't think so, Kukuku." With his eyes fixed on Itachi, Kabuto said, "Lord Orochimaru, we have shinobi from Kusa's outpost inbound, they must have noticed the fighting that occurred here." "Have you made the preparations, Kabuto?" "Of course." With his right-hand man at his side, Orochimaru felt more confident and said sweetly, "I'm afraid I have to stop our fight, Itachi-kun." He was about to rush towards the two when Kabuto interrupted him, asking, "And you think I'll just let you leave?" "I'd look towards your companion, he's having a tough time." Naruto was kneeling and panting heavily when Itachi turned his attention to the fight, which he could hardly see. Itachi flickered away after saying, "I'll finish you off later." Naruto had a hard time standing up. Between breaths, he managed to say, "Is that all you got?" Itachi showed up next to Naruto and assisted him in standing up. "Let's go." Orochimaru escaped, and from what I heard, there are Kusa shinobi on their way here. We need to get out of here. Without saying anything more, he seized Naruto's arm and swung it over his shoulder. Then, using his free hand, he hurled a shuriken at the approaching adversaries who had attempted to take advantage of Itachi's inattention. Itachi and Naruto vanished in a cloud of smoke as the shinobi lay lifeless on the ground with a shuriken in his throat. The flashback has ended. Ghost twisted his version of the failed assassination attempt on Orochimaru and said, "And that's how he died." Tsunade made an effort to maintain her composure, and during the first section of the story, she was incredibly proud of Naruto's effort to defeat the Snake Freak and the fact that he continued to fight against Konoha's enemies despite leaving. However, sadness was the only emotion she had left after that thought had subsided. Ghost got to his feet and extended his limbs. "Story time is over, do with it what you will." He then left Tsunade sobbing in silence as he entered the room and shut the door. Ghost let out a contented sigh. Total and pure satisfaction. XXX. 2 days later, Kisame and Itachi strolled through the streets together. "Perhaps we could go to the bar we went last time we were here, when we were looking for Naruto, for old time's sake." Itachi grinned. They did serve some good food and sake. They crossed the street and made their way to the bar, where they were greeted with a humorous sight after pushing the flaps aside. Ghost was sitting in front of them, sipping his drink idly with his legs crossed. Neji and Sasuke were standing at the bar to his right, staring intently into the hunter's serene face. When Sasuke saw the newcomers, his eyes turned red right away, and 3 tomos surrounded his pupils. Ghost turned to face the newcomers and smiled. He had taken off his hood and face mask, exposing his bandana and sunglasses. Now this just became a whole lot more interesting. With a smile, Kisame took a seat beside him and placed an order for a drink. Ignoring Sasuke's scowl, Itachi sat in front of Ghost. "It has been a while, little brother, hasn't it? Last time we met you weren't in a very talkative mood." Sasuke, who had just about calmed down, stormed out of the bar before he could make a mistake. "I'd say he's still not very talkative, Itachi." Itachi turned his back on him and concentrated on his drink. Ghost got to his feet after finishing his drink, waved goodbye, and left the bar, not really caring where he went. Where might Orochimaru be? Ghost crossed his arms, sighed, and kept walking aimlessly. Word will spread about the invasion in Tsuchi no Kuni, and if he finds out about the Reavers, he'll no doubt try and ally with them. Orochimaru needs to be dealt with quickly. Ghost. When Ghost looked up, he saw Hawk sprinting in his direction while the locals gave him strange looks. Given that Hawk had left the village to conduct some scouting, I asked, "Since when did you arrive here?" "I've just arrived this morning, but that's not the reason I looked for you. The others are back. I've just received word from Mikaru, they're waiting for us at the north gate." "Lead the way." Ghost nodded, and they made their way to the gate. After a short walk, They reached the gate and approached Mayu and Mikaru, who were kneeling and healing a person on the ground. Mayu-sama, we're here. Mayu rose slowly and turned around, sorrow shining in her eyes. She searched but was unable to find the right words. Hawk, already regretting his question, asked, "What's wrong?" Mayu briefly closed her eyes as she cast a sorrowful glance at Hawk and Ghost. Yusari is dead. Ghost's eyes widened in shock as he managed to utter, "Wah." Without even looking up from his little orange book, Kakashi strolled through the door of his apartment and kicked it shut behind him. With a sigh, he sagged on his couch. It appeared that Naruto's betrayal had been the catalyst for the significant changes that had occurred over the previous 7 years. Sasuke further distanced himself from the others after learning that his blonde teammate had left the village. Sakura stopped attempting to attract Sasuke's attention and instead concentrated on her training. Above all, the silver-haired elite was surprised by the rookies' eventual forgiveness of Sasuke and Sakura. He anticipated the Yamanaka, but not the others. After 3 years, when they reluctantly welcomed him back into the group, he recalled that Sasuke had come forward to apologize for his actions, telling them that he had left them for retaliation and sharing information about his brother. It took some time, and he believed for a long time that Sasuke had ruined the odd friendship he had formed with them. Sasuke spent a lot of awkward moments with the rookies, and it appeared that he was doing everything in his power to atone for the serious errors he had made. When the copycat discovered this, he nearly let his perverted book fall. But Kakashi wasn't easily duped, and he could still see the Uchiha's hatred and resolve to murder the man he used to call his big brother. His brief conversation with him had not been helpful prior to his betrayal, and it was ineffective the second time he discussed it with Sasuke. However, if the silver-haired Junin had just put himself in Sasuke's position and turned his back on it, he would have been lying to himself. Nevertheless, he would not have left the village. However, about 2 years after Naruto vanished, rumors began to circulate that the Akatsuki had been sighted in one of the main villages in the Land of Sound. Fear had taken hold of Tsunade and led to the formation of several squads, including several Anbu squads and some of the rookies who had survived Chunin. The first person to volunteer was Sasuke. Kakashi was aware that Akatsuki was searching for Naruto, that he had left the village, and that he had even briefly hidden himself in the Land of the Waves. You can bet your ass that the Akatsuki would eventually find out if Konoha did. 3 years after Naruto vanished, a flashback occurs. Even though it was ruled by Orochimaru, the village below seemed serene to Kakashi as he strolled to the cliff and looked down at it. He looked to his left and saw Sakura and a determined Sasuke. The other rookies, though he could no longer truly refer to them as such, were behind him. He hardly noticed one of the Anbu squad stationed there as he turned his head toward the trees that encircled the village. Kakashi said to the former rookies, "Okay, the village is completely surrounded, no one will leave this village without us knowing it. As you know, we're here to find and eliminate the Akatsuki agents. However, the only reason you are all here is because of your ties to Naruto, and if Naruto is here you are our best bet in convincing him to come back." You got your ord. All of a sudden, there was a loud explosion. When Kakashi and the others turned to face the village, they saw that smoke from a small, mostly destroyed building filled the air. "What the hell just happened?" exclaimed Tenten. Turning to her former sensei, Sakura asked, "Did one of our Anbu squads attack?" Kakashi said, "Unlikely. If I have to make a guess, I'd say that our enemy has found their target." His one eye was narrowed, and there was no sign of his typical sloth. Hinata began, "You mean they found Naruto?" Sasuke concluded, his expression emotionless. The child was a master at hiding his feelings, but Kakashi knew better. Kakashi gave a nod. "Change of plans, Sasuke, you're with me. We'll meet up with Yamato at second building on the left behind the west gate. The rest form up in squads of 3 and 4. Make a perimeter in a close radius around the destroyed building, but do not engage anyone unless they try to break through." Startled at first, Sasuke nodded and trailed behind Kakashi as he hurried up to the gate. After dividing into 3 groups, the remainder vanished. XXX. Did you really have to blow up the entire building? All Itachi said was to draw their attention while I sneak out. Not blow something up in the progress while I'm still here. Naruto yelled at the individual. With his dark robe flapping around him, the man turned around. "Brat, you may earn Itachi's trust, but you haven't earned mine. So shut that small mouth of yours unless you want me to rip you to shreds with Samahata." Naruto muttered something about a sword wrapped in toilet paper and blue fish. The blue Akatsuki member stepped in the direction of the child and gave him a glare as his intention to kill him became apparent. Naruto froze, raising his hands in self-defense. Calm down, calm down. Itachi approached the blonde and gave him a scroll. You need to go. They have just entered the village, and from what my crow relayed is that there are multiple Anbu squads outside the village as well. The east gate is the only guarded by 2 Anbu squads, all other exits are guarded by at least 3 squads. Kisame, you'll go with Naruto and make sure he escapes. We can't have Konoha find out what we're planning, and we know they're very capable of extracting information out of their prisoners, Itachi said with a slight grumble. Besides, I doubt that Naruto-kun here wants to go back. Naruto nearly forgot to inquire what was in the scroll when he said, you got that right. Oh, and Itachi, what's in the scroll? The scroll there contains a crow, and another scroll with an address and a couple of Kaiden jutsus. With what you told me, you'll find some use for it later. If you summon the crow and give him the order to return to me, I'll know if you require my assistance and we'll meet up on the address that's written on the other scroll. Itachi looked in the direction of the city's west. They entered the city. You have to go now. With a nod, Naruto turned and hurried toward the eastern gate, Kisame at his heels. Kisame admonished, brat, look, indicating the east gate. When Naruto noticed more leaf shinobi approaching, his eyes widened in shock. He immediately changed his hair from spiky to long and tied in a ponytail, as well as performing a henge to turn it dark brown. Naruto yelled, we have to get into the alleys, you kinda stand out, big guy. As he turned abruptly and dashed into an alleyway, Kisame at his heels. After giving the wall a hug, Naruto cautiously rounded a corner to discover another alleyway that divided into smaller ones. Perfect. Itachi took a seat on one of the walls of the building that Kisame had earlier demolished. As he turned to face the rooftops ahead, he saw that Odo Nin were engaged in combat with the other Anbu squads that had managed to get into the village. I now understand why no one was looking into the explosion, but I still don't think this small Odo Nin detachment is capable of Anbu Black Ops with Junin and Shunin shinobi on top of that. Quote. A voice said, I should have known that you'd be here. Itachi glanced casually in front of him. Sharingan Kakashiya and, he grinned. Sasuke. Sasuke stood beside Kakashi, trembling with anger and using his Sharingan. Have you come to kill me, little brother? I'll tell you now that you won't succeed, not even with Kakashi or with the Chunin-level shinobi who have me surrounded. You underestimate me, Kakashi. You overestimate yourself. Sasuke here has improved a great deal and is at least Junin level. With a sigh, Itachi rested his head on his hand. Is that so, Sasuke? Well, Kakashi, you're an elite Junin while you're at least Anbu level. And you didn't even land a scratch on me last time. With fiery eyes, Kakashi asked, where is Naruto? As his Hitai-8 raised to reveal his Sharingan. So you're looking for him? Well, you just missed him. Sasuke hissed, struggling to control himself. What? Kisame is chasing him. In fact, we nearly had him until he said, gesturing to the demolished structure behind him. Itachi laughed, which was very unusual for him, and said, blew up this building in an attempt to take Kisame down. You should have seen Kisame's face. You're delaying us. I should have known. All this time talking gave Kisame more time. Kakashi exclaimed as he grabbed his headset as another explosion happened outside the village. Anbu squads report. That was your first wrong move. The copycat slammed into the ground after Itachi materialized in front of him and delivered a blow to its face that broke bones. Taking advantage of his momentum, he swiftly swept Sasuke's feet from under him, kicked him in the stomach, and then used a Kaiden Hasenka no Jutsu to blast Sasuke through a nearby wall and into a dinner room where a small family was gathered under the table. After dragging himself to his feet, Sasuke sneered and quickly made a few hand gestures before putting his hand to his mouth. Kaiden. Ga Kakya no Jutsu. Itachi sent a larger fireball in imitation of the move. For a brief moment, it appeared as though there was a stalemate between the two attacks, but Itachi simply applied more chakra, and it quickly overpowered Sasuke, forcing him to grab the table the family was hiding beneath and flip it over, using it as cover while applying chakra simultaneously. When the flames subsided, Sasuke got to his feet, disregarding the onlookers who were expressing gratitude and gripping his trousers, pleading with him to stay. After escaping their hold, he leapt outside to witness Kakashi and Itachi engaged in a taijutsu battle, supported by Lee and Neji, who seemed to have made the decision to assist them. Lightning burst around Sasuke's hands as he made 3 hand signals and pointed his hand at the ground. Chidoriya, he muttered. The sudden surge of chakra was picked up by Itachi, who grabbed Neji by the throat and slammed him into the ground, leaving a small crater in his wake. After avoiding Lee's kick, the Akatsuki member sprinted straight in the direction of his younger brother. When Sasuke saw that Itachi was charging, he became even more determined. He let out a battle cry and attempted to drive his Chidori right through Itachi's heart. In response, Itachi sidestepped the attack but grunted briefly when two kunai were hurled at him. One nicked his side and the other became embedded in his thigh. He grabbed his younger brother's outstretched arm and threw him against the next assailant, the taijutsu expert Lee, taking advantage of Sasuke's surprise. The Hyuga yelled, "Hake ka, sha," and pushed the palm of his hand in the direction of Itachi's bare back. Itachi swiftly used Kawarimi after detecting the concentrated chakra and swapped himself out for a brick fragment from the destroyed structure. Itachi took a handful of shuriken and hurled them at Lee, knowing that if he did, the Hyuga would just use one of their clan jutsu to deflect them. With his hands by his sides and without a word, the Konoha traitor swiftly imitated the shuriken using Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Not at all prepared for the even greater quantity of shuriken, Lee took an unexpected step back after initially preparing for the tiny quantity. He grabbed a kunai and tried to block everything he could because he didn't have enough time to dodge. Neji leapt in front of Lee after spotting his Byakugan moments earlier. Hakusha Kaden. Neji quickly spun around, forming a chakra-only defense that stopped all of Itachi's shuriken. "Thank you Neji-kun, you have saved my life," Lee cried. With a slight gasp, Neji straightened up and gave Lee a nod. Itachi successfully avoided Kakashi's Shinha Zanshu no Jutsu by ignoring Neji's interference and leaping onto a roof. After declaring, "This fight is over," Itachi spun around and leapt from one roof to another. "I don't think so," yelled Sasuke, who was standing opposite his older brother. He made a few hand gestures. Kakashi turned to face Sasuke and saw the seals he had created. "Sasuke, don't. There are too many civilians in the area." In response, Sasuke disregarded him and raised his hand to his mouth once more. Kaden. Ga-ria ka no Jutsu. A massive dragon composed entirely of fire charged at the Akatsuki member, demolishing every structure in its path. Before using his Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi squinted his eyes. Amaterasu. Black flames burst forth, slamming into the dragon and then blazing through it. The flames went out as fast as they had begun, and Itachi was nowhere to be seen. When Kakashi leapt onto a roof, he discovered that the village, which had been split into 3 districts, was reduced to just 2. A whole district had been destroyed, leaving nothing but bodies and debris in its wake. Kakashi's eyes sagged with sorrow. "We're no closer to Naruto than we were before, all those innocent civilians are dead, and Itachi is still alive." Kakashi let out a defeated sigh. "Scout the town for Itachi or his accomplice. If you find them, don't engage, relay your position and fall back." He watched them run across the street or jump from roof to roof while receiving acknowledgments via his headset. He turned to face Sasuke, who had landed beside him. He seized Sasuke by the throat and drew him in close without saying another word. "If you ever, and I mean ever, ignore my orders or kill innocent civilians so that you can have your revenge, I'll kill you." Kakashi growled, his anger barely contained. He pushed Sasuke away after saying, "You never involve civilians." Sasuke then fell to the streets after slipping over the roof's edge. After a few moments of rage, Sasuke closed his eyes in defeat and gave a single nod. XXX. With Kisame at his side, Naruto leapt from branch to branch. He questioned the blue-shaded shinobi, "You think we were followed?" "I don't think so. We killed them before they could relay their message. All we have to do now is wait for Itachi at Oruka town as planned, and then we go our separate ways." Kisame replied. Naruto nodded and let out a sigh of relief. This was too darn close, but why the hell would Itachi give me the scroll if we were meeting up anyways? Kisame shook his head at the blonde's stupidity. Because, brat, he wasn't quite sure that he would made it out Olivia. In response, Naruto blushed profusely at overlooking that minor detail. He smiled and scratched the back of his head. "Guess I forgot that even Itachi can be killed." The Akatsuki member muttered, "Idiot. Let's speed things up. We don't want Konoha to pick up our tracks." Naruto struggled to keep up with Kisame as he nearly doubled his speed. "Don't tell me you can't keep up," Kisame laughingly yelled. In response, the blonde complained angrily, "Just shut up already." With defeated eyes, Sakura remarked, "They're not here, Kakashi-sensei. They must have escaped the village." Kakashi looked out into the woods. Apparently, the squads manning the East Gate were killed before they could report in, according to reports. Expand your search to the woods, and gather the remaining members of Konoha 11 and tell them to scour out the nearby villages. One squad per village, tell them they will coordinate accordingly. Oto's army had been wiped out and could never compete with Konoha's elite. At least they had reduced Orochimaru's forces, if you were to view it positively. Reaching for his Hitai-8, Kakashi pulled it back over his Sharingan. With a sigh, he gritted his teeth and balled his fists. Where are you, Naruto? Please give us another chance so I can explain. Yamato approached him and touched Kakashi's shoulder. Let's go, we've not lost him yet. Kakashi nodded acknowledgingly as he glanced to his right. Finish the flashback. With a sigh, Kakashi shut his perverted book. He stood up and looked out the window. He glanced down the street and saw two hunters conversing before hastening towards the gate. That can't be good. He opened the window and jumped outside, leave the window wide open, knowing that no one had the balls to break in his home, or any shinobi home for that matter. He also made his way to the main gate after landing in the middle of the road. Asuma and Kurenai soon joined him after noticing the hunters' abrupt haste. Asuma rubbed his beard and said out loud, I wonder what's going on. We'll find out soon enough, Kurenai answered and pointed to the group of hunters who were standing and conversing at the main gate. Ghost's voice could be heard by Kakashi as they got closer. Wah, he threw a scroll. Ghost caught it and opened it. He got killed during the evacuation of Iwagaku. However, not all was in vain. We managed to get their next plan of attack. Kakashi approached and stood beside him while reading it. His eyes grew wide with fear and surprise. They planned to attack the Land of Waves. After giving Kakashi the scroll, Ghost turned around and pushed past the small group of people who had gathered. Itachi. On a nearby roof, Itachi materialized. What is it, Ghost? Ghost said in an emotionless voice, Get Kisame, we're heading towards the Land of Waves. Ghost. This not the time to plan revenge, we must strategize and coordinate with Konoha. Rome responded. The others from Iwa had reached the main gate at the same time as him. I couldn't care less about strategizing and coordination, Itachi, we leave in 10. With a nod, Itachi vanished into a whirlpool of foliage. Ghost continued down the main street, not realizing until he looked up that Jiraiya was walking next to him. With a hint of respect in his voice, Ghost said, Jiraiya-sama, what can I help you with? With an absurd smile, Jiraiya said, Hey there, I heard you were planning a trip to the Land of Waves, I hope you don't mind if I tag along. Not at all, meet us at the gate in 10. Jiraiya waved before returning to the gate. The Toad Sannin caught Kakashi's attention. You're going as well. Jiraiya gave a nod. And you? Kakashi gave a headshake. I will brief Hokage-sama and ask for multiple squads to be stationed there, including me. Hurry up then, the sooner we leave the better our chances will be, Jiraiya said, giving him the thumbs up. In response, Kakashi vanished into a smoke cloud. XXX. Kakashi rapped on the door leading to Tsunade's office with his knuckles. Come in. With a serious expression on his partially exposed face, Kakashi walked in. He went on to describe how they obtained the information, saying, Hokage-sama, we have a serious problem. The Land of Waves is about to be invaded. They'll use it as a staging point to directly attack us, Tsunade said, her eyes briefly widening in shock but quickly masking it. While waiting for instructions, Kakashi nodded and gazed at her. Our defenses at the border of the Land of Waves are nowhere near enough to repel an invasion force of any kind. Kakashi, take 2 platoons and head there immediately, set up a defensive position and hold the line until we have properly prepared. Also make sure that every non-combatant is evacuated. Take with you whoever you need, dismissed. Ignoring Tsunade's curses about using the door, Kakashi turned around and leapt out of the open window, making his way to the barracks, which housed Konoha's main shinobi force. He leapt from roof to roof in a hurry until he realized Sasuke was closing the distance. Sasuke matched Kakashi's speed and said, Kakashi, where are you headed? The barracks, the Land of Wave is about to be invaded. I want you to head for Neji and tell him to assemble his squad for a mission that might take us a few weeks to a month. We're going to make sure that the Land of Waves doesn't fall, Kakashi stated. With a nod, Sasuke made his way to Anbu headquarters. XX. Ghost fastened the straps of his black boots. He rose from the chair and turned to face the bed on which his weapons rested. He always thought Itachi was cold-blooded, even though he found his katana a gift from the young Mana quite humorous. He could still clearly recall the words that persuaded him to abandon Tizuna, Inari, and Tsunami. Here, you won't find the strength you seek. You will only be slowed down if you sever your ties to this village. You need to adopt their way of thinking, acting, and becoming. Become the monster that everyone feared you would be. At Mayu's request, Ghost restored his beloved face mask, which he hadn't worn in a few days, in an effort to gain Konoha's trust. Recalling what he had said to Itachi, he grinned behind his mask. Do you understand what you're requesting of me? To sacrifice my humanity? At his immature comment, Ghost shook his head. How stupid he'd been. Ultimately, he had discarded everything that made him Naruto Uzumaki. Ghost strapped a tanto to both of his legs and the katana to his back. The blonde went over to the bathroom mirror. With his right hand, he retrieved and put on his sunglasses after glancing at his reflection and placing the fingertips of his left hand on the mirror. The words he had spoken to Hawk were still fresh in his mind. Naruto Uzumaki has passed away, only Ghost is left. In the direction of Nami no Kuni, Itachi, Jiraiya, Ghost, and Kisame leapt from branch to branch. Kisame turned to face Ghost. So, here we are, heading towards Nami no Kuni to halt an invading force that has the strength to utterly destroy the Land of Fire. After nodding, Ghost said, sounds about right. Kisame raised his hands in surrender and shook his head. With the four of you, so you know I always like fights that are against all odds, but this is pushing it. Jiraiya, who had no faith in either Kisame or Itachi, butted in and said, Kakashi is bringing in more men, but it's going to arrive later because of the preparation, you blue-skinned ugly bastard. Kisame glared at the sage Sanin, who was already holding Samahata, and said, what did you say, old man? You want me to rip ya to shreds? Their arguments, which gradually grew louder, were ignored by Ghost and Itachi. Ghost was asked by Itachi, how much further? After giving it some thought, Ghost said, can't be long. If I remember right, we should arrive at the bridge in 2 or 3 hours. When the yelling finally subsided, Jiraiya leapt beside Ghost. I feel hurt, you know. What? Ghost asked the older man, annoyed. Jiraiya asked, his smile mocking, did you really think you could hide it from me? Ghost raised an invisible eyebrow and said, stop talking in riddles and tell me what you mean. You look exactly like Minato. You hate every single person within Konoha and your eyes turn into slits whenever you use your Gekkei Kenkai. Just admit it, Gaki. What did you say? The Ghost asked, his eye twitching. Jiraiya grinned and slowly opened his mouth to emphasize. Ga-ki. Ghost let out a growl and a hint of murderous intent. I dare you to say that again. Kisame smiled, and the exchange between Ghost and Jiraiya even made Itachi laugh. Jiraiya smiled. I said, just admit already that you're the Ga. Jiraiya was thrown off the branch and into one of the numerous trees they passed on their high-speed travel method when Ghost interrupted by slamming his shoulder into his side. Seeing double, the Sanin slipped down and hit the ground. Ghost pivoted, continuing to leap from branch to branch but now facing the opposite direction. With his red sash dancing wildly in the wind, Ghost exclaimed, and yeah, I was Naruto once, only he's gone and he's never coming back. He swiftly caught up to Jiraiya, who recovered his composure and nodded solemnly. Thought as much, why didn't you tell me? I thought you trusted me, you told me so yourself at Nami no Kuni. The blonde snorted, and risked Konoha eavesdropping. No thanks, and he ducked beneath a low-hanging branch. I still trust you, Jiraiya, you're one of the last people in Konoha I can actually stand. The rest can go to hell. He sighed as he glanced at his former pupil. More than he had initially believed, he had changed significantly. Jiraiya began to question whether the Gaki would ever be able to put their differences aside because of how deeply he had hated Konoha. You know that anger of yours isn't quite healthy for someone of your age. Ghost cleared his throat in shock. And living my entire life alone, neglected and abused is. And stop talking to me like I'm the same 13-year-old kid. That was 7 years ago, I'm 20 now. Jiraiya lowered his gaze in embarrassment and sorrow. I guess I can't blame ya. But remember, not everyone hated you, you had some good friends. Ghost sneered. Ghost shook his head angrily and narrowed his eyes. The same bastard friends who did nothing against my punishment, and what did I ever do to deserve such a thing? I did Konoha a favor by bringing back their precious Sasuke. He said, no, Konoha can burn to the ground. Jiraiya questioned, then why are you here? The same reason Kisame and Itachi are Hiriya orders. Jiraiya nodded, completely unconvinced. Yeah, Naruto, while we're on that subject, mind explaining a bit what kind of group you're in? It's Ghost, and the group is simply called the Hunters. They were an infamous movement who were active in Mirarka. They were created shortly after the major cities were fallen and all the countries were left in disarray. It was their job to hunt down every single reaver they could grab their hands on. Jiraiya was correct. After recalling Ghost's previous remarks, Jiraiya said grimly, "I sense a but coming," catching his slip of the tongue. You could say that. The sheer force of the reavers made large assaults impossible. It became guerrilla warfare, and eventually it just became survival, making sure that the innocent made it offshore and the shelters were warned in case of attack. In the end, it didn't even matter. Almost everyone was annihilated. Men, women and children were all slaughtered. No mercy was ever given. Ghost said with gritted teeth and narrowed his eyes. Eventually the groups were down to 2 people. Rome and Mayu. As the puzzle pieces came together, Jiraiya remarked, "So they came to us, to prevent from repetition." Ghost started, "The only problem is..." Jiraiya cast a sidelong glance in Ghost's direction. "This cycle has been repeated repeatedly, and this is not the first time a country has received advance warning. Now it is our turn." Jiraiya simply stared at him, unable to think of anything to say. XXX. Kakashi turned to face the 120 shinobi in the group, and Shikamaru was standing beside him. "Are you prepared for this?" he questioned the youth. Surprised, Shikamaru arched his eyebrows and said, "And here I thought you knew me by now. I'm a Nara. This mission is too troublesome. You all know your orders. We head for Nami no Kuni to defend the Great Naruto Bridge. Your squad leader has your assigned task," Kakashi said, shaking his head and turning back to the large group that was either chatting with their fellow shinobi or staring at him as he stood atop a small building next to the gate. "We'll be moving in 5 minutes, so get ready." Ignoring the shinobi's laughter when the Great Naruto Bridge was mentioned, Kakashi turned to Shikamaru and said, "Choji was coming along as well." "Yeah, you know we work well together. Taking him with us will even the odds against some of their stronger reavers. I doubt that this, Choji, could go against a holder, even if you were coordinating the attack," a voice said. "Care to elaborate?" Kakashi asked, scratching his head and laughing. "I didn't quite catch your name," he said, looking down at one of the hunters with ruffled black hair leaning against the wall of the building they were standing on. The hunter laughed too. "Ha is my name, and what can be explained? To the best of our knowledge, there are at least 2 varieties of shinobi, or whatever you want to call their ground forces. Their regulars are at Junin strength. The holders come next. The strength of holders ranges from Anbu strength to Cage strength. Depending on who you face, you might be lucky enough to only have to battle their regulars, but if Noda well, let's just say that you'd be lucky to be alive after facing one of their holders. The fight Ghost had a couple weeks ago in our arena, was that a holder?" Kakashi asked, recalling the altercation between Ghost and Ryudora. Hawk replied, "He was. However, we learned that the Reaver was merely sent to gather intelligence, and only to become a holder if the chance arose, not when he saw fit." With a perplexed expression on his face, Kakashi asked the man, "What do you mean, become a holder?" "Those who have combined their soul and body with the demons are known as holders. The Reaver attacked your village for that reason, but the man still needed to get used to the sudden and drastic changes to his body." With Shikamaru listening, Hawk informed the copycat, "This gave Ghost an edge in the battle. Why do we hear from this now and not the moment we made the alliance 3 days ago?" Kakashi asked him, his eyes wide as he took in the crucial information. "We were still gathering intel from our previous engagement in Iwa," Hawk shrugged. "However, Mayu-sama is currently reporting this to the Hokage, if I'm not mistaken." "What are these holders like?" Shikamaru inquired. Glowing blood-red eyes, pupils that frequently turn to slits, and either their left or right hand that turns into the demon's claw itself, Hawk grinned. "So far, that's all we know." Shikamaru, who also recalled that Ghost and Ryudora experienced exactly what was described, looked at Kakashi and said, "Then that means that Ghost is a holder." "Ghost is a unique case. Ghost has had the trait long before the Reavers came to the elemental countries," Hawk said, simply shaking his head. "Furthermore, it is not permanent and can be triggered by Ghost, unlike the holders." Shikamaru and Kakashi both nodded in comprehension. Hawk sternly said, "Keep this information about Ghost to yourself. Very few people know, and if the rest knew, they'd execute him on the spot without giving him the chance to justify it." He then turned to leave. As Hawk turned a corner and faced Shikamaru, Kakashi observed him say, "We can't misplace this information. We'll have to keep this to ourselves for the time being." Shikamaru sighed and said, I agree, anyways, let's get this troublesome mission started. Shika. When Shikamaru turned around, he saw Ino running toward him while fully clothed in Junin. What are you wearing, Ino? Incredulous and slightly irritated, Shikamaru asked. What does it look like? It's my Junin gear. I understand that, but why do you wear it? Because of your job at the intelligence division, you hardly ever wear it. Shikamaru turned back to the shinobi gathered at the main gate, getting ready to leave. If you think that you're coming along with us on this mission, you're wrong, he said. Whether you like it or not, I'm going, Ino said, displaying her seriousness and stubbornness by crossing her arms over her chest. Anoa, Shikamaru started, but Kakashi cut him off. Shikamaru, we could use her mind transfer abilities to interrogate any enemies we may capture. Shikamaru looked at Kakashi and said, I don't want her to come along because I know she won't simply comply with a task that will have her do nothing until we may or may not capture someone. Kakashi nodded. Don't hide behind those lies. You don't want to risk losing the woman you love, so you want to keep her out of this fight. Shikamaru Nara, that is very selfish of you. I guess you're right, it's selfish of me to want her to stay and live. Shikamaru opened his mouth to respond, but nothing came out. He sighed and turned to face the bright blue sky. Ino began, Shika-kuna, before sprinting over to embrace him. In order to give the two lovers some privacy, Kakashi simply turned away from them and smiled before jumping off the roof and blending in with the shinobi, bidding farewell to their families and friends in case they didn't come back. Hell, I'm not sure if I understand, or believe it for that matter, Kakashi said, acknowledging that the civilians were unaware of the sudden rise of a military power that was incomprehensible to everyone. Why are you taking so long, Kakashi? Let's move on. The copycat turned his body in response to Sasuke's voice. We're just taking Ino with us in case we capture someone. And I take it that making out with Shikamaru is part of that plan. Kakashi laughed. Something like that. He waved his hand dismissively at any more remarks. Shikamaru joined the two and said, let's get going. When Kakashi waved to Ino, who was standing behind him, Ino acknowledged and waved back. Then he moved forward and took a position in front of the platoon-sized shinobi. All right, it's time to head out. Stick close to the rest of your squad and don't fall behind. Following that, Kakashi spun around and dashed out the gate, trailed by a sizable contingent of Anbu, Elite, and Junin. XXX. Pain, who had just arrived in Konoha following Yusari's death, took a seat in one of the numerous chairs provided by the Hokage within the compound. Akatsuki and the hunters started working right away, establishing a command center that was connected to both Anbu headquarters and the Hokage Tower. He believed that Ghost was mistaken and that the invasion had begun at Iwa as they had first suspected based on the report that one of his spies inside Iwa had sent. However, Ghost's report was accurate, indicating that the Reavers had launched their full-scale attacks on two fronts. As she walked into the room, Conan asked, "What's on your mind, Leader Sama?" "Konoha is sending shinobi to Nami no Kuni to stop the attack there. But I'm also concerned about the invasion we stalled. They're advancing through Iwa fast. At this rate they will have conquered Iwa within 2 to 4 weeks, depending on the remaining shinobi." Pain glanced up at Conan. "Send Deidara along with Kakuzu and Hidan to slow them down. Also send Sasori back to our hideout to grab any relevant data we might have left behind." Conan gave a nod and walked out of the room, leaving Pain to think. Even though Ghost had only asked for their assistance in order to exact revenge on their fellow hunter, he had initially been irritated by Itachi and Kisami's abrupt departure but eventually came to terms with it because it was a good plan. He saw Rome and Mikuru approaching the map that was hung on the wall at the far end of the room as he heard a door open and close. Looking at the small flag that was set up on the location of Nami no Kuni, Mikuru asked Rome, "You think it'll be enough?" "I doubt it, Ghost. Itachi and Kisame are the only ones with perhaps the copycat that are capable of fighting those bastards, the rest that are being sent are going straight into the meat grinder." Mikuru's expression was one of surprise as she gazed at him. "What makes you think that? The battle at Iwa may not have been a success but the shinobi we managed to gather were capable of holding their own against the less powerful Reavers. Even though the number of shinobi we were given were few, it was more than what Kakashi Hatake has with him," Pain said, joining the discussion while remaining seated in his chair and not bothering to get up. "Don't discount the fact that the invasion we encountered there seemed to be a ploy to convince us that it was the real thing. Despite his passing, your fellow hunter Yusari's sacrifice wasn't in vain." The mention of Yusari made Mikuru's eyes twitch. She had not taken his death well, and it infuriated her to hear Pain bring him up without showing any emotion. Exactly. We don't know what Ghost and the others are facing, but whatever it is, it must be incredibly powerful, Rome said, placing a hand on her shoulder as if he sensed that Pain's comments had infuriated her. If the extent of the diversion serves as evidence of that. So why don't we go? Mikaru inquired. That's because Yumayu and I will be presenting our group during the Cage Summit that is being held in a couple of days. I believed that the main villages were already on our side. Hunter, a blonde woman, inquired. You're mistaken if you think that they back us because they sent shinobi to help with the battle at Iowa back then. They sent those troops for a number of reasons, including the threat that we were able to dissuade. Additionally, they were demonstrating their military power and assessing the situation so they would know what to anticipate should an attack ever occur in their nation. They didn't just do it because they trust us, Pain replied, keeping his gaze fixed on the pieces of paper in front of him. Are you also attending the summit, Pain-san? Uncertain of what title to bestow upon the man, Mikaru asked Pain. No, my appearance wouldn't help us in the slightest. It would most likely cause an incident which would only fracture our relation with the other hidden villages. With a laugh, Rome said, not that it would make a lot of difference. Which would you prefer, that they still label us as murderers at first sight? Pain answered with ease. You're still targeted kill on sight. Only word has spread about our alliance with Konoha, so they refrained from attacking you outright, at least until after the summit. Rome stated. So why did the main hidden villages consent to send men to assist? Mikaru didn't specifically ask anyone. It all boils down to what I said before. They share our desire to put an end to this threat. But they sent their men to assess the situation. If it was real, they would confront the Reavers. If not, the hidden villages simply positioned their shinobi strategically, Pain clarified. How is that? Mikaru inquired, taken aback by the Akatsuki leader's excessive chatter. I get bored with justifications. What occurs if the Reaver threat is eliminated but the hunters, Akatsuki, and shinobi remain in the same location? Well, Mikaru began. You'd have the shinobi of the villages on one side and the Akatsuki and hunters on the other side. Pain nodded. That's right, both of our groups would be the only danger to the shinobi world. They would be surrounded by a small group of S-rank criminals and hundreds of shinobi. I know they despise your people, but us. Mikaru turned her head and looked questioningly at Rome as she spoke. Rome approached the table where Pain was seated and sat down as well. Mikaru, our hands aren't clean. Rome sighed and rubbed his face, saying, we have done a lot of bad things to ensure that the inevitable would never come. A lot of things had to be done to ensure success, and now we're here, with only a couple of us who actually stands a chance against one of those holders. With concern in her eyes, Mikaru turned to face Rome and said, can't give up hope yet, we just started. Rome smiled reassuringly at her. Who mentioned giving up? XXX. As they crossed the bridge, Kisame muttered, really, I find it unbelievable that anyone with a rational mind would refer to this bridge as the Great Naruto Bridge. What would you prefer to have it called? Ghost asked, twitching his eye and slapping the blue man's head. The Great Sushi Bridge. It does have a ring to it, I must say. Kisame snarled and attempted to strike Ghost, but Ghost ducked and chose to walk beside Itachi instead. Itachi added, a tiny smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, I agree with Kisame, the name of the bridge is ridiculous. As Ghost complained, screw you both. Jiraiya was amused by the casual conversations that had been going on for the past few hours. They were mostly started by Kisame and Naruto, and they usually began when one of them did something to irritate the other, but they never once dared to do the same trick on Itachi. As he watched Naruto casually duck under Kisame's feeble punch, Jiraiya shook his head and grinned. He had asked the blonde why they had never tried that stuff on Itachi. Both of them shuddered at the same time, and all they said was that Itachi always came out on top. When they reached the opposite end of the bridge, they were greeted by civilians who were frantically trying to gather their families and possessions. Ghost whispered, I guess they know what's coming. Jiraiya nodded. The villagers halted and turned to face the newcomer as the small group got closer, and after a brief period of silence, everyone began yelling and inquiring about the circumstances. People, please relax, a voice called out. An older man with a big beard and gray hair approached, and Ghost and the others watched. What are you doing here, and who are you? Were you sent by Konoha? Jiraiya spoke up after noticing that Ghost was still motionless and rooted to the ground, saying, Konoha sent us, yes. Our goal is to ensure that everyone leaves the area before the assailant gets to the village. But you're only with the four of you, what can you do against a fleet that size, a random woman said. We're merely delaying them, we have more men incoming, but because of the size it's going to take a while. The bearded man nodded. Follow me, he said, turning around and waving his hand for them to follow. The villagers immediately moved aside to make room for them. The man turned and gave them a sidelong glance as they followed him through the village gate. My name is Tazuna. I am the builder of the great Naruto bridge, he said. Since our mayor abandoned us as soon as he saw those ships, I am also in charge of the evacuation. Itachi looked at Ghost, who was silent and emotionless. Tazuna-san, how far out are those ships? Tough to say, we thought they would have reached shore by now, but they are still hours away, replied Tazuna. Maybe the weather, Itachi retorted. I've heard that Nami no Kuni frequently experiences unfavorable weather, whether it be rain or fog. We observed them this morning, maybe that's why the mist started to settle by the end of the morning. Leading the way across the tiny town square, Tazuna said to them. Tearing his gaze from the blonde hunter, Jiraiya joined the conversation and said, that's probably it, the mist obscures our movement here, so they don't want to take any chances by walking into a trap. As they entered the living room of one of the numerous homes, Tazuna said, these are the men that are leading the samurai here. They saw a number of people in armor standing there. Ghost jolted out of his reverie, saying, I need to concentrate. My name's Jiraiya, and the men beside me are, Itachi, Kisame, and Ghost, Jiraiya said, introducing himself and indicating his respective partners. We're here to help you fend off the attack until everyone is evacuated to Hai no Kuni. My name is Nawi, and my men and I were tasked with protecting this village, said one of the samurai with long, dark brown hair pulled back into a ponytail, shortly after the attack on the village and the Gato incident. The invasion during the Chunin exam prevented Konohagakure from providing the village with the required number of shinobi. How many men are here? I don't really enjoy the history lesson. Ghost snapped, drawing Jiraiya's attention. With narrowed eyes, Nawi responded. We have 130 men stationed here. Our plan was to set up the men on the walls that surround the entire village. As you have no doubt seen, it reaches to the bridge. Kisame, who had already seen the walls after crossing the bridge, remarked, yeah, but those wooden walls are useless, hell. I can probably slam right through it with my sword in 2 or 3 blows. One of the samurai said, then what do you suggest, Kisame-san, because those walls are the only thing that separates us from those bastards. Jiraiya moved to the front. Let's reinforce it with chakra. If we do that, then not only will it survive the blows, but also prevent enemies from running up the walls. Tazuna appeared perplexed. Chakra reinforced. What's that? Kisame turned to face the bridge builder. I wonder why you're still here since you clearly have no military knowledge whatsoever, old man. Kisame, Itachi interrupted gently. He has a right to know what's going to happen. With a slightly agitated expression, Tazuna grunted in agreement with Itachi. To answer your question, chakra reinforced, or better named as chakra layer, is often used on walls and buildings to fortify those positions. Shinobi place their hand on an object and send chakra towards it. The more chakra the person sends, the stronger the object becomes to attacks. But it requires a delicate chakra control, Itachi clarified. Ghost strolled past the men and peered out the window. Nawi, how many men do you think you can spare, who have larger than normal chakra supply and have decent control over it? Not much, 10 at the most. Jiraiya nodded. That's nowhere near enough. We need at the very least 20 to 25 to cover the entire wall. Before Nawi could reply, Ghost said, I got that covered, I'll provide those men with 30 clones to support them. You sure you got enough chakra for that, brat? Even if it is only 30 clones, they need to have a large dosage of chakra. Kisame asked. Ghost gave a nod. Don't worry, Sushi, 30 I can handle. Nawi turned to his men, ignoring Ghost's strange but fitting moniker for the large blue man. He turned back to face the shinobi and took his helmet off the table. You know what to do, dismissed, he said. We already have set every trap we have in the forest that's between the village and the shore. But if you have any extra with you like exploding tags, please set them up. Ghost handed Itachi his little stack of detonating tags after reaching into his pouch. I'll stay here and help Nawi-san with spreading the samurai along the wall. With an almost amused expression, Itachi added, we'll head into the forest. Don't reminisce for too long. Ghost smirked and turned around, waving, saying, when you set up the traps, please step on one. Kisame, I'll give you 800 Rhea if you push him. Itachi grinned before noticing Kisami's foolish smile. If you even try to pull that prank on me, I will Tsukuyomu you for 3 seconds. Unsatisfied at Itachi's counter, Kisame suddenly stopped smiling and strode out the door. Jiraiya had a drop of perspiration on the back of his head as he observed the conversation. Do I even want to know what Tsukuyomi is? No you don't, Jiraiya-sama. Itachi then trailed behind Ghost and Kisame. Ghost heard a shout as he crossed the deserted town square. Inari, I said no. Inari strode around one of the numerous nooks. Mom, I don't care, I'm staying. When Inari looked up, she saw a man wearing a black hood. He had on a brown leather belt and a black tunic. There was a red sash underneath the belt. Near his knees, his tunic broke. He had on tight black pants underneath his tunic. Who are you? Ghost's breathing became labored. It was terrible enough to be around Tazuna, but being around the child brought back a lot of memories. My name is Ghost, I'm sent here to help protect your village. And who are you? Inari looked at him warily. Inari is my name, while I doubt you didn't hear it before. Ghost gave him a nod and examined him. He was still a dwarf in comparison to him, but he had grown significantly. His hair was blown back in a ruffled fashion, and he no longer wore a hat. And why were you running from your mom? Tsunami glared at Inari as she turned the corner and exclaimed, because I don't want him to fight, he needs to come with me to Konoha. Ghost glanced at the woman he regarded as family before focusing on Inari's armor and realizing it was a typical samurai outfit. Boy, do you have any experience at all? Inari appeared insulted. Of course I do. I've been training with the samurai for a year now, and I'm a month away from graduation. And now you think you stand a chance against the Reavers? After a moment of confusion, Inari realized that the incoming attackers were most likely Reavers. I think so, Wheel-ha. He was interrupted when Ghost materialized in front of him, pressing the kunai's blunt side against his throat. The hunter turned around and walked away, leaving Tsunami and Inari stunned. If I were a Reaver, you'd be dead. You don't belong in this fight, boy. Go with your mom. Furious, Inari drew his sword and trembled. I have more reasons to fight here than you. This isn't even your village. I'm not going to run away, ever. Ghost glanced behind him. Are you sure this is what you want? The chance that you're going to die dwarfs your survival chances. No one attacks my home without feeling the consequences. Inari yelled. Regardless of his authority, Ghost struggled to decide whether to let him stay or insist that he accompany his mother. I think I would act similarly if I were in his position. Report to Nawi-san for your squad assignment. With a nod of gratitude, Inari ran off. Tsunami strode ahead. Please, you can't let him fight, he's just a kid. A kid who wants to fight for his home because he's afraid he'll never see it again if he doesn't. He's what, 14 years old? I've been a shinobi since I was 12, so age doesn't matter. Ghost responded, completely siding with Inari. After giving him a brief glance, Tsunami turned to face her son's destination. Please keep him safe. Ghost smiled invisibly. I can't promise anything, but I'll stick close to him. Now ma'am, I suggest you head for the bridge, Tazuna is no doubt waiting for you. Tsunami arched a startled eyebrow. And how do you know Tazuna? Well, I met him. Tsunami gave a headshake. And how do you know that he and I are related? Because you obviously do. Ghost cursed himself inwardly for his error. I only assumed. What is it, Itachi? Tsunami's eyes narrowed. You're not getting off that easy, mister. With a wave, Ghost started running for the gate. Gotta go. And you should too, they're almost here. Tsunami silently prayed for her son as she turned around and hurried back to the bridge. XXX. Inari was beside Ghost, who was standing on the wall. Jiraiya's voice crackled through his headset as he said, Ghost, we've set the trap. Kisame is doing his thing and delaying the transport ships. He'll meet up with us in the forest, on the edge of the field. Ghost reached around his neck for his headset. Understood. I'm heading to you now. My clones are in place and are awaiting the order. Ghost glanced over at Nawi. All right, I'm heading in the forest, delaying as much of them as I can. Keep your men on the wall and keep an eye out for anyone who might slip past us. With a salute, Nawi said, Good luck, Ghost. Inari nodded while glancing at the hunter. Don't die on us. Ghost laughed. He leapt over the wall's cover and ran through the forest, saying, I'm not planning to. After a few minutes of running, he located the others. In front of him, where Kisame was probably causing chaos, he could hear explosions. Itachi and Jiraiya were both crouching behind trees. Ghost, create clones and spread them around as much as you can. I've already done the same, as did Itachi. After making a hand gesture, Ghost produced a group of clones that swiftly hid behind bushes and trees. The three shinobi prepared as the explosion stopped. A few minutes later, Kisame ran across the trap field, being cautious not to set any off. I took out 5 of their transport ships, but there are a lot of them. Ghost inquired, how much? With occasional glances over his shoulder, Kisame replied, I'd say at least 30 to 50. From our previous battle we know that there are at least 20 per boat, Itachi continued. They have sent hundreds for Nami no Kuni and this is only the first wave, I am sure there will be more. A large number of footsteps, accompanied by the voices of numerous men and women, were heard by Jiraiya as they marched through the forest. They're here. The 4-man team gathered their weapons and got ready. A few seconds later, the army of Reavers marched directly into their trap while wearing a variety of outfits. Itachi turned to face Jiraiya, who nodded before making the snake sign with his hand. Do it, Jiraiya muttered. Itachi concentrated and set the traps in motion. Any screams from the Reavers caught in the trap were muffled by the explosion of the first one, which was quickly followed by numerous others. Numerous people were killed or seriously injured when they were caught in the explosion. With the others by his side, Ghost fled from his position behind the tree, katana drawn. Kill them all, leave no survivors. Kisame smiled. He tightened his grip on Samahata and remarked, I'm going to enjoy this. They had the element of surprise because their opponent was still covered in smoke. There were so many chakra signatures that a ghost with little chakra detection experience could hardly distinguish the enemy. He concentrated on the nearest one, ran in the direction of the victim, and stabbed them in what he assumed to be their stomach. He felt the man's nose break as he planted his fist in his face while concentrating on the next chakra signature. The hunter then proceeded to stab the individual in the face with his katana. As he leapt out of the smoke, Ghost told his squadmates through the headset, get out of the smoke, I'm preparing a Fuden Jutsu. Jiraiya was the first to jump out, then Kisame and Itachi. Fa, Tun. Daidappa. Ghost exclaimed after making the appropriate hand signals. The jutsu blew away any enemies caught off guard as well as the remaining smoke. Jiraiya corrected his error and said, nice job and Ghost. Ghost grabbed his katana, which he had previously thrown to the ground. Our clones are up next. Itachi gestured to the clones with a nod. The clones leapt out of their hiding place and ran directly in the direction of the new Reavers. Ghost, Itachi, and Jiraiya trailed closely behind Kisame as he followed the clones with an insane smile. With their clones stretched out in a long line, Ghost scanned from left to right in an attempt to stop as much of their adversary's movement as they could. Throw your shuriken. Every clone threw their shuriken as instructed. Look at that, exclaimed Jiraiya. Phase 2 is not yet complete, Itachi. I'm ready. They both made the required hand gestures at the same time. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Even though it was to a lesser degree, they were able to multiply the kunai thrown by their clones by infusing enough chakra into the ninjutsu. As the shuriken multiplied in the hundreds, they quickly got closer to their targets. When the Reavers anticipated the attack, they were ready and were either preparing Fuden jutsus or retaliating with their own throwing knives. Their preparations were insufficient, though, and many of the shurikens still struck their targets, causing bodies to fall to the ground and filling the forest with cries of anguish and rage. All right, time for close combat, let's move, Ghost said, gesturing with his hand for Kisame to follow. The 4 shinobi joined the rapidly dwindling group of clones who were approaching for close combat after hurling their shuriken. Ghost leapt over a Kaiden jutsu that was approaching them while stepping on a small rock. He looked to his right and saw Itachi countering the fire jutsu with a larger-scale version of his own. He caught a glimpse of 3 Reavers running toward him with their weapons out of the corner of his eye. He defensively held his katana in front of him and used his other hand to make aggressive gestures in the hopes that they would make a mistake. The first Reaver to reach him struck Ghost's sword with his own, allowing himself to drop to his knees while continuing to apply pressure to Ghost's blade. At that moment, the second Reaver leapt over his companion and landed directly inside Ghost's defense, using his companion's back as support. Kuso. Ghost swore and had to let go of his katana in order to swiftly escape their grasp. Fa, Tun. Jutsu no Kazakiri. Ghost saw his third opponent and jerked his head to the left, barely avoiding the attack by ducking out of the way. I got you, one of the Reavers yelled, aiming to pierce Ghost's right eye with a stabbing motion. Ghost grabbed a kunai from his pouch and rolled out of the way, blocking the incoming Reaver's sword with a handstand and flipping himself onto his feet. When he saw a gap, he seized the man by the throat and used his claw to rip it apart. "You bastard, you'll pay for that." The three-man squad's female Reaver screamed and charged at him. "Avoid it," her remaining squadmate yelled. Disregarding him, she pulled out her own blade. With a sly smile, Ghost used his futon element to lace his kunai, cutting through her sword like butter as he closed the gap between them. Seeing the look of shock on her face, he took advantage of it by ramming his kunai right into her heart. Before her eyes became unfocused and closed, her expression changed to one of sheer terror. The woman, who was practically dead, was shoved to the ground by Ghost. When there was just one Reaver left, he turned to face him, who had followed his teammates' death with cold, calculating eyes. However, a fresh group of attackers rushed in before the former Konoha shinobi could launch an attack. He muttered, "Crap," as he hastily retrieved his katana from the floor. Alongside Jiraiya finished his opponent by kicking him in the face after kneeing him in the stomach. He swerved through a few hand seals as he saw three more adversaries approaching. Kaden. Enden. A human-sized flame bullet shot in the direction of the three Reavers. "Old man, you're too easy." One of them yelled but managed to avoid it with little difficulty. "This is too simple," Jiraiya yelled, laughing. Two Jiraiya clones emerged as two small rocks vanished in a cloud of smoke. They approached two of Jiraiya's attackers in silence. They easily snapped it after grabbing them by the head once they were within arm's reach. The surviving Reaver stopped and turned around when he realized his friends were no longer behind him. Jiraiya remarked, "Now, it's 3 against 1 in my favor." The Reaver sneered, "Do you really think I can't beat you without them? They were mere pawns, they are easily replaced. I am a holder, I can kill you without any problems." Jiraiya heard his voice change. "I believed that they become one with their demons. So why has he changed now?" Jiraiya noticed that his lower arm had changed into something like Naruto's claw. Then the sage began to smile foolishly. "Well then, it's unfortunate for you that I am the gallant sage of Mount Myoboku. I'm the great toad hermit, loved by the women and feared by my enemies. The name's Jiraiya." The Reaver rubbed his forehead and took his sword out of his sheath after giving him a look that suggested he was a fool. "Well then, gallant Jiraiya, let's see who's the better fighter." After a brief moment of stiffness, Jiraiya rolled out of the way, barely avoiding the approaching blade. Jiraiya used ninjutsu in retaliation. "Ranji Shigami no Jutsu," he exclaimed as his hair swiftly moved toward his opponent in the shape of a lion's mouth. The Reaver was taken aback by the unconventional attack at first, but he quickly recovered and used Flash Step to strike the Sannin in the face after dodging out of the way. Despite being aware of the Flash Step concept, Jiraiya took the blow head-on because she didn't have time to block it. Jiraiya shot through the air for a few meters before colliding with a big tree. He got up and shook his head, ignoring the massive battle going on around him and searching for his opponent. Jiraiya spun around and began running in an attempt to draw his assailant away. Occasionally, he would jump out of the way of a random Reaver attempting to use the Sannin's distraction against him, but a few seconds later, one of the numerous clones killed him. Sensing that he was the target of murder, he leapt to the ground just in time to avoid the big cleaver that was thrown at him. The holder yelled, not a second time, "Gallant Jiraiya." As he leapt from one of the trees, his sword raised above his head and pointed downward. Jiraiya stayed on the ground with his back to the oncoming assailant. He remained that way, waiting until the very last moment. Having this in the bag, the Reaver grinned cockily. He attempted to pierce Jiraiya's back with his sword. Jiraiya suddenly spun around and brandished his Rasengan. He slammed the blue orb into his assailant's stomach, sending him flying back the same direction he had come charging in. Jiraiya yelled, "Strikey," and hauled himself off the ground before plunging into the battle. Alongside Kisame leapt over his opponent and spun around, shredding him to pieces with his enormous, partially exposed sword. He shook his head and glanced at the pile of bodies before snatching a random Reaver by the throat and slamming him to the ground. When Kisame turned around, he saw a sizable contingent of adversaries assembling and attempting to breach the thin line of clones. After tightening his hold on Samahata, he began to run and then made a chakra-enhanced leap. He quickly closed in on the group and pointed Samahata's end at them, revealing the strategy with his cherished sword. He smiled too, feeling his sword tremble with anticipation. When his enormous sword was within reach, he slammed it into the ground, releasing a chakra shockwave. As a result, the group of Reavers was propelled from the ground, giving Kisame easy access to them. With Samahata in his hand, The Akatsuki agent began spinning around, tearing everyone in his path to shreds. This is too easy, Kisame remarked to himself while he strained his neck and arm muscles. Who's next? That would be me. Kisame turned around nonchalantly, his chakra addiction perched on his shoulder. It's not my thing to converse with dead people, so let's get this going. Kisame charged with his fist cocked back, not waiting for an answer. However, the demon holder vanished in an instant, reappeared behind Kisame, and jackhammered him into the ground before he could strike. He had a brief opportunity to move to a safe distance when Kisame kicked back, and he did so right away. Kisame spat out a mouthful of blood and grunted. Not bad, but you're forgetting something. The Reaver sneered. And what's that? Kisame grinned. My sword. That gave Samahata the signal to attack, and he quickly unwrapped everything by destroying the bandages. Then he bit the Reaver in the leg, depleting his chakra in addition to causing him pain. The man let out a pained groan. What is this? Kisame materialized in front of him and drove his hand right through the Reaver's heart. You never should have come here. Did you really think we would bow just like the other countries did? This is the shinobi world, our world, not you or anyone else will take that from us. The man stammered, see confidence, as black spots began to appear in his vision. Kisame laughed so hard that he barked. Kisame threw him to the ground and locked onto his next target before snatching his prized sword. The shinobi world can only be destroyed by other shinobi, and you Reaver garbage aren't one of us. Alongside Inari, as he heard the many explosions that took place in the forest, Inari swallowed uneasily. This is crazy. As he observed the dazzling lights of the jutsus in use, Naui nodded. I've lived through one shinobi world war, but I've never would have imagined that some foreign force would invade us and to try and slaughter us all. He got a nod from one of his men. He said, "Dut," before a loud explosion and a few smaller ones interrupted him. He asked again, "Do you think we stand a chance?" "Of course we do," was Inari's prompt response. Naui said nothing. Ignoring it, Inari looked up at the fading sky. This is going to be a problem if they continue to attack throughout the night. One of the samurai remarked, "You can bet your ass that they will do just that." Naui informed Inari and the other men listening, "All we have to do is to keep them occupied for as long as possible. Konoha reinforcements aren't far out." Naui noticed the anxious expression on Inari's face as she looked at him. "You okay, kid?" he asked gently. Inari nodded after swallowing, just a bit nervous. He received a shoulder slap from one of the samurai. "Believe me, you'll no longer feel that way once you're in the middle of it." Inari complained, "Shut up." The ground shook from another explosion, and then the silence was deadly. The men's muttering on the walls ceased, and they waited tensely, their weapons ready, for any indication of an enemy or ally. Itachi, clutching his arm, was the first to break through the tree line, followed closely by Kisame. Shortly after, Ghost and Jiraiya dashed through the tree line, scattering exploding tags and kunai all over the place. The four-man squad entered the village a few seconds after someone yelled to open the gate. Naui leapt to meet them and a group of medical personnel. How did it go? It was Jiraiya who raised her voice. Well, they still exist, but our clones, the traps, and Kisami's water jutsu have drastically decreased their numbers. Naui gave a nod. Let's get to the walls, they'll be here any second. Naui was followed by Ghost, Jiraiya, and Kisame. Itachi said, "I'll join you in a moment." He removed his Akatsuki cloak so the medics could tend to the wounds he had sustained moments before. Ghost acknowledged with a wave. XXX. So how tough are they? Inari asked, observing the newcomers and giving them some room. Tough enough, midget, and why the hell are you here? Shouldn't you be somewhere with those obnoxious civilians? Kisame said, raising an eyebrow. You blue-skinned fish, don't call me a midget you. Ghost coughed to stifle his laughter. Kisame took a menacing step forward and his eyes twitched. What did you say? Fearfully, Inari's gaze darted to Ghost, who did not react. Why, you heard me. Why should I not be permitted to engage in combat? Most genin are 2 years younger than me. Kisame just HMPFED and kept his eyes on the forest in front of him. The forest was suddenly exploding again, and Ghost grabbed his hood and jerked it back, exposing his blue eyes and blonde hair while wearing a face mask over the rest of his face. Inari's eyes widened as she saw how familiar the man appeared. When Ghost saw that Inari was staring at him, he grinned, winked, and then held out his fist. Is it really him? Inari asked, continuing to stare. When he saw Ghost's fist, Inari reached out with his own shaking fist and did the only thing that occurred to him. They bumped fists. Ghost nodded in satisfaction and returned his focus to the forest. Naruto, Inari muttered. Ghost winked at him once more and said, "Not now, Gaki." Strangely like a guppy fish, Inari's mouth opened and closed as he nodded. He wanted to say so many things, including suffocating him with an embrace, but it seemed like this was not the right moment. Ghost, who had removed his glasses as soon as night fell, leaned forward and squinted his eyes, saying, "They're here." Itachi remarked as he ascended the wall-mounted stairs, "It would be wise if we separated across the wall, it's clear we are the most capable fighters here." "Agreed, I'll stick here, make sure that the gate doesn't fall." The ghost replied. The other three gave a nod and parted ways. They waited in silence for a few minutes that seemed like hours, and the defenders didn't like it at all. "You know what to do, Clonesa, it's time." A few men were startled when Ghost yelled over his shoulder. "What are you discussing?" did Inari ask. Ghost trailed off as he gazed up at the sky, saying, "They've been silent for too long. That isn't good." After giving him a questioning look, Inari followed Ghost's gaze, which grew wide with terror. "Oh my god." Huge balls of flame filled the sky and swiftly descended toward the village. Those flaming objects must have been launched into the air using catapults. Nawi yelled. "Get under cover." Ghost grabbed Inari by the back of his neck and shoved him to the ground while shouting. The burning objects smashed into the village as Ghost crouched, destroying entire buildings at once. The samurai on top weren't so fortunate and were instantly killed when some of those objects, which turned out to be flaming rocks, also struck the wall, which held together because of the clones. Other rocks simply crashed into the earth without causing any significant harm. "The village is burning," Inari said, glancing up at the numerous flaming structures within. He cried out and hurried to stand up. Ghost said to him as he got to his feet, "It can be rebuilt, Gaki, be lucky that no one was in one of those buildings." "What's that?" Before a terrifying, deafening roar tore through the air, one of the samurai pointed to the sky. Ghost and Nawi turned back to the pitch-black sky. "Kuso." Ghost cursed before back-flipping off the wall and landing on the market ground behind him. "Kuchio's no jutsu." Biting his thumb and making the required hand seals in advance, Ghost yelled. 3 large hawks were visible as the large cloud of smoke that had appeared swiftly dissipated. "What can we do for you, Ghost-sama? Do you recall me telling you about the unknowns that were going to attack us, Noden? They have arrived and initiated an air attack." With a little bow, Ghost said, "I could use your help." As he looked up at the barely perceptible dark beasts, Noden said, "We'll fight for you, but those beasts, I don't know what they are." Ghost honestly replied, "I don't know either, I've never seen anything like it. We'll try to keep them off your backs, as long as you make sure that no one else interferes." Noden said, spreading his wings, and then he took to the sky. With a nod, Ghost leapt back onto the wall to join Inari and Nawi. The samurai's eyes darted from left to right as another horrifying roar pierced the atmosphere. "You have to keep the men focused," Ghost said, turning to face Nawi. "Reavers always take advantage of the sight of fear." Quote. With a nod, Nawi said, "My fellow samurai. The fear in your eyes is visible to me. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't afraid myself, but now isn't the time to let our enemies see." After giving Inari a quick glance, Nawi turned to face his men, who were arranged in a line on the wall and the ground behind it. "These monsters will kill every man, woman, and child of Nami no Kuni if we don't hold the line, and they will take everything you value." Quote. "Will you hold the line?" he asked his fellow samurai, whose fear had vanished and his resolve had grown. He yelled. Even the growls and roars had little effect as all of his men let out shouts that broke the bonds of fear. Nawi gave a nod of approval. Before Jiraiya's voice came over the static, the radio crackled, "Hate to break it, but we have movement in the forest." After narrowing his eyes, Ghost's expression changed to one of disbelief. "That's a lot." The wooden wall was being attacked by hundreds of men who had broken through the forest line. "Have courage." With a shout, Nawi pulled out his katana and swiftly infused it with chakra. Before assuming a fighting stance, Ghost, Inari, and the other samurai also took their weapons out of their sheaths. Without even slowing down, the Reavers used chakra to leap onto the wall and directly into the Nami no Kuni defenders, waiting swords. After squinting his eyes, Ghost's expression changed to one of incredulity. "This is not good." A few hundred men began to charge the wooden wall after breaching the forest line. Have courage. With a shout, Nawi pulled out his katana and swiftly infused it with chakra. Before assuming a fighting stance, Ghost, Inari, and the other samurai also took their weapons out of their sheaths. Without even slowing down, the Reavers used chakra to leap onto the wall and directly into the Nami no Kuni defenders, waiting swords. Holding his katana tightly in both hands, Ghost expected them to use chakra to jump over or on the wall, but he wasn't prepared for them to leap directly into the samurai's waiting blades. Ghost's initial foe leapt ahead of him, just inches from the wooden spikes that protruded from the wall, providing them with some cover. Before hurling him over the spikes and into the throng of adversaries below who were attempting to break through, the blonde hunter stabbed him through one of his lungs. Glancing around, he saw that every samurai on the wall was engaged in combat with their opponent. Ghost was aware that, for the time being, they had the advantage because they had more men on the wall and only a small number of Reavers could land without being instantly killed. They had to make it matter, though, because that would not last long. He looked at Inari occasionally as he clashed blades with another Reaver. He wouldn't allow the child to perish while he was present. Considering that he was battling a Reaver, Inari performed admirably. He swiftly turned his attention to the person who had replaced him and made a deep cut on his chest. Ghost ducked beneath the cut and inserted his own blade into his chest. He swiftly grabbed a handful of shuriken and threw them at the woman's bare back after the blonde saw that Inari had just defeated his opponent and was now overpowered by the second one. As the women fell to the ground, Inari nodded his gratitude. Ghost simply turned to face the next of what appeared to be an unending stream of adversaries. Following his lead, Inari assisted a fellow samurai in battling a particularly formidable Reaver, slashing the Reaver's back with his sword, causing a large, deep wound. Returning his focus to his erstwhile adversary, the Reaver screamed and kicked Inari in the stomach. In retaliation, the samurai laced his blade with chakra and slammed it against the Reaver's horizontally held blade, slicing through his opponent's shoulder as well as his blade. After the kick, Inari got up and saw that his fellow samurai had already vanquished his opponent, and he was now engaged in combat with the next. Following in his footsteps, Inari made an effort to assist his fellow samurai whenever he could. The enemy may have arrived in large numbers, but they were not very skilled. If they were compared to shinobi, they would have been at most Chunin level. Itachi swerved through them, killing them with ease. With his Sharingan activated, Itachi easily avoided the thrown punch and retaliated by stabbing the Reaver twice in the chest after disarming it after it had landed gracefully on the wall. After making a few hand gestures, Itachi pointed to the area beneath the wall, where the adversaries were gathered, attempting to breach it. Kaden. Ga Kakya no Jutsu. The army below was swiftly hit by the fireball, which burned many of them and caused widespread chaos. When someone took advantage of Itachi's moment of inattention and stabbed the Uchiha in the back with a knife, Itachi grunted slightly. After breaking the woman's nose with an elbow to the face, Itachi spun around and struck her nose once more with his flat hand. Then he grabbed her by the head, kneed her in the face, threw her to the ground, and broke her skull by slamming the heel of his foot into the back of her head. When Itachi saw that one of the Reavers was attempting to kill one of the samurai, he simply threw him to the ground and used a kunai that he had reached inside his robe to kill him. Itachi was kicked off the wall and into one of the market stalls below by someone who had just rushed in with two legs outstretched. Itachi slowly dropped to his knees and peered at the newcomer through narrowed eyes. Itachi attempted to kill the newcomer, but the newcomer grabbed him and pulled him back to his feet, saying, "You piece of garbage, consider your surroundings before attacking." He shoved the man aside. "I was wondering when someone with real fighting abilities would join us on the wall," Itachi said, leaping onto one of the buildings that divided the market from the wooden wall. "Don't try to be brave. I can smell your fear," the Reaver spat on the ground. Itachi laughed, and it was a very strange laugh. "You smell my fear. I wouldn't even waste my time on you. You're a hypocrite. Not worth your time," the holder said, twitching his left eye. "A hypocrite. I'll rip your organs out and cut you open." Itachi raised his left arm and gestured with his hand, saying, "I very much doubt that." The holder was instantly killed when three samurai struck him with their chakra-enhanced blades as they approached from behind. After giving the men a nod, Itachi leapt back onto the wall. XXX. After a few hours, it gets dark. Kakashi and the two platoon-sized group of shinobi were rapidly approaching Nami no Kuni, and he couldn't help but wonder what they would discover. The battle with the Reaver in the arena weeks prior had not helped him prepare in the slightest. Beside him, Sasuke leapt from tree to tree, totally focused on the way forward. In less than a year, Sasuke Uchiha went from being the most adored genin to one of the most despised. The shinobi who lived in Konoha were very upset about his attempted betrayal. It seemed that many were not particularly pleased with the Hokage's decision and forgiveness, but what was most unexpected was the impact Naruto had made when he left them. The child who had beaten Gaara of the Sand and, in doing so, had likely saved the village. Reinstating Sasuke had created a lot of commotion, one he would never forget. They never learned about the chakra seal they attempted to apply to Naruto, and when news spread that he had left the village, they all began to wonder what the devil was wrong with the genin these days. Sasuke, why are you wearing such a serious expression? Kakashi inquired. I'm thinking about the fight in the arena, Sasuke said, concentrating on Kakashi. Those two reavers there were strong, and they easily took down our Junin who attempted to attack. It seems hopeless to me to send 2 platoons to help in a country that is already lost. You're missing the point, Kakashi said, holding up a finger. No invasion force is being repelled by our group. It's only to hold them up while we erect border defenses. Sasuke only responded with a grunt. When Kakashi and his fellows spotted movement, they leapt to the ground and realized they were civilians. When the gray-haired Anbu saw Tazuna's daughter approaching, he moved forward and asked, Tsunami, did everyone manage to evacuate from Nami no Kuni? Who are you? Tsunami asked, raising an eyebrow. After giving himself a mental slap, Kakashi reached for his Anbu mask and fastened it to his belt. Do you remember now? We all managed to escape, thanks to your 4-man group, she said in a neutral tone. Kakashi-san. I know you're mad at me, but this isn't the time, we're heading to Nami no Kuni, can you give me any information on what's happening? Kakashi knew the woman would never forgive him, just as she would never forgive Sakura and Sasuke for their actions. To give us the security we lacked, 120 samurai are stationed in our village. Nothing much more than that your group is using your chakra trick to reinforce the wall, Tazuna said as he forced his way through the throng of bystanders. Shikamaru added, that will stall at the most, but a good strategy. Well, at least we won't be alone in this fight, Kakashi said, nodding. He then returned his focus to Tazuna and asked, Tazuna, when did you leave the village? About 4 hours ago, we left when they were almost reaching the shore. After giving it some thought, Kakashi concluded, that means we're still at least an hour and a half away. Tazuna, keep moving toward the Konoha, they'll give you a place to stay. I appreciate the offer, Kakashi, good luck. When Kakashi gave the signal, the shinobi force leapt back into the trees and started moving again. XXX. The enemy showed no signs of retreating or resting as night gradually fell. He was breathing heavily, his chakra was running low, and his clones were slowly beginning to fade away as a result of their depletion. Ghost severed one of his adversary's arms and kicked him off the wall and into the street below. After tackling another enemy who was attempting to pass him and swiftly dispatching him with a blade to the chest, he turned to see that more and more reavers were gradually approaching the wall. He then looked at Inari, who was breathing heavily, even more so than he was. He would give the child some skill, but he still had a lot to learn, and he would probably be dead if he hadn't occasionally stepped in. He nearly fell to his knees when the wall suddenly trembled. What the F? Another tremor shook the fighters, causing some of them to fall. A samurai then shouted, they're attempting to demolish the gate. That looks a lot like the Doriat Dan, but that technique uses mud instead of rocks, Ghost said, glancing over the wall and toward the forest's edge, where he saw a large earth dragon spitting out large rocks in the direction of the gate. Itachi, I'm running out of clones, Ghost said, closing his eyes as one of his clones faded and transmitted his memories to the real Ghost, who then opened them again and grabbed his headset. They're attacking the gate with jutsu that resembles Doriat Dan, and we're also going to lose it. He received no response. Ghost was about to try again when there was a huge explosion. He quickly realized that Itachi was right there when he jerked his head in the direction of the explosion. We have incoming, someone yelled and gestured up at the sky. A metallic spiky ball was rapidly approaching when Ghost looked up. Get off the wall. With a roar, he snatched Inari and hurled him into the alley behind the wall. With haste, Inari got up and ran in the direction of the market. Not going to make it. Ghost glanced at the spiked ball once more, but he still tried and leapt. Only a second later, the metal object struck the wall and detonated, resulting in a massive explosion akin to the one that had occurred earlier. Ghost was thrown through the roof of a small house behind the wall after being caught in the explosion. When Nawi, who had previously leapt off, saw Ghost smashing through the building. He feared the worst and turned to see that a significant portion of the wall had been destroyed. Form a line and defend the wall. Make sure nothing gets through. With their swords clenched in their hands, a group of samurai standing behind him hurried to the opening. Nawi was aware that their initial force of 120 mina, 80 of whom were positioned on the wall and 40 of whom were on Stanbia, was dwindling. They were now only 68. To his right, Nawi noticed an older man named Jiraiya running toward him. "Jiraiya-sama, what's going on the wall?" Jiraiya stopped in front of Nawi and said, "For now, everything is going well. I thought we lost Itachi in the initial explosion, but he just reported in a moment ago." Quote. Nawi gave a nod. "Good, things would have turned bad indeed if we lost him." With a sardonic laugh, Jiraiya said, "Even with Itachi, things aren't looking too bright. Why are your friends taking so long?" As he joined in the conversation and began to experience the aftereffects of prolonged chakra use, Inari asked in a bitter tone. Just as another explosion erupted, Jiraiya told the boy, "It won't be long, we just have to hold on. Let's focus on the fight. All of our men should be pulled away from the wall so that we can fight in the streets. When their own men are present, they wouldn't dare use those explosives. They have some of their own men in the area, so I highly doubt they would stay their hand. We'll follow your plans, though, as we don't have many other options." Nawi began commanding his men via his headset. The sound of wood splintering broke his train of thought. "Kisame, pull back from the wall and regroup on regroup on the streets. We'll continue fighting in the village. The gate has fallen, so move quickly." Everywhere, samurai rushed to the market and regrouped there, either retrenchment from the gate or a leap off the wall. Itachi also appeared, looking a little worse for wear, with tears and scorch marks on his Akatsuki robe and blood and dirt all over his face. Kisame also appeared, sporting a few minor cuts on his robe. "You samurai aren't half bad for shinobi wannabe." At that moment, a few samurai gave him a glare, while others cursed him. Itachi whispered, panting a little, "Kisame, now isn't the times to make enemies, we already have quite enough." "Where's the brat?" Kisame asked, looking around. "Me." With all the adults around him, Inari felt like a child and asked. "Baka, not you. Where on earth is Ghost?" Kisame yelled. "Where has the idiot gone to now?" Jiraiya asked, glancing around as well. Nawi recalled Ghost smashing through a structure, saying, "He got caught in the explosion. I don't think anyone would have survived that." Even though it was shocking to learn that the man was probably Naruto, Inari wasn't about to let him go again. "We have to go look for him," he said. "Too late," Itachi said, gesturing to the wall and the gate where a horde of adversaries charged at them. Jiraiya yelled, "Get ready," and made a few hand gestures before calling forth toads the size of humans. Among them was Gamakichi, who had a short katana in his hand and was dressed in full battle armor. He turned to face the approaching reavers. "So I guess that guy was telling the truth after all." Jiraiya nodded, his expression solemn. "We're waiting for reinforcements from Konoha but we're running low on men, could you help out a bit?" Gamakichi gave it some thought. "Nope, Gamakichi," Jiraiya said with a face fault. Gamakichi laughed and said, "Just kidding, where do you want us?" Gamakichi nodded as Jiraiya gave the order, "Defend the northern part of the market. I'll back you up later." More metallic explosives, albeit smaller ones, streaked through the air at the same moment. One of the explosives struck a hawk attempting to repel the enemy monsters as they flew through the air, causing the hawk to crash into the village in a ball of flames. The small town caught fire when the metallic objects exploded in different parts of the village. Inari tried to ignore everything, but he was unable to do so. As he watched his hometown burn to the ground, tears streamed down his cheeks. As the hawks either crashed in the village or vanished into a massive cloud of smoke, one of the samurai cried out, "The hawks have lost," and gestured to the sky. Now that the sky was clear, the big animals that had previously vanquished the hawks made their way to the market, roaring loudly before they set a group of samurai on fire. Kisame was forced to leap away after attempting to use a few water jutsu to counter their fire attacks. "Oh my god, those are dragons," a horrified voice exclaimed. "That can't be, they don't exist," yelled another, in a terrified tone. A dragon landed in front of Itachi, who stood still. He immediately activated his Manjikya Sharingan and summoned a skeleton-based Susanoo, saying, "You chose your wrong target, you disgusting beast." He didn't waste any time in reaching out with Susanoo's arm, grabbing the dragon's muzzle and drawing it in before slamming his free fist on top of the beast's head and sending it crashing to the ground. He promptly pursued Amaterasu and burned the dragon. With a roar, the dragon attempted to take off, but it crashed to the ground once more and never rose. Naui-san, focus on the humans, Jiraiya will take care of the beasts, Itachi said. In response, Naui nodded and gave his men the orders. Jiraiya, I need you to summon the big toads, those dragons are causing too much damage. Through the headset, Jiraiya's voice crackled, I'm on it. Shortly after, 3 more clouds of smoke covered the ground, revealing 3 large toads, including Gamabunta. Gamabunta yelled, Jiraiya, where are you? You pervert, without understanding why he had been called. Now is not the time to complain, Gamabunta. We're having some big problems here. The dragon that was raging close to the eastern wall caught the chief toad's attention. Is that a dragon? They were supposed to be extinct. Then how did the Reavers get their hands on the dragon summoning contract? Gamabunta remained silent. Jiraiya ducked under a throwing knife that came his way and said, we'll discuss this later, for now we have to keep these dragons away from the main defense until Kakashi comes with reinforcements. Gamabunta responded by puffing out a lot of smoke that he had previously inhaled through his pipe. When Ghost crashed through the roof earlier, the wooden beam that had fallen on him was gradually pushed away by his usable arm. With a moan, he pushed away another beam that was resting on his legs. The room he was lying in was in ruins when he sat up and looked around. The wooden beams that had once supported the roof were strewn all over the room, and the majority of the roof had collapsed around him. With another moan, he got to his feet and placed his blood-stained hand on his left chest before pulling away. Then he reached for his face and saw that his face mask was partially cut by a large cut on his cheek. Ignoring the deafening roars outside and the clashing of metal, he staggered slowly through the house, panting heavily as he made his way to what he thought was the front door. He opened the partially destroyed door by using the wall to his right as support. He noticed that there were corpses all over the place. Only a few samurai remained, attempting to repel the horde of adversaries. Shuriken and kunai flew everywhere, with some of them striking their targets. He turned to see the big beasts battling the toads, which were at last visible in the moonlight. They are dragons, but didn't they go extinct? He was blasted against a store wall when an exploding tag landed close to him and detonated. Ghost attempted to get back up after shaking his head. He struggled to get back up and took a deep breath. He reached for his headset and said in a tired voice, Itachi. You still alive? I'm still alive, but for a moment I thought you weren't. As he attempted to pick himself up, his chest wound only made him wince. Like that's going to happen. Have a promise to keep, was his response. I forgot about that for a while. So you're still hell-bent on taking us out? Ghost paused. He may have wanted to kill Itachi 7 years ago, but he couldn't do it now, and the Uchiha bastard knew it. He had developed a close friendship with him, which he greatly valued. He heard Itachi say, thought so, and he could tell the bastard was grinning at the moment. He grunted, shut up, and straightened, ignoring the sharp ache in his chest. Where the hell are Kakashi and his men? Itachi responded almost immediately. They can't be far out. After you got caught in the blast we decided to pull back from the walls as you can most likely see. Ghost looked at the broken gate and inquired, how long have I been out? Close to an hour. In front of his feet, one of the samurai fell to the ground. We have to pull back, we can't hold out any longer. Itachi replied. Ghost let out a sigh. We can't do that. If we do they'll have no opposition and are free to attack Konoha. After a pause, Itachi proposed, we can stall them by blowing up the bridge. Ghost noticed that Reaver, a woman with blonde hair, was running in his direction. After realizing that his kunai pouch was missing, he reached for his tanto strapped to his legs and discovered that they were also missing. He groaned and hobbled a little as he ran toward the woman. She launched a fist, but Ghost blocked it and struck her in the face with his own fist. Ghost leapt back and quickly made a few hand signals with his bloodied hand. Fa-tun. Kazakiri no Jutsu. The female Reaver was easily sliced in two by a wind blade that reached her. Ghost gasped with fatigue. He hobbled over to the gate after saying, we'll go with that, I'm running low on chakra and from the looks of it we're running low on men as well. Go give the order. Ghost. When Ghost turned around, Inari was running over with relief. Inari threw himself at Ghost and gave him a hug before he could stop himself. Damn, Naruto, I thought you were dead. Ghost roughly pushed him away with his one working arm. Inari, Get a hold of yourself, we're pulling back to the bridge, go down to the headquarters and get some of the heavy exploding tags, we're going to blow up the bridge. After being shocked by Ghost's actions, Inari was now in a state of shock. We can't blow up the bridge, it's our village's pride. I don't fucking care, if we don't blow it up we are in some serious trouble. Everything was destroyed and set on fire as more flaming rocks crashed into the buildings and streets. Despite her desire to protest, Inari chose to run in the direction of headquarters instead. Ghost shook his head, thinking, stupid kid. Stumbling or tripping over the corpses on the ground, the remaining samurai abandoned their attack and fled in the direction of the gate. They were being torn apart left and right by the remaining dragons. Nawi yelled, retreat to the bridge, as he slashed his blade through the stomach of a reaver who was charging at him. Before eliminating him with 2 more similar attacks, he skillfully deflected a blade that was aimed at his exposed left side and countered a slash of his own that severely wounded one of the less experienced reavers. Despite his heavy breathing, he ignored it and concentrated on the next opponent that stood in his way of reaching the bridge. You're a fool to stand in our way. Submit to our greater strength and you will find peace in the next life. When Itachi described them to Nawi, his eyes widened in terror. Holders, never interact with them by yourself. There were no allies to be found when he looked around. The man in front of him said, your comrades have already left, you are alone. He turned to face his maker, knowing he had no chance. He leapt with his katana blade high above his head while holding it in reverse grip. The holder saw the attack coming, easily sidestepped it, and kicked the man as he landed, breaking his kneecap. Nawi stumbled and fell to the ground, roaring in agony and swinging his blade wildly. Using his metal gauntlet to block the attack, the reaver reached for Nawi's wrist with his free hand and twisted it, breaking it and forcing Nawi to drop his blade. Knowing you fight against a more powerful opponent, you still hold your ground and fight. You people are of a strange sort. Nawi held his wrist to his chest and moaned in agony. He growled, wouldn't you? The holder casually reached for his own blade and stabbed him through the chest, right where the heart was, saying, there aren't a lot of men or women that could defeat me. So I can't put myself in your shoes. But, enough with the talking. Nawi felt himself growing weary as he coughed. He muttered, Yua won't takea our homea, before Nawi closed his eyes and never opened them again. The holder's gaze shifted to the bridge, where the remaining samurai were taking up positions. Lasting, send in everyone. Lasting, the man, fell from one of the roofs and landed next to his ally. He was dressed in dark red robes that resembled the hunters. He had a cool, collected expression and a scar that ran across his left cheek. His long and loose hair was a little disheveled, but it complemented his serene demeanor. They are already marching through the gate. What do you want to do with the dragons? Allow them to rest, they've done their job, but tell them that they can expect to be summoned at any moment. Lasting left, nodding. With a few samurai surrounding them, Ghost crossed the bridge with Itachi's help. With obvious fear in his voice, someone asked, what do we do? Itachi placed Ghost on the ground and declared, we're blowing up the bridge. What? No, we can't do that. Nawi and the others might still be alive. With a moan, Ghost leaned against the bridge's left side. If they're not here then they're dead. Inari, who had just completed setting up the explosives, gave a passionate shake of his head. Nawi is too tough to die. He's coming. Kisame moved forward, his notorious sword resting on his shoulders. Shut it, brat, if you look towards the village you can already see reavers marching to the bridge. Inari, who had trouble controlling his emotions, simply turned away and left. Itachi told Kisame, who merely nodded, to blow the bridge the moment they're crossing it. Itachi approached Ghost, took hold of his arm, and wrapped it around his shoulder. Come on, let's go. Ghost nodded and made an effort to walk as independently as possible. Itachi took note. Don't do that, Ghost, I got you. Ghost grinned. Don't think for a second that I owe you. Before leaving the bridge and making his way to the forest's edge, Itachi smiled slightly. Yes you do. Ghost just grunted. Screw you, Itachi. Kisame held Jiraiya's hand in a seal as they approached each other. With his gaze fixed on the advancing army, Kisame questioned, where are those toads of yours? Send them back the moment we retreated. They are pretty much useless against dragons. Kisame opened his mouth after nodding. It's time. Every reaver who had been standing on the bridge was killed when a massive explosion rocked the area and destroyed much of it. XXX. A huge explosion occurred as Shikamaru, who had landed on one of the tree branches, nearly lost his footing. Below him, Ino landed on a branch. Holy shit, that was one big explosion. Kakashi waved his hand for them to continue. They quickly arrived at the forest's edge, where they were confronted by a scene of devastation and flames. My god, Kakashi, could you be any slower? A weary voice complained. Kakashi turned to see Ghost leaning against a tree with his hands in his lap, where the voice had come from. With haste, Kakashi approached Ghost and knelt beside him, raising his mask. Ghost, what happened? You were supposed to hold the village. Ghost cleared his throat. What happened? I'll tell you what happened, you took too damn long. We didn't stand a chance. Taking hold of his arm, Kakashi assisted him in standing. We came as fast we could. After grabbing his face mask and pulling it down, Ghost spat blood onto the ground. Doesn't change the fact that we still lost the village. Shikamaru moved forward and gave the hunter a sidelong glance. We have to retake it. Ghost laughed, then started coughing once more. No way in hell that we can take the village back. They've come in force. Their army outmatches our own. Ino joined the small group and glanced at Ghost, who appeared worn out. You're not looking too good. Maybe you should lie down for a bit. Ghost gave a sneer. He hobbled forward and pushed Kakashi's extended hand away, saying, I don't need your advice. You got a plan, Kakashi. Kakashi gave Ghost a glare, but she ignored it and nodded. We'll put our men on our forward outpost a few clicks from here. Itachi joined Kisame, Jiraiya, and an upset Inari, asking, how much further from the outpost is the actual line of defense, Kakashi? The few surviving samurai were behind them. The silver-haired Anbu responded, around the 10 to 15 miles. So should the forward outpost be attacked, we'll be properly prepared. Kisame snarled, whatever, it took you long enough. Kakashi looked at the missing ninja, who didn't appear to be too worn out. There were a few tears in his cloak, but that was about it. He looked over at the men. Grab the wounded, we're moving out. Itachi remained motionless. I'm staying for a while longer. I'm going to buy some extra time by channeling my chakra in the water so that if they know how to walk on water they'll just lose their balance. Jiraiya gave a nod. Don't stay for too long, you don't know what else they might cook up. Ghost motioned to Kisame, who approached, snatched his arm roughly, and slung it over his shoulder. They returned to Konoha with the injured after a little more than a day. Instead, the remaining Tsuchi no Kuni defenders made the decision to attack Konoha directly. In an attempt to minimize his blood loss, Ghost held his hand at his side. Things had become, to put it mildly, interesting after merging with the Kyuubi. 4.5 years after Naruto's disappearance, in flashback. After experiencing yet another terrible nightmare, Naruto awoke in the middle of the night. They had visited Nami no Kuni every few weeks after touching the odd tattoo. However, they had been coming more often lately. Naruto was by himself in the remote cabin after Hawk had been gone for 2 weeks. He got out of bed and took a few steps before collapsing to the floor, searing pain pulsing through his arm. What the H? He saw flashes of fire and death as the agony grew worse. He blacked out, giving in to the pain. The mindscape. Naruto scrambled to his feet. He turned to face the cage and exclaimed, Kyuubi. What's going on? But saw nothing. Kyuubi. Brata, come closer. Following the instructions, Naruto approached the fox and saw its massive, motionless form. What's happening to us? The Kyuubi stared at Naruto. It's time. Naruto sighed, knowing that it would happen eventually. The blonde, unable to look Kyuubi in the eye, asked, what now? The Kyuubi managed to growl, I have one thing to give to you. After a considerable amount of time, Naruto finally managed to step through the cage. He knelt in front of Kyuubi and gave him a dejected look. What do you want to give? The Kyuubi's demonic eyes lowered slightly as he said, my chakra, I will give you what is left of my chakra and merge it with yours. Should you survive the transition, you will get an enormous boost in power. Naruto appeared perplexed. It can't be that simple. Despite giving a low growl, Kyuubi responded to the query. There are some side effects with me dying. You will no longer recover as fast from your wounds as you always had, and poison will have a much bigger effect. Also, your markings on your face will disappear until you trigger my power. Naruto appeared even more perplexed, if that was possible. Trigger. Our chakra will merge, but you can still choose whether to use it or not. Naruto put his hand on one of Kyuubi's claws and nodded in comprehension. Thanks for everything, I won't let you down. You better not, Brat, or I'll feast on your bones when we meet in hell. And remember what I told you. In spite of the circumstances, Naruto grinned. Don't worry, I'll show them not to mess with the Nine-Tails demon. Kyuubi let out one final bark of laughter. Take care, Naruto Uzumaki, may you become a true ghost among your enemies. Naruto bowed his head, one tear trickled down his cheek, then another, and then another. I hope we'll eventually meet again, Kurama, no matter where we end up. At the same moment that an orange mist filled the room, the Kyuubi stayed silent and gradually disappeared. Everything around Naruto darkened, and he fell to the ground. It took him 3 more days to wake up. He didn't get up when he eventually woke up. Instead, he lay there, aware that he had never felt more alone. After he eventually got himself together, he went to a mirror and looked at himself. The only significant change he saw was the absence of his whisker lines. He noticed a black tattoo line on his arm when he turned to look at his shirt sleeve. He noticed the same tattoo he had seen on the body in Nami no Kuni when he pulled up his short sleeve. He directed his chakra toward the tattoo, which began to glow slightly, without really understanding why. His eyes widened as he stared at it, and then his arm began to ache. Naruto yelled, "What the fuck?" and held himself upright with his other hand. He noticed something on his left arm that made him fall onto his butt. His hand resembled a kind of black claw with scales. What the? His eyes were as big as saucers. What the hell is going on here? He exclaimed in a voice that blended his and the Kyuubi's. He got up and took another look at himself in the mirror. He saw that his eyes were identical to the Kyuubi's and that his whisker marks had returned. He began to hyperventilate gradually. Stumbling through the tiny cottage, he headed for the door before collapsing to the floor. His vision was filled with black dots and his breathing became shallower. Finish the flashback. With Kisame at his side, Ghost stopped in front of Konoha's gates. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw that everyone was relieved to be here at last. When the gates opened and they entered, they were greeted by a sizable crowd of Nami no Kuni residents who had been waiting for them. Someone yelled, "Bring the wounded here." Sakura and a few other medic nin were standing with their equipment nearby when Ghost turned to look to his right. Ghost considered leaving to simply bleed out under a tree, but he chose to approach Sakura instead. "You," he said, gesturing to her. "Fix me up now." Sakura's eyes narrowed with rage. "You have serious anger issues, and I'm not doing anything until you ask normally." Ghost narrowed his eyes and imitated her. Once more, he pointed. Ghost complained, "If it weren't for me, you would have lost a lot of shinobi and maybe even those civilians of yours," as he experienced another sharp pain. "Now, if it isn't too much trouble, could you fix me up?" Sakura feigned a smile. "Of course I can, sit down." After taking off his tunic, Ghost sat down and showed off a black shirt with a big cut on it. He tugged the shirt soaked in blood and let it fall to the floor. After examining the wound more closely, Sakura put her hand lightly on his chest just before it began to glow green. "The cut is deep but not life-threatening, this should do the trick." Ghost closed his eyes and thought far away, ignoring her. "Mister, what's going on?" His hands were slowly reaching for his kunai pouch as he cast a cold, calculating gaze down at the boy. "Stay away from my son. Please just let him leave. Let me take his place." His words, "What you fail to understand is," came as he reached for one of the kunai. "That no one leaves this village alive." Sakura's voice echoed in his ears, "And it's done, not even a scar." Ghost remained silent and got to his feet, putting his tunic and shirt back on and leaving the hood in place. "A thank you would be nice, you know." Sakura snarled at the man. Disregarding her, Ghost headed for headquarters. "Ghost." When the blonde hunter turned around and saw Mikuru coming, he nodded. After examining him, she said worriedly, "I heard you were back, things aren't going too good, are they? Are you alright?" "I'm just tired, and I feel like crap, it's like I got blasted through a roof, which I technically did." Mikuru laughed, but she covered her mouth with her hand. "I won't hold you up, but there was a young teen looking for you, Inari was his name." Ghost ran his hand over his face. "The kid is really becoming annoying." Mikuru pointed over her shoulder and arched an eyebrow. "You want me to get him for you?" Shaking his head, Ghost unlocked the headquarters, double doors. "He can wait, I'm catching some shut-eye, see you in a few." Mikuru gazed into Ghost's blue eyes and said, "I'll tell the others not to disturb you." Ghost smiled a little. After saying, "Thanks, I appreciate it," he turned around and went upstairs. Mikaru's gaze followed him until he vanished from view and made his way to the cafeteria. Ghost went into his room, lay down on his bed, and dozed off without even getting dressed. XXX. Kakashi was pleased with what he saw when he surveyed the outpost. With a few wooden towers positioned along the outpost, they had established themselves in one of the numerous forests near the border. When he walked into the headquarters, Shikamaru was seated comfortably. Status. Shikamaru stood up straight and glanced at the table's map. He then indicated a location close to their camp and said, "Everything's up and running, except for communications, we're still working on that. Hawk and his squad are on patrol here, and since this is probably where they will launch an attack, this route will be monitored." Itachi entered the room at that precise moment. Kakashi looked at him icily, believing that Itachi was always the enemy. "Why are you here?" Itachi glanced at him. "Just passing through. Thought you wanted to know that they have taken complete control of Nami no Kuni and are on their way to the border." Shikamaru appeared momentarily taken aback. "Already? They move quickly. Nami no Kuni only has one village and nothing is stopping them from marching straight to the border." Asking Shikamaru to turn, Kakashi said, "Call back Hawk and his squad, I want everyone prepared." "What is the size of this defense force?" Itachi asked, displaying his usual level of interest. Shikamaru, who hadn't forgotten their little stunt from a week ago, gave Itachi a neutral look as he said, "We are 300 strong, the force consists of Chunin and Jonin." After a brief period of silence, Itachi sighed almost inaudibly and said, "It's best if I stay around for a while." Hawk nodded to Itachi as Ino entered the room at that precise moment. "You'll be helping them, Itachi? You're not staying?" Itachi asked, nodding. Hawk gave a headshake. "I'm heading back to Konoha, but I'll be back later on when things heat up," he said. "This is going to be on hell of a fight." Shikamaru simply gave a headshake. "Troublesome buncha." XXX. A few days later, Ghost fixed his unwavering gaze on Kisami's eyes. Kisame didn't budge an inch, and he had the same expression. When Robatsu and Mikaru entered their headquarters lounge, they were met with this. Ghost grinned. Putting his cards on the table, he said, "Pocket ace." With a sigh, Rome tucked his cards away without revealing them. Kisame grinned. "Full house. You can't win from me with this game." A king and a 2 are displayed, then combined with the 2 2s and a king on the table. "Damn, screw you Sushi," he said, shoving his cash roughly in Kisami's direction. Kisame simply smiled maniacally. Mikaru sat down beside Rome and Ghost, avoiding Kisame, and asked, "Don't you guys have anything better to do?" Kisame and Ghost both said, "Nope," but Rome said nothing. Mikaru laughed. "Ghost, are you going with us to the Cage Summit?" Ghost said casually, "Yeah, not going to happen." With a laugh, Kisame got up from the table. "Tomorrow." Ghost grinned and got to his feet, too. "Might as well, no one is lucky enough to win twice in a row." Kisame gestured toward him. "And that is where you're wrong, brat, you need just as much skill as luck." Taking one of the leftover chips, Ghost swung it at Kisame, striking him in the face. "There's your skill." Kisame never stopped grinning. "Can't stand it that I got your hard-earned money." I don't hear Rome complaining. Rome gave a shrug. "We earn enough on bounties." Kisami's smile widened even more. "That's right, and if I remember, Ghost here earned quite some money on an assignment that had him working with us." Ghost's entire attitude shifted, and he gave Kisame a menacing glare. Rome cast a curious glance. The bald hunter waved his hand at the Akatsuki member and remarked, "I don't recall ever assigning you with one of them." Ghost remained silent for a considerable amount of time. "It was a job," he said slowly. "They needed my expertise with and I agreed." Robatsu raised his voice. "What kind of assignment was it?" Ghost looked at Kisame once more. Just a couple of shinobi who were a threat to the Akatsuki." Mikaru gave a snort. "Sure, and the Akatsuki weren't capable of taking them out by themselves." Kisame answered, unable to conceal the bitter tone in his voice, "We weren't." With each second that went by, Mikaru's anger increased. "You're telling me that the most lethal rogue shinobi organization in the elemental countries weren't able to take down a couple of shinobi?" A tiny smile appeared on Ghost's lips as he met Kisami's gaze. "Sounds about right." Rome intervened at that point. "Ghost, you are a hunter, and that means that when you are wearing the hunter's outfit you are under our command. If you wore that outfit during your assignment with the Akatsuki you are under the obligation to give us all the details." Ghost gave a nod. "I know that very well, Rome, and that's why I didn't wear it at that time." Rome nodded his own head and grinned. All right then, no need to continue this discussion. Mikaru was growing weary of Ghost's falsehoods and couldn't believe what she was hearing. Rome, are you serious? Rome looked over at Mikaru. Everyone has their secrets, Mikaru. Ghost is no different. If he doesn't want to tell, then that's his decision, and we have to respect that. Kisame walked beside Ghost as he put his chair back under the table and left. When are you going to stop lying to your friends, Ghost? The small-framed blonde yelled after him. He winced inwardly but continued to walk until he reached the door and passed through it, saying, I never started. Mikaru looked inquisitively. What does that mean? Well, began Robatsu. Either he's saying that he in fact never lied or he never considered us as his friends. Mikaru turned to face her fellow hunter. She looked at the door that Ghost had previously passed through and asked herself, more than Robatsu, not seeing us as his friend. Kisame cast a sidelong glance at Ghost. You've got guts, brat. After turning a corner, they entered their headquarters' tiny hall, went through the front door, and emerged into the bright sunlight. Despite the approaching dark days, the streets were crowded with merchants and citizens going about their daily lives with no worries in the world. When Ghost put on his sunglasses, he muttered, Lying like that, you certainly won't make friends with what you just pulled. Ghost grinned. I'm not here to make any friends, I'm here to stop the biggest threat we ever faced, just as you are. But why do you even care? You're the heartless bastard, remember? Kisame slapped him on the shoulder. I don't care, but it was amusing to see their faces. Ghost shook his head and smiled infrequently. You'll never change. I thought you would have learned it by now, brat. Enough talking already, I need a drink. Ghost said, I guess that's one way to pass time. He then took the lead and headed for the closest inn, taking a sharp left. They were fortunate to find a seat in a corner because the inn was packed with off-duty shinobi. Ghost clipped his glasses back on his shirt and muttered, I'm going to kill myself if I run into one more of my old colleagues. Kisame waved to the closest waitress, snickered, and placed several drink orders, requesting tiny shot glasses rather than standard dishes. Ghost's eyebrows went up. What's vodka? Kisame looked at the waitress for a bit longer than was appropriate before turning back to Ghost. Vodka is the good stuff. Some old man brought it from the western part of world a long time ago. It isn't very popular, but sake gets old after a while. Feeling uneasy in the presence of the two S-ranked criminals, the waitress quickly left after returning with the drinks. After giving it a suspicious look, Ghost shrugged his shoulders and drank the beverage. He slammed his hand on the table and coughed a moment later. Kami, what is this crap? Kisame chuckled, taking pleasure in Ghost's lack of composure. It's good, right? Ghost ignored his burning throat and took a deep breath. Why yeah, give me another. Hawk allowed himself to drop into the seat beside Kisame at that precise moment. Ah great, I could use one of those, he exclaimed, snatching up the tiny glass and gulping it down before he too started coughing. He managed to ask, vodka, who drinks what vodka around here? In between breaths. Vodka. Ghost smirked at Hawk's actions and corrected him. After catching his breath, Hawk remarked, vodka, it's all the same. So, who's up for a little drinking game? Barked Kisame, leaning forward and grinning evilly. A voice said, I am. When the three men looked up, they saw Jiraiya standing there holding a plate of sake. Ghost gave himself a face slap. The outcome of this will not be favorable. Who isn't inviting me to a drinking game? A female voice yelled. When they turned to see where the voice was coming from, they noticed a pretty woman with violet hair shoving her way through the throng. Who are you? Kisame asked in an impolite manner. I am Mitarashi Anko, and you all just lost, she said, slamming her fist against the table as she took a seat. All Ghost could do was sigh in frustration. XXX. Ghost came back from the restroom and turned to face the table. Hawk was unconscious, sleeping with his head resting on it, and Jiraiya appeared to be well on his way to following Hawk's lead. While Kisame was experiencing the effects of the alcohol, he wasn't as inebriated as Hawk or Jiraiya. Anko's ability to keep up shocked him the most. She must have had an iron liver or something because she appeared to be as sober as she was when she entered. Alright, I got a game which is going to be a good one. Ghost slumped down in his chair, feeling the effects of the sake and vodka too, but he would be damned if he allowed himself to be beaten by a woman. He would allow blue-skinned Akatsuki agents, but he had to draw the line somewhere. What's it called? Anko asked with a mischievous smile. Ghost shrugged and said, no idea, but it's a killer all right. Anko was one of the few people he could truly put up with. Aside from her typical bitchy behavior, she never displayed any hatred, which made him think of himself when he was younger and still a Konoha shinobi. He took a pack of cards, shuffled them, and gave one upside-down card to each person. "Now what?" Kisame whispered. "The person with the lowest card must take the shot after you place the card on your face at the count of 3, revealing it to everyone else but keeping it a secret from yourself." With a smile, Anko combed through her hair. "Let's get this thing going." With a sly smile, Ghost tossed the cards onto the table, took his own, and slapped it to his forehead. He glanced at Anko's card, which had a 3. He looked at Kisame's card and saw that it was a 9. Ghost laughed. "Oh, Anko, you're screwed." Laughing, Anko gestured to his card. "You wish, buddy." Kisame laughed. "Let's show him." Suddenly, they all returned their cards to the table. It turned out that Ghost's card was a 2. Ghost's earlier smirk disappeared as soon as he glanced at Anko's card. The blonde took a shot and drank it, grimacing briefly before letting out a sigh. "Fuck Maya, how big are the odds?" he asked. "All right, let's keep this going." All Anko could do was give Ghost a menacing grin. "What a great game you chose." Cracking his knuckles, Kisame said, "Such a shame Itachi isn't here." "No thanks, we wouldn't be left standing if we did this with him," said Ghost, laughing and shaking his head. After giving them another card, Ghost carried on with the game. XXX. The unfortunate thing was that the Tsuchikage had barely survived the battle, and Kenpachi was sitting in the destroyed office that had once belonged to Tsuchikage. Earth Country was under his control, though there were a few fights here and there. With a brief bow, a reaver entered the office and said, "Lord Kenpachi, I'm sorry to disturb you, but there's a man here to see you." Without raising his head, Kenpachi said, "One of ours." Shaking his head, the reaver said, "No, sir, he's a shinobi." Kenpachi raised his head and said, "That's intriguing. Did he explain why he wanted to talk to me?" "Only thing he said was that he's supporting our invasion." That piqued Kenpachi's interest, which was unusual. "Send him in." After nodding, the subordinate bowed and walked out of the office, gesturing to someone. "It's an honor to meet you, Lord Kenpachi. I've heard a lot about your achievements," said a man with glasses and gray hair. "You said you are supporting our invasion, why?" Kenpachi asked, getting to his feet and approaching the man. After adjusting his glasses and grinning, the shinobi said, "My lord agrees to your vision that the shinobi world needs to be destroyed." "And why does your lord want it destroyed?" Kenpachi asked, maintaining a neutral expression. "In his quest for power, he has made a lot of enemies." The gray-haired man sat down on a partially destroyed couch and said, "He's fought many battles with them and was forced to hide for a while. Now with your unexpected arrival he thinks that now is the best time to strike back." "Why would I want an ally, anyway? Your world could easily be destroyed by my forces. One of your enemies, Konoha, are very persistent, and from what we've gathered they are working together with both the Akatsuki and another S-rank organization called the Hunters," the gray-haired shinobi said with a laugh. He waited for a response before continuing, "We know you want them dead, and my master can offer you a way in without having to start an all-out siege." "Interesting, and what's in it for you?" Kenpachi said, stroking his chin. "My lord will offer you the way in. All he asks in return is that he accompanies your men when you prepare your attack." Kenpachi gave a nod. "I accept, but if you double-cross me you'll want to wish you were never born." "Nothing of the sort, Lord Kenpachi," the shinobi said with a smile. "Now, what is your master's name?" Kenpachi asked, narrowing his eyes but still nodding. "My name is Kabuto and my lord's name is Orochimaru." Kenpachi turned around and walked out of the office, saying, "I'm looking forward to meeting this, Orochimaru." With a slight bow, Kabuto said, "As does he, Lord Kenpachi." When Ghost saw the crack of sunlight shining on him, he opened one eye and immediately closed it again, complaining, "Too bright," before turning around and letting out a sigh of relief before digging deeper into his pillow. Lying a little uncomfortable, he slid his hand across the mattress until he found something round and warm. He muttered incoherently, and rolled closer to the spot where his hand had been. He grabbed the warm object and attempted to pull it closer. Ghost's eyes snapped open, staring directly into the eyes of the devil himself, but in female form. Anko. Ghost realized that he had never before had any warm round objects in his bed. "Good morning to you too," Anko grinned. Ghost noticed that he was probably in Anko's apartment rather than his room in headquarters. "What the hell am I doing in your bed?" Anko chuckled and then retreated. That stupid game of yours must have been the cause of this. Last thing I remember was Kisame going to your HQ and you offering to go another round. Now that he was awake and experiencing the hangover, Ghost relaxed and grunted, saying, well, that's the last time I'm doing that again. Anko grinned evilly and said, I didn't hear ya complaining when you were groping me just now, obviously taking pleasure in Ghost's situation. Do you want the truth, Anko? Ghost questioned her. With a nod, Anko said, I think I can handle it. You're a hottie, okay. He grinned and said, the only thing I regret is I don't remember any of it. Now that we've cleared that up, you'll never hear me complain when I'm waking up next to you, naked. He could play that game if she wanted to. All right, I think it's time for the second round. After that, she ignored his protests and climbed on top of him. Ah, might as well enjoy it, Ghost said, shrugging at her body, which was now clearly visible. Leaning forward, Anko pressed her fingernails into his chest. You're going to regret that, you bitch with the purple hair. He managed to land on top of her after hissing and tossing her off of him. She underlined the word, boy, as she said, let's see what you've got, pretty boy. He insulted me by saying, if you think you'll get away with calling me, boy, you're dead wrong, you purple-haired torturing slut. He then grabbed a kunai that had been lying on the bed for some reason and threw it away, pinning it to the wall. What did you just call me? Anko asked, narrowing her eyes in rage. Oh boy, shouldn't have said that. The Ghost said, his eyes widening in terror. XXX. That woman is crazy. That's the first and last time I ever do something with her again. And where the hell did that second kunai come from? Ghost sighed as he examined his bandaged arm. He opened the doors leading to the HQ hall and made his way directly to the mess hall, which had a lounge on the other side and a few tables strewn throughout. Breakfast and dinner were available on the right side of the room, all of which were compensated for by the Hokage. When he noticed Hawk sitting there with a sullen expression on his face, Ghost approached and took a seat. What's up with that expression on your face? The blonde inquired. With a pale face and a tiny bead of sweat on his forehead, Hawk looked up and said, I hate vodka. Ghost grinned and said, I had fun. Although he had a hangover, it was nothing compared to Hawk's. Yay, I'd say you had some funa sleeping with the enemy. Hawk gave him a fierce look but was utterly unsuccessful. Ghost said, Konoha is my enemy, but not all the inhabitants are my enemies, there were one or two that supported me. His raised eyebrow was visible because it protruded above his sunglasses. Akin to Anko. After noticing Hawk's perspiration, Ghost waved his hand and said, no, but she's hot so that doesn't count. Seriously, though, she didn't support me but she wasn't one of those backstabbers. But from what you told me those others didn't help you as well, but you can't stand them. You're confusing me here, Hawk said, casting a pale, inquiring glance at him. She wasn't one of my friends. I had seen her maybe once during the Chunin exams I told you about, Ghost said, fighting the urge to roll his eyes. I knew my friends fairly well, and they did absolutely nothing. Taking his glass of water, Hawk drank it all at once and said, you never did tell me what you feel about us staying here. Ghost rubbed his forehead and sighed, I detest every moment of it. Probably the only nation I don't mind seeing succumb to the Reavers is this one. Hawk simply chuckled and shook his head, saying, that bad? Ghost nodded and added, grinning, I want them all to die, orders are refraining me from actually killing them. Ghost looked up when he saw movement out of the corner of his left eye. Pain, what can we do for you? The Hokage wishes to speak to both of you before she leaves for the Cage Summit, Pain said, glancing at him neutrally. Hawk and Ghost both got to their feet. Are you heading to the Cage Summit? All the Akatsuki leader said was, my presence wouldn't do any good. Makes sense I suppose, Ghost said with a shrug, nudging Hawk before making his way to the Hokage Tower. As they passed a group of children playing hide-and-seek in the street, Hawk remarked, I wonder what she wants. Ghost shoved a civilian aside, saying, if she asks us to join on this Cage Summit I'm going to refuse no matter what Mayu or Rome has to say. The civilian then gave him a furious look before realizing he was a hunter and hurried off. Hawk halted and hurried to one of the alleys, still appearing as pale as ever. You're disgusting, you can't even hold your liquor, said Ghost with a sly smile. Doesn't count when you're having a hangover so shut up already, said Hawk, who had vomited in the alley. Ghost laughed, and they ignored the repulsive looks they were giving Hawk as they proceeded toward the tower. They went directly to the Hokage's office after entering the tower, where they stood idly in front of Tsunade's desk. I'm glad you were able to attend. Says that you're one of their best, Tsunade said, gesturing to Mayu, who was seated on the couch next to the door. Could we get to the point already? Ghost yawned. Tsunade was coughing. Yes, well, our shinobi aren't really filled in on what the Reavers exactly are and what their capabilities are. Looking at Hawk and Ghost, Mayu got up and leaned against the desk, saying, she wants you both to fill in the academy students and some of the higher-ranking shinobi so they can tell that to their respective squads. Ghost shrugged and scratched his arm, saying, I was planning on doing some other stuff actually. Mayu squinted at Ghost's obnoxious demeanor and said, it wasn't a request, Ghost. The blonde sighed. Fine, I'll head for the academy, but if you think that I'm planning on going past every class in the building, I'm going to have to disappoint you. Mayu nodded. Just the final class who are almost ready on becoming genin, afterwards the teacher can pass it on to their new class, all the while not frightening the younger kids. I guess I'll head that way then. Good luck, Hawk, in your current condition you'll need it. Ghost left the office, and Hawk responded with an impolite gesture before listening to the Hokage. XXX. It would be days before they returned, so Rome got up from his chair and finished the last of his drink, which was still on the table. He then grabbed his bag and slung it over his shoulder. He rubbed his neck and made his way to his room. The invasion was well underway, and he didn't have much faith in either the Cage Summit or the war itself. They had more men overall and more skilled fighters than Mirarka, but Mirarka was united under one nation, so they didn't have any trust issues with another country. He could still clearly recall the day it all began in Mirarka. Mirarka, flashback to 15 years ago. It was a lovely, sunny day, and 18-year-old Rome with dark brown, ruffled hair strolled through the streets of Divine, their capital, which was perched on a sizable cliff overlooking the sea. Rome glanced at his attire and nodded contentedly. He was dressed in the uniform that all soldiers had to wear, which included dark blue pants with leather patches on his knee, a short-sleeved shirt that was also dark blue with leather patches on his elbow, and a white vest that was heavy due to the metal underneath. Hey, Romy. Rome turned to see his old friend from back when they were both still brats approaching him when someone yelled. Rome gave him a shoulder slap and said, Hey Mike, how are you? Did you just get off guard duty? Mike gave him the finger and playfully shoved him away, saying, fucking guard duty, ain't gonna build up experience this way. Ah but young Mike, you must understand that guard duty itself is quite the experience, Rome said in a deep, low voice after holding up a finger to stop him from continuing. Mike palmed his face and said, I can't remember. I fell for the old gook's words. We all did, Rome said, putting a sympathetic pat on his shoulder. I remember when I heard him say that and I volunteered for the first available spot. Yeah, but you're past the first year and in the second year, which means no more guard duty, Mike laughed. What are you talking about? Rome asked, raising an eyebrow. Although not as frequently as you, I still have guard duty. However, Thomas stated that there would be no more pointless assignments after the first year. Rome laughed aloud and waved his hands in the air, saying, Look. There is no war. While we're at peace, do you really think you'll get some amazing assignments? This is what you can anticipate for a very long time, so you better get used to it, buddy. With his red hair falling in front of his eyes, Mike hung his head in defeat. Ah well, he grinned as he looked up again, at least I can look at the ladies. He waved to a blonde girl who was walking by and gave him no attention at all. Rome mumbled, You'll never change. A few more off-duty guards soon joined them as they made their way to the market. Rome noticed something out of the corner of his eye while chit-chatting with Mike. He looked up at the sky and asked, What is that? Pointing to the numerous objects that were encroaching on the capital, he posed the question. Everyone, get under cover. As both guards and civilians began fleeing for their lives, a female guard let out a scream. The items that seemed to be dark cases fell all over the place. With their weapons drawn, Rome and the other guards approached one of the cases slowly. According to one of the guards, Johnson, check it out. Understood, Johnson said, moving forward with caution, his short blade clenched. He tried to open it after first looking around and finding nothing. At that moment, the city was filled with cries of fear. Rome, obviously startled by the sudden screams, jerked around and looked around. Soon after, the city's alarms went off, silencing the cries that could be heard all over the city. They returned their focus to the casing when they heard a heavy object slam into the ground. Somehow, the case was opened, and a tall man with a big axe strapped to his back emerged, his eyes glowing red. Along with a few of the other guards, Mike turned pale and slowly retreated. Rome looked to his superior for guidance because he had no idea what to do. The market was filled with a spooky laugh. The man with the big axe casually approached Johnson, who was frozen in terror, and said in an odd voice, "This is 6, commence the attack, and send in the next wave of pods." Johnson was nearly gently grabbed by the neck by 6, who then crushed his throat with a single squeeze. Johnson. In a fit of blind rage, a woman screamed and then attacked. "Don't, Sandra." With his blade raised above his head, the squad leader was compelled to pursue her. Rome trailed behind, still terrified, but he decided he couldn't stand there any longer after witnessing Johnson's death and Sandra charging right in. While Sandra swung her own sword, totally unaware of the large gap she left for 6, 6 grabbed his axe and drove it into her skull. "No," another guard yelled, and he launched a direct assault on the intruder as well. Rome saw his squad leader fall to the ground with a big gash across his chest, and he knew he had to find a way to get past the man's defenses because 6 had taken them down so easily. Without wasting a single second, he attempted to jam his short blade between the enemy's ribs, ducked beneath the first swing, and dove for the second, landing inside 6's defenses. He didn't anticipate the kick. Rome flew across the market for a few feet before collapsing to the ground, and Mike, who was utterly terrified, saw it. "Rome, speak up." Mike's radio suddenly came to life, saying, "Anyone on this frequency, we are being attacked. Again, we are being attacked. Every guard reports and requests assignments." Mike's hands were shaking as he reached for his headset. "This is Mike Ice, the first-year Guardian. We need assistance because we are being attacked at the market plaza." He's commie, he barely managed to dodge out of the way. "We're down to 2 guards after 3 casualties so far." Mike staggered over to Rome, who remained motionless. "Come on, Rome, please speak up." Mike yelled and pushed Rome, looking over his shoulder every other moment. The invader approached him slowly, obviously having fun. "Wha going on?" Rome murmured as his eyes slowly opened and he saw Mike sigh in relief. "We don't have to run right now. Go, go, go." Rome struggled to stay upright, so Mike yelled and pulled him up. "First-year Guardian Mike Ice, we're sending 2 squads to your location, hold the market until they're there." "I have to flee because he's pursuing me, IC can't do that." He took Rome's arm and tossed it over his shoulder, pulling his best friend away from 6, the natural freak. As more of those pods crashed into the ground, Mike's eyes widened in terror, each one held one of those monsters. He observed that civilians were being killed without even having the opportunity to attempt to flee. He tried to ignore the child, who was no older than 9, who was lying face down on the ground, feeling sick to his stomach. He half stumbled, half ran into an alley, hoping to get rid of anyone who might be pursuing him. Nearby explosions rumbled, and Mike, his hands shaking, set Rome down and examined him. "Hey, are you okay, Rome?" "All live." "Who's attacking us?" Rome said, shaking his head and instantly regretting it as his headache doubled. "I'm not sure, but we need to leave." Mike occasionally looked over his shoulder and hissed in terror. When they noticed more pods flying overhead, they raised their gaze once more. Using his blade for support, Rome shook his head and attempted to stand, saying, "We can't, we made an oath that we'd protect this city until our very last breath. However, have you noticed the sheer number of pods there, Rome? There is no chance for us." Rome, fed up with Mike's actions, seized him by the front of his shirt and drew him in close, saying, "Now pay attention to me. Get your act together, guard. There are innocent men, women, and children who are depending on us." "You're right, let's do this," Mike said, swallowing his fear as he gave him a wide-eyed look. Rome nodded, forced a broken smile, got to his feet slowly, clutched his chest, and breathed in a strained, somewhat shallow breath. Mike was aware. First things first, we're going to check you out first, and no complaints. Rome grinned and said, "Fine, but if they try and keep me there you can bet your ass I'm breaking out." Both of them leapt to a roof and hurried to the headquarters. After a while, they reached the guard station and realized right away that something was wrong. Mike put Rome down, looked around the streets before crossing it, and pushed the rest of the door away. "This is Mike Ice, first-year guard. Is there anyone present?" He tried to ignore his shaking hands and the fear that tried to take over him as soon as he heard something fall and break on the floor. He then quickly grabbed his blade and went inside. He could see an arm protruding from behind the desk, blood smeared the wall behind it, and the desk, which was usually occupied by a young woman, was largely destroyed. He swallowed uneasily and proceeded down the hallway on his right, assuming that was where the noise came from. He cautiously searched each room, but nothing was there, and when he arrived at the mess hall and opened the double doors, he was horrified by what he saw. There were bodies all over, with their stomachs gutted, throats cut, or limbs missing. One of the invaders was still holding a lifeless body in his hand as he stood over them. Mike dropped his sword and let it clatter to the floor as he stood motionless. "Kill him," was said by a man who turned around and gestured to the young guard. With terrified eyes, Mike ran out of the mess hall and back to his starting point, saying, "Shit, shit, shit. Hey Rome, get your ass moving," he yelled. Rome was already picking himself up when he crashed his shoulder through the broken double doors leading outside. Rome half ran, half limped away from their headquarters after reaching into his arm pouch, grabbing an exploding tag, and plastering it on the wall. "All units should reassemble at Thodian Square. Enemy forces are heavily concentrated. Help is urgently needed." Through the radio, the voice crackled. They quickly ducked into one of the destroyed buildings after rounding a corner. Whoever these attackers were, they were causing havoc very quickly. Small areas of the city were already in ruins or on fire. They exhaled with relief as they saw the unidentified intruders sprinting past the structure. "Watch out, what's happening?" With his eyes darting from left to right, a man who was hiding with his wife and child asked. "We don't know, but that doesn't matter. All that matters is that you and your wife and kid need to get out of here," Rome said as he and Mike stood up. "We'll cover you to the closest evacuation point if you stay close to us. We will follow you. Lead the way," the man said, glancing at his wife, who nodded. Rome motioned for them to follow him with his hands, and they carefully scanned the street before sprinting to the southern exit. They soon found themselves in trouble. Mike was the first to be hit as they ran around another corner. He was smashed through the window of the wall they were hugging. "Get out of the way," Rome yelled as he rolled and landed inside the enemy's defenses. He punched the man in the stomach, then swung his feet out from under him before kicking him in the throat to end the fight. Rome whispered, "That was easier," and peered through the shattered window. "Mike, are you all right?" Yeah, he caught me off guard, that's all," Mike said, scrambling to the window and managing to get to his feet. Only a few of the weaker invaders were encountered as the civilians continued their journey after Rome assisted them in getting up. Without any more issues, they arrived at the evacuation point and observed that it was crowded with both civilians and guards. He was immediately struck by the fact that, based on their stripes, nearly all of the guards were first and second year. He approached a fourth-year officer and asked, "Sir, could you please explain the situation?" "No idea, kid, there was no warning sign or any reports of any kind. They just suddenly crashed with those strange pods of theirs and started killing everybody," the woman speaking into her microphone said, turning to Rome. "I want you to return to the city, check the situation at Thodian Square, and give the order to retreat to 19th Street if the situation is dire. We were able to free the majority of civilians, but many are still trapped and the enemy isn't giving us much breathing room." "Understood, sir. You want us to help in their defense as well?" Rome asked, glancing at her nameplate, which read Samantha Rhea. Samantha gave a nod. "That's right, but escorting civilians is an absolute priority. If you encounter any, lead them here." "I get it." After saying that, Mike snapped his feet together and left with Rome. The child was sleeping on a nearby bench when the man and woman they had previously rescued approached them as they prepared to return to the city. "Are you returning?" the woman inquired. "We must, ma'am. If we let them get away with this now, we wouldn't be much of a guard, would we?" Even though fear was still coursing through his body, Mike grinned and seemed to enjoy the attention he was receiving. "Be careful, and I sincerely appreciate you saving our lives," the man said, shaking both of their hands passionately. Rome and Mike nodded to each other before running back into the tumultuous city. Finish the flashback. Rome sighed and lay down on his bed because he had a few hours to spare. He had spent too much time thinking about the past, wondering what he could have done better or if he had done something differently. He shook his head and cleared his mind. XXX. As Ghost marched across the academy's playground toward the entrance, he noticed two adults dropping off their children to his right were staring at him wearily, and he had to admit that he wanted to wear his hood more than ever, which only made them more suspicious of him. He proceeded directly to the teacher's lounge after walking through the narrow hallway, knocked once, and opened the door. He waved lazily when he noticed that they were staring at him, as Kakashi frequently did. "Yo," He said, I'm here to explain to the brats what they're about to face. You were sent by the Hokage. Someone questioned incredulously. You got a problem with that? Ghost asked, crossing his arms. The Chunin teacher shook his head and swallowed nervously. Thought so, Ghost said as he turned to leave. Which classroom is it? 10A, was the response. Ghost didn't bother to thank the man as he strode out the door. He remembered that the classroom he was going to was his old one before he made genin, so he ignored the looks of the children standing in the hallway and headed for 10A. After rapping the door with his knuckles, he heard a voice he recognized say, "Enter." Iruka was the first person to acknowledge him, but he wasn't someone he wanted to see again, and he hadn't done anything to prevent the Hokage from attempting to place the chakra seal on him, so he stiffened for a moment when he saw Iruka standing there. You must be Ghost, Iruka said, glancing at him and noticing his resemblance to the Yondaime, just as the others had mentioned based on the hair. That's right, and you must be Iruka, Ghost said, nodding. All right, listen up, brats, he said, turning to face the children who were whispering to one another. Since you are all recent graduates, I am here to explain the challenges you will face. Quote, as you all may know, there's a new threat that has emerged, and this time it not only threatens a single country but all of the elemental countries combined. He indicated to Iruka that the floor was now his by waving his hands. He nodded to Iruka, who lowered the screen above the blackboard by pressing a button, and turned to face the children who were silently listening while sporting their newly acquired headbands. This, he said, grabbing the remote control and turning on the screen that displayed an image of a normal reaver taken on Iwa's beachhead. As that threat, they have invaded every country they have encountered since they arrived from a far distance. It is now our turn. At this point, the children resumed speaking. Some were frightened, while others boasted that they could handle it with ease. Quiet, it's good to be afraid, because you should be, Ghost said in a tone that was calm but still audible. Quote, I'm not scared. A child stood up and slammed his hand on the table, grinning. You're not afraid? Ghost asked, raising an eyebrow as he looked at Iruka, who simply palmed her face. The boy defiantly crossed his arms and shook his head. Ghost approached him slowly, emphasizing the movement of his legs with the lower portion of his tunica better known as the eagle's wingsa, and his footsteps seemed all the more menacing due to the silence. He stopped in front of the boy and knelt down, saying, not afraid. He said, gazing into the 12-year-old's eyes. The boy dropped his arms at his sides once more and shook his head, but this time he was more hesitant. Another image appeared when Ghost pressed a button on the tiny remote. Some of the children screamed and gasped, while others put their hands in front of their eyes or even puked. The image depicted 3 reavers slaughtering a few samurai, with their heads, limbs, or intestines lying on the ground or their throats cut. One of the reavers appeared to be staring directly into the classroom with his glowing red eyes as he held up a samurai's mutilated body. The boy slowly sat down again, his pale face and wide, fearful eyes. That's what I thought, Ghost said, nodding. Now if Iruka would be so kind to arrange for a cleanup lady, we can continue this after a break, he said, clasping his hands together in an awkward way. Who's up for lunch? XXX. The Uchiha leapt out of the trench and headed for the command tent, but Itachi was taken aback that the reavers hadn't attacked yet. The last reports said they were moving toward their location, but then they abruptly stopped, possibly re-evaluating their strategy or waiting for a larger force. Looking up, Kakashi, who was speaking to Shikamaru, asked, how may we assist you? For the time being you won't need my help, so I'm returning to Konoha, Itachi replied. Kakashi just nodded, unable to stand the man for his previous actions. Itachi nearly bumped into Konan as he turned to go. Konan, why are you here? She examined him, noting a hint of fatigue despite his refusal to acknowledge it. Our leader wants an update, and since long-range communication are still being established, we had to send a runner, and I volunteered. Reavers have halted all movements for the time being. We have no idea why, but they don't stop a force that size without having something planned, Itachi said as he resumed walking past the tents and followed the lengthy trench. Konan nodded. All right then, I'll ask the strategic analyst for a more detailed report, but I suggest you head back to Konoha, you could use some rest. Itachi smiled slightly and said, Arigato, Konan. A tiny smile appeared on Konan's lips as she turned around and returned to their starting point. I could use a break, Itachi said, turning to face Konoha to the west. He began to follow the road at a steady pace without hurrying. It was a slow day for Sabaku no Gaara as his sister and brother were getting ready for their quick trip to Tetsu no Kuni, the cage summit. After eliminating his most lethal foe, paperwork, he had earned a little respite. Rising, he made his way to the balcony behind his desk. He had recently received a warning from an Akatsuki member about an upcoming invasion that was set to begin at Iwa. A gentle breeze touched Gaara's face as he leaned over the balcony railing and closed his eyes. He hadn't trusted a word they said, but for some reason he decided to tell them that he would strengthen the borders even if he didn't send any men. Some had questioned him about it, but they quickly stopped talking after he reminded them who the cage was. But if he could stop an attack, the resources he had to invest in fortifying his borders were well worth it. Gaara, when he turned around, he saw his sister standing. She had undergone a significant transformation. Her once constant pessimistic expression had given way to one of kindness, making her even more stunning. She used to wear her hair in 4 ponytails, but last year she decided to switch to curly hair. He asked his sister, "Are we ready to leave?" She examined him. "We're just waiting for you." Gaara hadn't changed much. His body had only grown longer, and he had allowed his hair to grow a little. His expression had changed from one of constant anger to one of neutral indifference. "I'll be right there, give me a moment." XXX. Mikaru, Mayu, and Rome were standing in front of the gate with Tsunade and Shizune. Hawk and Ghost, who had completed training the Konoha shinobi, were also present. Hawk inquired, "When will you be back?" "Not sure, it'll take a few days to get there, a day or two at the summit and a few days for the trip back, so at least a week. We'll hold the fort while you're gone. Take care," Ghost said, sternly ignoring the Konoha shinobi and nodding to his 3 fellow hunters. Wondering what would await them at the cage summit, the group turned around and left through the gates. As they made their way to headquarters, Ghost turned to Hawk. "So what do you think the summit will deliver? Will we all work together or will we all die alone?" Then Hawk turned to face him, and they both said at once, "Yup, die alone." With a laugh, they made their way to the training area. XXX. A few days later, Mifune, the moderator, stood in front of the pyramid-shaped structure where the gathering was taking place, with 2 samurai on either side. He was still in shock that battles were being fought throughout the shinobi nation. Many questions were raised when Tsunade, the Hokage of Konoha, informed him that she wanted a cage summit to take place as soon as possible. He was shaken, however, by the news that Tsuchi no Kuni was being invaded and that Nami no Kuni was suffering a similar fate. Despite the intense blizzard, he was still able to see a tall, broad man approaching him with 2 others on either side. Mifune bowed to the man who had stopped in front of him. "Reikage-sama, glad you could make it." The Reikage nodded back at him. "Have the other arrived yet or am I the first?" He politely replied, "The others have already arrived. We are just waiting for the Hokage." He merely shook his head. "Figures, the one who requested the summit ends up being the one who ends up late." A voice said, "Always the impatient one I see." Whirled around to see Tsunade approaching with a small group. Acknowledging the clothes they wore, and Darui and C, his guards. They gradually prepared themselves for battle. Tsunade, "What is this?" replied, he pointed to the hunters and roared. Tsunade gestured for him to calm down with a raised hand. "They may have done some things in the past but they are our allies now." The Reikage gave her a suspicious look. "I don't trust them, and you tell me I have to just take your word for it? They have helped us out a great amount. They gave us information on the Tsuchi and Nami invasion. If it weren't for them there wouldn't be any survivors from Nami no Kuni. I don't care. One of those criminals killed 4 of my shinobi." Rome moved to the front. "Reikage-sama, I deeply apologize for the actions one of my men had to take. It was necessary to stop the reaver." The Reikage gave a growl. "I don't see how killing 4 men was necessary." Mifune made the decision to intervene. "Enough. Get inside, we'll discuss this with the others at the meeting." The Reikage was about to give him a piece of his mind, but he changed his mind and instead nodded and went inside. Mikaru walked into the conference room. She never would have imagined that she would come across the strongest shinobi in existence. She recognized the red-headed young man sitting at the large table as the cage as soon as she saw him. He couldn't be any older than her. Seeing that she was wearing the same outfit he had seen in Suna weeks prior, Gaara narrowed his eyes as he examined her. They were partially to blame for the deaths of his men and women, despite the fact that they did not attack them. Mikaru held back a sigh. They seemed to be everywhere they went. The same irate expression or one of pure disgust. Just because I have a job doesn't mean I enjoy it. Someone yelled, "What are they doing here?" Rome simply closed his eyes in frustration as Mayu rubbed her face. "This is getting really annoying." Mikuru whispered in her mother's ear, "Is this going to be a problem?" Tsunade began to believe that bringing them along was turning out to be a mistake. She couldn't help but think the same thing when she heard Mikuru. XXX. Itachi saw that the guards on the wall had doubled as he passed through the Konoha gates. He went straight to tactical planning, the room at headquarters where they got the most recent information on the movements of their adversaries, as soon as he got there. Additionally, this room was connected to the Hokage Tower and Anbu headquarters. He opened the door after knocking. Pain turned to Itachi as he was about to walk away. "Itachi, weren't you supposed to be at the border?" Itachi noted, "I was never ordered to, I volunteered to stay there." Pain took a seat in one of the chairs. "I have some new orders for you." Itachi, who was about to depart, returned his focus to the Akatsuki leader. "What is it?" "I want you to supervise the training of the shinobi Konoha has, Jonin and Anbu only." Instead of expressing his anger, Itachi simply nodded and walked away. He made the decision to search for Kisame and Ghost. He found Ghost in no time at all. Hawk was led into the hallway by Ghost, who placed him on the chair next to the door. Itachi walked up to the two men and asked, "What happened to him?" Ghost was a little taken aback to see Itachi standing there when he looked up. "A spar that got a little out of hand. Where have you been?" Itachi gave a shrug. "I've been at the outpost most of the time." Ghost looked inquisitively. "Then why are you here?" "They probably could use your help." Itachi gave a headshake. "They aren't attacking." Ghost gave a grunt. "Not attacking? Can you be more specific?" "You're not really helping here, Itachi. What I mean is, they are right on our border but have somehow without explanation stopped their advances." Hawk rubbed his chin and moaned as he attempted to move his injured leg. "They're up to something. They don't stop their slaughter for nothing." "No shit, wow, I'm really glad we have you to point out these things." "No really," Ghost said, rolling his eyes and turning to face Hawk. He knelt down in front of Hawk and put his hands on the man's shoulder. "I mean, where do you come up with these intelligent remarks of yours?" "Screw you, Ghost." Ghost grinned and got back up, saying, "Directions." He questioned Itachi. With a barely perceptible hint of bitterness, Itachi stated, "I'm ordered to improve the combat skills of the Jonin and Anbu here in Konoha." Hawk started laughing, and Ghost choked back a laugh. After approaching and opening the door, Ghost said, "Well, good luck with that." Itachi said to Ghost's retreating back, "I could use some help." With a wave of his hand, Ghost said, "Nice try, Itachi, go ask Kisame," and walked away. Itachi turned to face Hawk, who merely shook his head before slowly getting up and limping off. Itachi sighed and took a seat. XXX. "So if what you're saying is true," the Mizukage remarked incredulously, "then they have an army that's larger than all of our forces combined." Rome said, nodding, "That's exactly true." Raikage got to his feet, furious, saying, "Bullshit. Our military is the biggest in human history." The Tsuchikage then rose to his feet, a big scar on his forehead and a bandage over his left eye. "In case you missed it, they took Iwa in a matter of days. I used to have 12,000 shinobi, but now I only have 1,100. Can you see the picture?" But the Raikage was so furious that he briefly bit his tongue. "So what do you suggest?" Tsunade said, "If we want to stand a small chance then we need to combine our forces. The longer we wait with this the more nations will fall." The elderly Tsuchikage nodded to Tsunade and remarked, "I agree with the Hokage." Mifune added, "My samurai already fought with some of your men at Nami no Kuni and we'll do so as well. Suna will join as well, but I won't forgive for what you have done, Tsunade." Tsunade nodded and pursed her lips. She knew he was talking about Naruto because he and Gaara had bonded in a way that no one could ever comprehend. They both understood the anguish of loneliness and the anguish of being a Jinchuriki. She still needed to break the bad news to him, but that would happen when everything was resolved. The guards leapt in front of their respective cages when the Raikage slammed his fist into the table, startling everyone. "I refuse to join a group of people who work together not only with these so-called hunters but also with the Akatsuki. Kumo won't support you in your fight against the Reavers. You won't survive the impending slaughter if you don't act rationally, Raikage-sama." Rome yelled. "Count yourself lucky that I haven't killed you yet," said A, pointing threateningly at Rome with his finger. You may be the Raikage, but that doesn't mean you can just make threats. Rome, a patient man who was beginning to boil inside, stood up and pointed his finger at the Raikage. Keep your mouth shut, or I'll assist you. With his chair bouncing off the ground, the Raikage suddenly got to his feet and declared, I've had enough of you and your pathetic group of hunters. Raikage yelled in a fit of rage, you're nothing more than a bunch of murderers, filthy dogs who should be put down. He had had enough of the hunters getting away with murder because of an uncertain future. Calm down. Tsunade stepped in. Rome hissed menacingly, keep talking like that and I'll remind just why we're regarded as S-rank criminals. Enough, both of you. If you can't stand each other, then we'll find a way so that we can still benefit from each other, Mifune said before the Raikage could reply. Raikage gritted his teeth and said, that won't be necessary, because Kumo won't join. Before turning to leave, he punched the door off its hinges, followed closely by his guards. Mikuru asked her mother, what now? Kumo has beside Konoha the largest military force, we can't do it without them. While Rome gazed at the door the Raikage entered, Mayu pondered her thoughts. In the end, it was Mifune who answered. We will need to get by without them. Now what? Shizune questioned her boss. Now the respective cages will return to their villages and start preparing for a full-scale invasion and preparations for necessary counterattacks. Since Konoha has the enemy on their doorstep, we'll assist them in any way we can. Mifune announced while looking at the Tsunade. Tsunade smiled and gave a nod. That's much appreciated. I will send you all a full report of the exact amount of shinobi I have and the weapons we have in the armory. Mifune stated, that's something everyone should do. Not so fast, Enoki growled. What about my village? When will the attempt be made to retake it? At the moment, we have to focus on defending the regions we still have. Only when we push them back can we focus on retaking Iwa and Nami no Kuni. Rome stated. Onoki narrowed her eyes at him and then gave a defeated nod. I understand, my shinobi are scattered throughout Taki and Tsuchi no Kuni, those who are still in Tsuchi are ordered to fight as guerrillas. The Akatsuki have a few members there as well, so stalling the enemy is the best thing we can do right now. Mayu offered. Rome questioned, who's going to be the supreme leader? Gaara, who had been silent for the majority of the meeting, surprised a few by saying, that should be Mifune. The Mizukage gave a nod of approval. That sounds like a good plan to me. If everyone thinks the same, then that's decided. I also want the best strategic analysts on a safe location, which will be our headquarters. Also, the headquarters should be only known to the cages, hunters and the Akatsuki. The headquarters should be placed where an invasion is the least likely to happen. Mayu continued. In aim, Mikuru asked out loud, that doesn't sound like a bad idea. I will talk with Pain about this first, since he's the leader of the village. Gaara's expression was questioning. Pain, Tsunade remarked, that's the Akatsuki leader. That changes things. I don't want my strategists anywhere near that man. Whether you like it or not, you're going to work with him, so you best get used to it, Mayu said, rubbing her forehead. I'm not sending him alone, I'll agree if I'm allowed to accompany him with guards. With a shrug, Mayu turned to face Mifune. Mifune replied, I guess that isn't too much to ask. With a slight bow, Mifune said, then this meeting is hereby adjourned, and he signaled for the others to rise. I hope that everyone has a safe journey home and we'll hear from each other soon. One by one, Tsunade and the others departed the room after returning the gesture. You think we can win this without Kumo's assistance? Mikuru asked her mother. She said softly. The young blonde's concerns were somewhat allayed when Mayu simply grinned. Back outside, Tsunade said, Shizune asked for a messenger bird. What should be in the message, of course? She inquired. I want Kakashi, Sasuke, all hunters and Akatsuki members and Konoha 10 back in Konoha. Right away, Shizune turned to her right and made her way to the aviary, still feeling uneasy about the unofficial group name used for the unique Jonin group. They left as soon as Shizune returned. XXX. After a few days, Konoha. Ghost was strolling through the streets by himself when he came across a stand that he hadn't been to in a while. When he recalled the times when he only ate ramen, a smile tugged at his lips. Deciding that one bite wouldn't hurt him much, he pushed the flaps aside and stepped into the stand. Hello, good afternoon, how may I assist you? A lovely woman he recognized right away as Ayame greeted him. Ghost sat down and said, hello, may I please have one miso ramen? Coming up right now, Ayame smiled as she turned back to face him. Is this place always this quiet? The blonde hunter inquired. As she made the ramen, she remarked, I guess it depends on the day and whether or not a lot of the shinobi are out on assignment. Aren't you one of those hunters? Is that a problem? Asked Ghost, nodding. Ayame scowled as she put the bowl in front of him and leaned against the counter. Not really, from what I've heard, you people saved our village and are helping protect it, she said. I can't say I'm overly happy with the attack that took place at the Hokage Tower a couple of weeks ago. Ghost laughed. Yeah, but she had it coming, all we wanted was a peaceful conversation. What's your name? Ayame asked abruptly. Would you mind sharing yours with me, Ghost? Knowing her name already, Ghost asked. Ayame, but you must have known Naruto if your name is Ghost. Everyone is saying that, at least. Not really, only met him on the final hours of his life, Ghost grunted. I heard about that, at least he tried to make the world a better place. Ayame's smile vanished as quickly as it appeared. Ghost had to control his feelings because he felt bad for her. He went out with a bang. Ghost chuckled softly. Her words were sorrowful. I miss Hima. Gently squeezing her hand, Ghost said, he wouldn't want you to be sad, he'd want for you to live a happy life. Don't mind me, you should eat your ramen before it gets cold, Ayame said, wiping away the tears that had started to fall down her cheeks before gently letting them fall. Ghost concentrated on his bowl of ramen. He detested leaving behind those who genuinely cared about him during times like these, and Ayame was undoubtedly one of the few. XXX. With a sigh of relief, Tsunade and her group arrived at their borders. The blizzard they encountered on the way back was slowing them down, and it had taken them 2 days to return. She hoped the defenses at Nami no Kuni's border were still intact. She used both hands to massage her face. Tsunade, I see you haven't changed a bit. Tsunade's blood boiled with rage as she jerked her head in the direction of the voice. You, she exclaimed. She knew exactly why her former teammate Orochimaru was standing there in the flesh, looking exactly the same. His immortality just. Orochimaru, she snarled and clenched her fists. What are you doing here? With a smile that made him appear even more like a snake, he raised his hands and said, Now, don't be hasty. I am here extending the hand of peace. With a snort, Shizune prepared herself for a stance. You and peace don't coincide with each other, you snake. Orochimaru just gave her a quick glance before turning to face the others, his eyes widened momentarily upon seeing the hunters. I see that you've also allied yourself with a rogue shinobi organization. And is it true that also the Akatsuki joined in as well? Tsunade gave a nod. How interesting, he exclaimed. Tsunade, I am here with the same purpose. The Reavers are too strong for me, and even if it's too despicable to even think of joining Konoha, it is still necessary. Knowing that it was none of their business, Tsunade and the hunters remained silent. But Shizune moved forward. Lady Tsunade, that man is nothing but a mass murderer. Please don't consider this. Shizune, we tried to do this the last time and that ended badly. At this point, with Kumo refusing to join, we need all the help we can get. Orochimaru, get your guards, we'll discuss this in Konoha. But if you try anything, her fist was threatening. Orochimaru laughed once more. He gestured, and his guards materialized. I guess my guards weren't that well hidden. Tsunade hoped fervently that she was not mistaken. Although it didn't take them long to get to Konoha, the group's uneasy and tense situation didn't make it any easier. Rome was prepared for anything during the entire journey back because he had heard a lot about Orochimaru. Orochimaru, on the other hand, attempted to lighten the mood in his eerie manner, but this only served to aggravate the group. When the guards at the gates realized that the Hokage was accompanied by none other than Orochimaru, they opened their eyes wide, even though the gates were already open. Stuttering, the Chunin guard said, Lady Hokage. She looked at her former teammate and muttered, it's okay, he's harmless or whatever that's worth in his case. He bowed and signaled for them to enter the gate. Understood, Lady Hokage. Orochimaru followed Tsunade while scratching his cheek, saying, nothing has changed. I see, I don't know if that's a good thing. As soon as they entered the gate, a number of things occurred simultaneously. XXX. Ghost paused before continuing to eat his third bowl of ramen while still seated at the ramen stand. But Ayame was still aware of it. Is there a problem with the ramen? Ghost turned to face Ayame and grinned as he glanced over his shoulder, his eyes darting from left to right. Do you trust me? Haven't known you really long enough to trust you completely, but sure I trust you. I can't say that I blame you, but could you please step away from the stand for a moment when I set my chopsticks next to my bowl? Ayame gave him a curious glance and said, I suppose so, but why? Ghost grinned and said, you'll know soon enough, before carrying on with his meal. He took his headset out of his pocket while he was eating, put it over his ear, and put the microphone in front of his mouth. Itachi. There was silence for a moment. What is it, Ghost? As he continued to slurp his favorite food, Ghost said in a casual tone, stand by for the sound. Itachi answered, understood. A man with a menacing scar on his left cheek, wearing dark red robes, entered a moment later. Ayame approached. Good afternoon. How can I help you? The man took a seat next to Ghost. One shio ramen please. Coming up. Ghost looked at the new arrival. New to Konoha. The man also turned to Ghost. I am just here to rest up, do some sightseeing as well. Ghost examined him. Right, well I hope you enjoy your stay. Haria. Sorry, what was your name again? Seeing that the man next to him was quietly observing him, the man faked a laugh. Never told my name, but my name's Lasting, mind telling me your name? Ghost nodded impartially and said, the name's Ghost. That's an unusual name. Ghost chuckled. Yeah, well comes with the job. XXX. Itachi strolled over to Kisami's room. He opened it after knocking. Kisame. Kisame turned around as he was putting on his notorious robe again. What is it? Grab Samahata, we got trouble. About time. The battle at Nami is already so far back in my mind that my hands are starting to itch. Well, if Ghost's right, then you will have your fight soon enough. Itachi responded. After fastening his enormous sword to his back, Kisame trailed Itachi out the door. Apparently the Hokage was back and she had urgent news, so Pain crossed the street and headed for the Hokage Tower. He already knew what was going to happen because of his 6 paths. Come out now. He was approached by a dark blue-clad man who said, you have a good awareness of your surroundings. You're just pathetic. The man said, we'll see about that. In his always impartial tone, Pain said, tell the second one to come out. A woman dropped beside the man as he laughed and gestured with his hand. She said, he's good. In an attempt to scare his opponent, her companion nodded and cracked his knuckles. 5 more figures landed on the ground, encircling the 2 invaders before anyone could take the initiative. More Akatsuki agents. Pain's eyes remained fixed. Something like that. Each of the 5 newcomers had the same ripples in their eyes and facial piercings. The woman told her comrade, we have no intelligence on them. Pain responded on her behalf, no one has, and the 6 paths of Pain launched an attack. XXX. While in the store, Robatsu and Hawk saw a figure approaching from behind. When they turned around, they were shocked to see 3 holders with glowing red eyes standing in front of them. Hawk laughed and put the cigar box back on the counter. Well, shopping just got a lot more interesting, he said. He looked at the shopkeeper. Beautiful, could you be so kind and step out for a moment? Not really listening to the newcomers, she asked, feeling a little flattered. Why? That's because if you don't you'll get blown up as well. Blown up as well, she asked, noticing the reavers in her shop. Despite her lack of experience with a reaver, she knew better than to remain inside the store when 2 large men with terrifying left claws and red glowing eyes entered. She hurried into the store's back and made her way outside. Hawk smiled broadly and said, Robatsu, you take the left, I'll take the right, okay? Robatsu replied, sounds good to me, and grabbed his back pouch. Hawk yelled in jest, may the best man win. Before lunging at his opponent. XXX. Ghost was positive that this man was a reaver, but he also had demonic chakra, which he did not use in the same way as a holder. Ghost grinned. Like me, he uses the chakra as a trigger, but how is that possible? Lasting inquired, is something on your mind? After listening to the conversation, Ayame turned to face Ghost, who noticed her staring. He gave her a direct look before carefully setting his chopsticks next to his now empty bowl. She pushed aside the flaps leading to the back after turning around. It's nothing, was just reminiscing. He concealed a kunai inside his sleeve while reaching inside his robe to pretend to retrieve some cash. Then he tossed some cash onto the counter, but as he did so, he slid the kunai into his hand. He attempted to stab the man next to him in the chest in a single, fluid motion, only to discover that his attack was stopped. Nice try, Ghost, but you really should try harder. With a sly smile, Ghost placed his feet against the counter and pushed himself away, causing both of them to fall to the floor. In response, Lasting balled his fist and attempted to strike him. Ghost recoiled and used a Rasengan in retaliation. In his free hand, he held it. He stopped feeling the hold on his arm as soon as he attempted to strike him. He struck the ground with his Rasengan rather than lasting. Ghost appeared next to the Reaver on the roof of one of the buildings after sensing the demonic chakra and using Flash Step. He charged a Rasengan and aimed it at the Reaver's stomach in another attempt. You should really try some other tricks, Ghost. Ghost was knocked to the ground below when Lasting slammed his shoulder into his back before he could get out of the way. He slowly got to his feet and heard the sounds of battle throughout the village, realizing that he wasn't the only one engaged in combat. An invasion? No, you wouldn't break through so quickly. As he emerged in front of Ghost, Lasting remarked, "We found a different way of entering without attracting unnecessary attention." He extracted a file from inside his robe. Ghost. Appearance, unknown. Weapon of favor, unknown. Threat level, red borderline black. Handle with extreme care. He closed the file. You've failed to impress me so far. Why they gave you such a high threat level is beyond me. Ghost grinned. Only red, huh? I guess we should change that. Lasting gave a headshake. You fail to realize that you absolutely no chance of winning. Ghost saw the voice change, the arm and eyes change shape, and he said, "Ah, and there is the demonic chakra." Ghost put his hand to his mouth and waved through hand signals. Kaden. Ga Kakya no Jutsu. Lasting was unimpressed and took one quick step to dodge the fireball that roared in his direction. Ghost appeared next to Lasting and elbowed him in the face, saying, "Thought so." Lasting's claw stopped Ghost's subsequent punch. He attempted to knee the man in the stomach but was evaded, ignoring the heat that was scorching the skin on his hand. Suddenly, Ghost saw a small gash on his leg and hissed in pain. "You're fast." Before aiming his unsheathed blade at Ghost's shoulder, Lasting retorted, "And you're not." After dodging and attempting to counter with his own blade, Ghost struck nothing. He swiftly used Flash Step to appear on the roof of one of the stores, knowing that he had just left himself open for a counter. At that moment, his entire world blew up. XXX. Itachi parried the blow with a punch of his own and returned the favor. With a grunt, the Reaver leapt back and made several hand gestures. Doden. Dosekirya. A dragon sprang up out of the earth and charged directly at Itachi. Itachi used Kawarimi to escape danger because he didn't have time to flee. He had a handful of shuriken in both hands before his feet even touched the ground. He threw them all at once, and while his opponent was busy avoiding the attack, he used Shunshin and materialized beside the Reaver, his hand already in front of his mouth. Kaden. Ga Kakya no Jutsu. Before the ball of flame struck the Reaver at close range, all he could do was widen his eyes. Itachi gasped a little. He didn't have much breathing room because his opponent was so vicious. Itachi had no option but to quicken the pace. He was aware that his Mangekyo Sharingan was his trump card. However, the cost is high, and he didn't want to pay it unless it was absolutely necessary. When he heard a faint cough, he turned around but stopped in the middle. As his right eye twitched every few seconds, the holder screamed, "Where do you think you're going? I'll cut you open like a pig, you weird-eyed motherfucker." Itachi let out a sigh. Why do I always get the strange ones? Ignoring the comment about his Sharingan, Itachi turned back to face his opponent. You're an unusual one. With a scream, the holder entered Itachi's guard by using Flash Step. In response, Itachi raised his arms and deflected the Reaver's first two blows. He then countered with a high kick to the Reaver's face and a series of swift punches. The Reaver's claw was aimed at Itachi's stomach, but he jumped back to avoid it, resulting in two long but shallow cuts on his abdomen rather than a wide slit. Instead of grunting, Itachi grabbed the man's still extended arm, twisted it sharply, and broke it. With a painful scream, the demon carrier released his arm and attempted to strike Itachi with his lone free hand. Itachi grabbed the other arm and drew him in as he spun around it. Then, with a grace that only a Uchiha could display, he kneed him in the face. Itachi seized his opponent's other arm, which he frantically attempted to keep out of his grasp, before the Reaver could even react. Itachi released his arms, pulled him down, and gave him another knee. Itachi caught his opponent by the nape of his neck and hauled him back up before he could fall to the ground. Itachi made fun of him by asking, "Where do you think you're going?" Instead of allowing him to speak, Itachi grabbed his head with both hands and twisted it, instantly killing him. Itachi slumped to the ground and leaned against the wall, wincing as he glanced down at his stomach. He had underestimated the depth of the cuts. Even though it wasn't lethal, it still bled profusely. When he heard an explosion nearby, he looked back up. Itachi considered lending a hand but changed his mind. I'll be here for a little while. They can manage them without my assistance, I'm sure. XXX. Rome, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Mayu, and Mikuru approached the gate leading to the Hokage Tower. Tsunade gave Orochimaru a look. I noticed the smirk just now and asked, what are you smirking about? You really should play nice, Tsunade. It's unbecoming of someone like you. Tsunade, exclaimed Jiraiya, who skidded to a stop in front of the little group. Have you completely lost it? Tsunade managed to grit her teeth and say, no is not the time for petty arguments of the past, Jiraiya. We have to bury the hatchet. Have you learned nothing of him? He will rather watch the whole world come to an end rather than join up with us. Jiraiya yelled with rage. You think this isn't hard on me? I'm forgiving the man not only for his actions in the past but also for killing Naruto. The hunters raised eyebrows at one another but chose to put their queries on hold for the moment. But Orochimaru was the most taken aback. Naruto-kun, when any words he might have said were cut off by a massive explosion. What the? Exclaimed Rome. Jiraiya pointed accusingly at Orochimaru and exclaimed, you see. It was only a matter of time. He gestured for his guards, who tore off their costumes to reveal their true Reaver colors. Kukukuku, Jiraiya is right. Tsunade, you should have never trusted me, he said. Do with them with what you will, but I want Itachi alive, he'll pay for interfering with my plans. One of the Reavers said, understood, and then scattered. Rome leapt after one of them, but Jiraiya prevented Mayu from taking a stance. Orochimaru is mine. You go help your friends. Mayu commanded and led Mikuru away from the battle, saying, okay, Mikuru, we'll concentrate on helping the wounded. A couple of bodies suddenly fell in front of them, followed by two Reavers and Hawk and Robatsu trading blows after the earth shook due to an explosion. Meanwhile, Tsunade summoned one of the Anbu and began relaying commands while hiding her disbelief with a frown. I want all shinobi in the village on alert, lock down the gates and don't let anyone through. If any of the Reavers are too tough, I want them to be left alone, let the Akatsuki and hunters handle them for the time being. Understood, Hokage-sama, and he vanished out of sight in a puff of smoke. XX. With a moan, Ghost got to his feet, spat out some blood, and surveyed his surroundings. He could see a few bodies lying around, and the building he was standing on was largely destroyed. The civilians should be evacuated by the Hokage. When are you going to fight seriously, Ghost? Isn't the sight of innocent people lying dead on the ground enough to make you angry? I couldn't care less about these fools. In fact, why not blow that building up right there? Ghost said, pointing with his claw at an unidentified building. His chuckle turned into demoniacal laughter. He appeared next to him and delivered a mind-numbing blow. You see, I don't have to worry about some innocent civilians getting in my way because I don't care whether they live or die. My only purpose here is to stop the Reaver threat, and that, he said, includes you. His eyes widened in surprise as Lasting shook his head and pulled his blade out of its sheath. Lasting then charged the demon hunter, saying, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve, Ghost. This changes things, my leader must learn of this development. Grabbing his katana, Ghost went straight after his opponent. When the two blades came into contact with each other, sparks burst from them. They kept going in this manner for a few minutes before gradually arriving at the main road where Pain was engaged in combat. Ghost turned around and landed several feet away from Pain. He turned to face his old foe and saw that he was easily defeating his two opponents, but what shocked him the most were the 5 Akatsuki agents who resembled him. They were fighting in perfect harmony with one another. Pain saw Ghost and leapt back. This attack started the moment the Hokage came back. She is related to the attack, find her and find it out. Ghost said, panting a little, I can't do that yet, I've got an opponent of my own who won't just let me leave. One of the paths broke away from the battle and charged at Lasting as Pain said, I'll handle him as well. Presuming she was present, Ghost nodded and ran in the direction of the Hokage Tower. Lasting yelled, we're not done yet, and attempted to follow him but was stopped by a fresh enemy. As cold-blooded as ever, Pain said, you're not going anywhere. Ghost ignored the pounding pain in his leg and ran, assuming the Hokage was responsible for the multiple explosions he saw at the Hokage Tower. He leapt to a roof and then landed on top of a certain big structure. He ran even faster after spotting Lasting behind him once more, but he grunted in agony as 2 sharp objects sliced his lower leg and side. Using chakra, he improved his leap and landed on a different large roof. Then, in a single, fluid motion, he turned around and deflected the projectiles that were aimed at him while holding his blade. Not many people can get away from pain, I'm actually impressed. Lasting's eyes narrowed. I've had it with you, stop running and face me. A few hand signs were woven through by Ghost. Fa, Tun, Shinka, Ha. Wind blades formed and rushed at Lasting, who was unable to avoid them all and was cut several times. Ghost was the first to act and began punching the man non-stop after slamming his shoulder into him and sending them both tumbling to the ground. He swiftly reached for a kunai and stabbed him in the chest, saying, "Something's wrong here." He felt all of his blows connect, but he didn't feel like he was truly making any progress. Lasting kicked Ghost away after releasing himself and placing his feet on his chest. He got up, picked up the kunai that was still lodged in his chest, and hurled it back at Ghost, who barely avoided it. With his blade raised above his head, Lasting leapt. Kuso. Ghost lunged towards his katana, which was resting on the ground before him, and he just about deflected the blade. He made a few one-handed signs with his free hand. Kaden. Ha Senka no Jutsu. Lasting was blasted off the roof by tiny fireballs. Ghost clambered to his feet and started running again. Glancing to his left, Ghost saw Mikaru by himself, frantically attempting to repel a holder. Kuso. He swore once more. He focused on her and made his way toward her. When he sprinted at full speed and leapt from the roof, he saw Lasting again behind him. He was aware that Lasting was getting ready to deliver the final blow, but Mikaru's opponent was also getting ready to deliver the fatal blow. Lasting roared, "Ghost, die now." Mikaru and the shinobi nearby looked up. In an instant, he hurled a kunai at Mikaru's opponent, killing him by piercing the back of his neck. He then swiftly spun around and deflected the lethal blow with his own blade. After pushing Ghost's blade aside, Lasting released his own blade and seized Ghost by his robe. He held his claw in front of Hunter Ghost's abdomen and sent a red chakra wave out of it, saying, "Goodbye, Hunter Ghost." Instead, a ghost that was rapidly approaching the pavement was blasted into one of the already demolished buildings. "Ghost!" cried Mikaru in desperation. A slightly bleeding hawk stopped her as she staggered to her feet and ran in the direction of the building. "Stop, Mikaru. Orochimaru is there as well, you'll be killed before you can reach him." Mikaru made an effort to shove him away. "He needs our help." With Sasuke, Sakura, and Choji following closely behind, Kakashi, who was tending to the injured, stopped in front of him. "We'll get him, don't worry." Mikaru was only able to nod. Like all the hunters, Ghost held great meaning for her, and the idea of his passing was intolerable. Even though what he had said earlier had hurt her, she hoped it was untrue. Ghost could occasionally make her angry, but it could also make her laugh. Hawk gently sat her down and examined her injuries. She had a nasty cut on her side as well as one above her forehead. "Mikaru, where's Mayu?" As she took deep breaths to try to calm herself, she managed to say, "She took Robatsu to the medical station, the tower. He's in critical condition." Well, since the majority of the Reavers have already perished and the man Ghost was fighting with is among the few remaining, we'll remain here and wait for the others. XXX. What the hell was that? Ghost moaned and attempted to get to his feet a few minutes later. "Kukuku, Jiraiya, you were always the most obstinate person, never knowing when to give up. You still try to fight even now, lying at my feet, which is hilarious." His godfather's eyes widened, and he slowly stood up, using the wall as support, knowing that he would use every last breath he had left to save Jiraiya. He took a deep breath and concentrated for a moment before running to the source of the sound and breaking through a partially destroyed door into a similarly destroyed room, with the wall missing, revealing the Hokage Tower and the square in front of it, and spotting Orochimaru standing there, also wounded in the battle. Orochimaru. The snake was thrown over the edge and into the streets below by Ghost's roar and punch to the face. Ghost knelt beside Jiraiya and examined him, asking, "How are you, Jiraiya?" Never bettera. Jiraiya coughed, a tiny trickle of blood running down his chin, and he managed to laugh. A voice said, "You are a persistent one, all right." Ghost's eyes widened in shock, and he plunged to the ground, avoiding death once more. With his fist pumped back, Ghost charged Lasting after turning around on the ground and planting his foot in his chest, where Lasting had appeared. Sanejishu. When Ghost was preoccupied, Orochimaru hissed and sent two snakes in Ghost's direction. The snake, Sanin, had returned to the building. After Ghost made the decision to strike, he punched Lasting into the ground and attempted to use a ninjutsu, but Orochimaru's snakes held him firmly in place. He felt himself being turned in the direction of the snake Sanin and made an unsuccessful attempt to grab one of the snakes. Oh, if it's not one of those obnoxious hunters, Kukuku. Some would say that you are almost as troublesome as the Akatsuki. Orochimaru moved forward to examine Ghost's face more closely, his eyes suddenly widening in shock. This is not possible, you should be dead by now. As he continued to struggle for freedom, Ghost snarled, seriously. I'm going to be pissed if you say that I look exactly like the Yondaime. Lasting's red chakra attack severely damaged his chakra. First examining his claw, then his eyes, and lastly his whisker marks, Orochimaru said, whisker marks. I can only remember one person who had those marks and I haven't seen him in a long time. Ghost let out a growl and used all of his strength to break free, causing the snakes to gradually snap under the pressure. Now that his claw was free, he grabbed and tore off the remaining snakes before viciously punching Orochimaru in the face and reaching for a kunai. His katana was still lying outside. When Lasting charged in, Ghost ducked back, barely avoiding him. Now that Lasting was vulnerable to a counterattack, Ghost planned to take advantage of it, so he made a Rasengan, pointed it at Lasting's bare back, and slammed it into it. With a cry of agony, Lasting attempted to lift himself off the ground he had just slammed into. Then Ghost swung him through the wall, grabbing him by the arm. You are the one. Ghost flew out of the building and onto the streets, directly into Kakashi and the others, including Tsunade, Shizune, a bruised Asuma, Kurenai, and the other Konoha 11 members who had just arrived. Orochimaru charged in and struck Ghost in the face with his fist. After spitting out some blood and getting to his feet with his back to the group, Ghost looked down at his hands and saw that 2 of his fingers were broken. He sighed and glanced at his blade, which he was able to grab, before taking off from the building, which was now lying on the ground nearby. A short while later, Jiraiya flew through the air, bounced off the ground, and landed in front of Ghost. Ghost knelt down and touched Jiraiya's shoulder, saying, "Are you okay? Just let me lie here for a moment." Jiraiya nodded slowly. Ghost patted him and grinned, getting to his feet while attempting to ignore the searing ache in his chest. As Lasting moved forward, he saw a shadow moving toward him and jumped back. He followed the shadow and saw the user standing with the others. Ghost, are you going to let them do the dirty work? After giving Lasting a quick glance, Ghost turned to face Orochimaru, who had joined him. Orochimaru grinned even more when he saw Sasuke standing there as well. Sasuke-kun, it's been such a long time. I have to admit that I'm not happy with your decision. Smirking, Sasuke said, keep talking, you'll get what you deserve soon enough. And what dear Sasuke-kun might that be? Orochimaru laughed once more. Ino took the initiative and said, don't even try to deny it. How entertaining this might be. I'm afraid I have no idea what you're talking about, Orochimaru said, barely glancing at her. I'm still offering. Sasuke, I can give you the retribution you so desperately desire. Sakura interrupted Sasuke before he could say anything. You repulsive snake, you killed Naruto, how can you possibly forget that? Quote. He charged forward, but Lasting, who was bleeding profusely, stopped him. I guess that our reports were accurate after all, you just don't know when to give up, he said, cutting across Ghost's chest, but Ghost partially deflected the blow. Ghost's eyes widened in disbelief and fear of revealing his secret identity. Meanwhile, Orochimaru glanced from Sakura to Ghost before laughing. You, he said, pointing to Ghost, you sure are cunning. You could have been useful to me. Ghost, you've got to stop playing tricks on everyone. With both his hands clasped around Lasting's, Ghost could only give Jiraiya a frantic glance, and Jiraiya attempted to get to his feet. Enough, Orochimaru, come face me, you've spoken long enough. In an attempt to catch his attention, Jiraiya yelled. So you're also involved. You were also aware of it, Jiraiya-kun. I must admit that I never imagined you would keep such a big secret from Konoha. What is he talking about? Asked Tsunade, who had begun tending to Jiraiya's wounds. Jiraiya, she gave him a shake, but he disregarded her. I'm sorry, Ghost, Jiraiya said, glancing at Ghost. Nevertheless, Ghost became enraged and overpowered Lasting. He struck the Reaver in the stomach with his fist and charged Orochimaru, using multiple flash steps. He attempted to reach the location as quickly as possible, but his chakra was running low, so he had to take several short steps. Ghost here, Orochimaru gestured once more at him. Ghost nearly let out a cry of agony as the searing pain in his chest grew worse with each flash step. The one you all apparently hate so much, by the looks you're giving him. Ghost thought he only needed 2 more flash steps, if only Orochimaru could continue talking nonsense for a few more seconds. He saw Lasting behind him, preparing to kill him, but ignored him and readied himself for another flash step. Is none other. Ghost drew back his fist and took another flash step, just one more. Orochimaru. Orochimaru knew who Ghost was, something everyone wanted to know as soon as they saw him, and everyone in the square was literally waiting for the verdict. Hinata and the other Konoha 11 members were staring at the scene with wide eyes. As opposed to Naruto Uzumaki. Knowing that the pain Naruto would experience would outweigh any blow he managed to deliver, Orochimaru concluded with a cunning smile. Ghost delivered the most lethal blow he could to Orochimaru by using the speed of his flash step. Orochimaru flew through the air and crashed through a wall because he was unable to dodge in time. "And Naruto," Hinata's voice whispered softly, and she already feared that she wouldn't be able to handle this information. With a single flash step, Ghost vanished, taking Orochimaru with him. Ghost used flash step to avoid Lasting's attack, which landed in a crouching position. Lasting realized that this was his last chance and had to retreat and notify his leader. "Who am I now? Everything I tried eventually didn't matter in the end," Ghost said, glancing down at his hand and claw. He was startled out of his reverie by Tsunade's gentle voice, "Turn around please." Ghost wanted to ignore her, but it didn't matter. All they needed to do was look at his face, even if he denied it, and hiding until his transformation's features vanished would have the same effect. "Itachi's gift to me, I sure could have used your help here, Itachi." He saw his blade resting on the ground beside his feet and picked it up, holding it firmly in his hand. "Pleasia." Fingering his face mask, Ghost chose not to wear it at Mayu's insistence, which, if you look at it, would be the last nail in the coffin. Ghost and Naruto are ultimately the same. This time, a male voice called out, "Naruto." And he recognized Kakashi. It had all begun with him. "I know, Asuma, but I wonder if it isn't best if I'd replace Naruto with someone else. Then Sasuke could focus on his training and not on Naruto, who he clearly hates now. With Naruto in the way, he'll only solely focus on him, which isn't the best thing." Then Asuma had also said something that had caused him great pain. "That seems most logical. As long as you don't trade with someone from my team, I don't know how to handle the kid." But the thing that hurt him the most was what Kakashi had said after. "You don't know him that well, Kurenai. He's a pain in the ass and sometimes I wish I never had taken him on as a student. He constantly screws up, he never thinks, and it's often at the cost of us." From dead last to one of the deadliest shinobi ever encountered, Ghost was struck by the irony. He straightened his back and sighed. He turned around slowly. "Nobody called me that in a long time." Now fully reversing direction, he approached the group slowly. Their mouths were agape and they were utterly silent. Hinata muttered, "It is you." Tsunade was trembling, and tears were streaming down her cheeks. Jiraiya just stared at the ground in defeat, his hands clenched into fists. He said softly, "I'm sorry, kid." Before Jiraiya and Tsunade, Ghost came to a halt. "Not your fault, Jiraiya. Orochimaru always was a problem. He just has this knack for screwing up everyone's lives." To put it mildly, Mikuru was shocked. Although she was aware that Ghost's true name was Naruto, she was unaware of the extent to which he attempted to conceal it. With so many questions forming in her mind, Sakura's mouth opened and closed every few seconds, making it impossible for her to form a sentence. Ghost didn't even look at her. Trembling, Tsunade got to her feet. She met Ghost's icy, calculating gaze directly. "How could you do this to us for so long? Why did you lie? Why in Kami's name did you lie?" Ghost cocked his head, as though he was thinking about responding to her inquiries. Rather, he sheathed his blade slowly. He let go of the demonic chakra in his arm and glanced down at his claw. His claw slowly returned to his hand. "If you don't know the answer to those questions, then you haven't changed at all." Shikamaru stepped forward and said, "We have so many questions. Where have you been all this time? With whom, and what's the deal with you and the Akatsuki?" Kakashi also moved forward and held out his hand. "I'm so sorry for everything that I've done. There are so many things I regret, please let me explain." Ghost glanced down at his hand before moving past him in the direction of Itachi, who had just arrived and appeared to be in fairly bad shape. He asked his friend, disregarding Kakashi's hunched shoulders, "Are you okay?" Itachi nodded and grinned. "I'm okay, had a tough opponent but nothing I can't handle." Ghost also gave a nod. "And Kisame?" Itachi looked at the group behind the hunter and said, he's scouting the area as we speak. Good. He questioned, what happened here? They know, was Ghost's only statement. Itachi said softly, I see, and shot a quick, inquiring glance. Ghost rubbed his forehead and sighed, Orochimaru saw my face and put two and two together. Itachi questioned, so he was here after all. Is he dead now? No, I think my opponent took Orochimaru with him when he left. Itachi saw a figure behind him. Incoming, he indicated. When Ghost turned around, someone wrapped her arms around him and buried her face in his chest while sobbing, causing him to stumble back. Ghost noticed pink hair as he looked down. She sobbed and gave him an even stronger hug, saying, I'm so sorry about everything. Ghost glanced at the spectators before turning back to Sakura. Let go of Maya. He squinted when Sakura remained motionless. I won't ask again. Ghost sighed, grabbed her arms, and roughly pulled her away when she didn't respond. He looked over at the Hokage. Hokage, send shinobi after the intruders. Ino ran to Sakura and put an arm around her shoulder, screaming, Naruto. How can you be so heartless? Well, Ghost asked, ignoring her and concentrating on Tsunade. Hokage gestured for one of the Anbu while briefly averting her gaze from Naruto. Send for Anbu squads 1 and 2 to pursue the Reavers. With a nod, the Anbu departed in a whirlwind of leaves. Hinata, who had always harbored affections for Naruto, was shocked to learn that he and Ghost were identical. She could still recall what he had said when their group had come to form an alliance. Don't you just love fear? Hinata gritted her teeth and looked at the blonde hunter, saying, people like you make me feel sick. Hinata narrowed her eyes as Ghost grinned and said, luckily I don't care. What had become of the intelligent, blonde boy she was crushing on? In an attempt to escape them all, Ghost turned around and made his way to the headquarters. Kiba narrowed his eyes and said, where are you going, Naruto? He was completely shocked to learn that Naruto was still alive. Even worse, though, was that he would never forget that Naruto had nearly killed him in the arena. Tsunade, who had at last recovered from her shock, also spoke up. This changes a lot of things, Naruto, you have to come with me to the tower. Kiba, who was still upset about what had happened at the arena, shunshined in front of Naruto and pushed him back as he ignored her and continued to move. You heard her, it's time you face the consequences of betraying us. Ghost's eyebrows went up. Kiba, step aside if you don't want a repeat of last time. Before him, Sasuke-shun also shone brightly. Naruto, listen to the Hokage please. Let's straighten this out. When Kiba refused to move aside, Ghost became irritated and snorted. With a sigh, he seized Kiba by the vest and violently shoved him away, flinging him against a house's wall. He shoved Sasuke out of his way and continued down the street. Naruto, don't force me to detain you, yelled Tsunade. Naruto chuckled softly, stopped, and turned around as his laughter turned into laughter. That didn't work out too well last time, didn't it? You want to try it again? I'll promise that you won't be as lucky this time. Tsunade gave him a dejected look. She said, you don't mean that, but there was uncertainty in her voice. Rome appeared between Tsunade and Ghost, saying, Ghost, stand down, we don't need infighting. Ghost sighed. The pain in his chest was killing him. They know, Rome, if I let them take me to the tower I know for a fact that I won't get off that easily. He rubbed his chest without realizing it. Rome grinned. Don't worry, we protect our own, remember. They know not to do anything stupid. Ghost cast a curious glance at Itachi. Itachi gave a nod. I'll walk with you, make sure that they won't do anything. Ghost gave the gesture back and returned his focus to the blonde woman. His voice was full of anger as he said, well, Hokage, it seems that I'll cooperate for the time being, don't try anything that you might regret. Ghost slowly retreated as Tsunade gestured for him to follow. I detest my life. Yo guys, it's RyugaXD. You already know YouTube has its limit size, so if you want to see the spicier, uncensored, and exclusive stuff I can't post here, check out my Patreon. That's where I drop all my 18+ lemon content, early uploads, and more. Links in the description. Come join the fun.